Πριν από μισό αιώνα, οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον, με ανθρώπους να ζουν σε βιώσιμες πόλεις και σε αρμονία με το φυσικό περιβάλλον. Με σύγχρονες υποδομές για καλύτερη καθημερινότητα, ποιότητα ζωής, πολιτισμό. Οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον και ανοίξαμε δρόμους για τις μικρές και μεγάλες διαδρομές που ενώνουν τις ζωές των ανθρώπων και κάνουν τα όνειρα να ζωντανεύουν. Πιστέψαμε στην επανάσταση της καθαρής ενέργειας και στη δύναμη της καινοτομίας και τολμήσαμε. Πιστέψαμε στους ανθρώπους μας και ταξιδέψαμε την Ελλάδα σε ολόκληρο τον κόσμο. Πιστέψαμε ότι κάθε τι καινούριο που κάνουμε πρέπει να γεννά ευκαιρίες και να φέρνει ευημερία σε όλους. Όμιλος Γεκτέρνα. Επενδύουμε στην Ελλάδα. Επενδύουμε στο μέλλον.
Με την πρωτοβουλία Vodafone Smart Forest δημιουργούμε το πρώτο έξυπνο δάσος στην Ελλάδα που εντοπίζει έγκαιρα τη φωτιά με τη δύναμη της τεχνολογίας και του Vodafone Green Network. Αγκαλιάζουμε πιλωτικά περισσότερα από 314.000 στρέμματα στην Πάρνηθα και δημιουργούμε το υπόδειγμα για να είναι πιο ασφαλή από πυρκαγιές τα δάση της χώρας μας. Γιατί όταν μπορούμε να προστατεύουμε το δάσος, μπορούμε να συμβάλλουμε σε ένα πιο βιώσιμο μέλλον για τις επόμενες γενιές. Together we can. Vodafone.
Good morning, dear representatives of the clergy, of the ministries, dear regional governor, dear mayors, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for being here. In these times, we are living through an unprecedented area which is changing the global affairs scene. It's perhaps the first time that in Greece we are promoting, first of all, regional projects. So our conference comes at a difficult juncture with decisive, and the participants in this are going to be decisive in what is going to happen in the regions from now on. I'd also like to note a couple of things about this year's conference, which makes a difference. The first is its content, and second, the synergies it creates. As regards the content, over the 3 days of the conference, we're going to present original research with the collaboration of large think tanks and associations, the European Council, ILIAMEP, the ANEOSIS, and many other authorities that have partnered up with us to present significant work and research. A decade ago, when we first started with this initiative for this forum for dialogue, we could not even imagine how it would develop. Especially this year, we feel completely vindicated in our efforts, and we are trying to grow this even further. It gives us great joy to see you all here, and we want to have an even more robust planning for next year. So I would like to thank everyone participating in the conference, our sponsors, our partners who have worked hard for organizing this conference. So I would like to let you know that our conference is being live streamed everywhere in the world and locally by Ionian TV, which I would like to thank. I'd like to thank the region of Western Greece and its governor, Mr. Farmakis, who has personally and through the regional administration contributed a lot to our conference. So we are now going to show a short video about the region of Western Greece, and then the regional governor is going to provide a welcome speech.
Ανανεώνω την προσωπική μου δέσμευση να είμαι πρώτος στον αγώνα, πρώτος στη δουλειά, πρώτος στην υπηρεσία των πολιτών της Δυτικής Ελλάδας. Και ζητώ να εμπλουτίσουμε όλοι μαζί οδικό χάρτη για τη Δυτική Ελλάδα του 2030. χωρίς να αφήσουμε τίποτα και κανέναν πίσω. Χωρίς να κάνουμε την παραμικρή έκπτωση στην αντιμετώπιση άμεσων αναγκών, στην αναγκαία ολοκλήρωση όλων των έργων που είχαν και έχουν ήδη προγραμματιστεί ή των νέων που παίρνουν σειρά.
Dear ministers, deputy ministers, dear dignitaries, MPs, ladies and gentlemen. It's now an established institution. We have a meeting every June in Patras and we exchange our views through a conference that has become an established institution. This year we are hosted at the University of Patras, which offers an opportunity for me to state what an excellent collaboration we enjoy from the region of Western Greece with the University of Patras, because we both focus on knowledge and innovation as main drivers of development and growth in our region. I'd also like to thank the organising committee and everyone who has contributed to this conference and all speakers. It looks like it's going to be a very interesting conference about a wide variety of issues we are concerned with, which are shaping the future of the land. And this is actually what all these forums should be about. This year, given the fact that we are less focused on the COVID issue, we should be more positive and happier. Unfortunately, though, we can't, because the dark clouds of the health crisis have been replaced by the dark clouds of the war in Europe, which is posing risks for peace and stability. And we're also going through an energy crisis that has led to a tsunami of problems with the economy and society. And it's going against all the efforts we've done towards growth in Greece. I think most of us are worried, why should it be our generation that had to go through these parallel huge crises immediately after a long economic crisis that pushed this land to almost a breaking point. But we are not going to give up. I believe that all of us have to do whatever we can to lift ourselves out of these crises and to build upon the steps that we have taken so far, which are many. At this difficult juncture, we actually want an even stronger, more robust approach to growth, especially us who are at the service of citizens, have a great responsibility to support society in every way possible and to do even more with even greater speed. This is why I believe that regional growth is of critical significance, especially today, because its role in the development of the state is becoming more of a key issue. So I believe that this regional growth conference is going to be a very important event, and I hope we're all going to learn something from it. Ladies and gentlemen, we watched a short video about the region of Western Greece and what we're doing here over the last 2.5 years, and I genuinely want to state that all our actions, initiatives and projects that we planned or we completed were actually a challenge, a fight against time, against mentalities that existed in the previous years. So starting in September 2019, we took our office up until now, and we've actually speeded up things that were lagging behind before. And this not in normal conditions, but in the emergency conditions created by the pandemic, which means that we are not afraid of emergencies. We are not afraid of contingencies. So we are not going to give up now. From the very first moment, we entered the regional administration ready to give our fight for this land. And we will continue to do so because we have many challenges lying ahead. Every time we're faced with another problem, we are going to meet it with even greater determination. So let me be clear. We were called to lift the region of Western Greece out of the stagnation of the previous years. And we're not going to stop there. We are going to have the opportunity, I think, to have a look at the data that prove exactly where the region of Western Greece used to be, where it is now, and how much room there still is for improvement. A few months ago, during the report for the last year's events, I had said that we are planning ahead for the region of Western Greece in 2030. So this is what I'm focusing on today. Going through the challenges we had to overcome, lifting the region from the stagnation of the previous years, we now have created a strong brand identity, a strong production capacity, and we want to focus on what it can become over the next few years and up to 2030. So we dedicated about 2 years of hard work to complete projects that had already been planned before and to turn a vision into reality. But we believe that the administration should have continuity, and a comprehensive policy should not focus only on the backlog of projects that are to complete it, but it should also see about what should be happen in the years to come. We are now ready to make the most of all the opportunities offered by this time. And opportunities can always be created even in the most difficult times, even today. So we are continuing even more dynamically in the plan for Western Greece without leaving anyone behind. We are not filing an overly ambitious plan, or what we want to do is focus on the near future, knowing that with our hard work and based on the solid foundations we have built, we can now make the region of Western Greece a leader. So we now have in our arsenal a new generation of projects. One is the placing again the region of Western Greece on the world map as an Olympic land. So we need to make the most of this Olympic brand to build a discrete identity for the region of Western Greece, the Olympian land. This is our tourist brand, and we aim this to become a part of all our extroversion actions for networking at European and global level. So a few days ago, we signed an MOU with the German region of Greifswald, focusing on rural development, and we are in negotiations and contact with many other European regions to see how best we can use EU funds. I'm certain that the region of Western Greece tomorrow is going to be a highly extrovert land with many synergies with other Greek and European regions, because this is the only way in which we can raise recognition and focus on boosting our production and investment powers. Our region needs a lot of things. So we wanted to have a lot of the NSRF funds, especially for the support of SMEs with various tools, and to support our educational institution to provide innovation for our businesses. And we managed to do this. And I'd like to thank everyone who contributed to this. We see some of these people here today. So we are now almost ready for the actions of the new NSRF period, and we're going to have many more funds than we used to have in the past. We also completed two important plans, the investment profile of Western Greece and the plan for the business parks. So the investment profile is a strategic tool for attracting investors, which was lacking from this region. It's a comprehensive study that includes the analysis of the competitive advantages of Western Greece, its priority sectors, and where we should focus on attracting strategic investments. The second, regarding business parks, is the plan for the creation of modern business receptors. So we have finished with the era of the random construction of various production units. Now we are focusing on organizing our production through business parks. So we're building a business map, because this is the first stage. Without this, we can do nothing. We've also started with implementation of the mechanism for the support of entrepreneurship to offer our businesses based in a region free support and information, especially as concerns their extroversion. Our aim, quite simply, is for production units in our area to become more focused on exports. I think we will see later on that just 15% of our businesses in the region export. This is a tiny percentage. I'd like to say that for us, modern entrepreneurship is the primary sector. Western Greece, apart from its history and culture, also has another treasure. It's great premium quality agro-food products. So, after completing the project for agricultural development, which is on a roll, I have to say, we have activated various co-finance projects for the first time in Western Greece to promote our agri-food products abroad. And we have submitted folders for GTP and other designations of local products, and we have contacted the EU to see how we can actually give designations of origins to another 11 projects. And we also have another major project going on. This is the PV park we want to create here in our region, in Messolongi, with a collaboration of more than 60 local authorities, which is going to provide support for almost 200,000 farmers in Western Greece. So it's going to lead to a lot of energy savings for both farmers and the local administration. And it's going to be an emblematic project for green transition, not only for a region, but the whole of Greece. A project paving the way towards what we want, the creation of green energy that is greatly needed today. We know how we really need to be energy efficient, especially now. And stopping the problem of the energy isolation of Western Greece is very important, as is the problem of the aim of stopping the transport isolation of Western Greece. This May was a good month because we started the local natural gas projects. In a few months, we're going to have the first connections with households and businesses with natural gas. The next step is to bring the high-pressure pipeline to Western Greece as well, in order to have the first large network expanded, offering all citizens an alternative source of energy. So, talking about good news in May, another thing is another emblematic project we have taken on. And it was actually its financing was actually recently approved by the European Commission. This is the Ladopoulos factory in Patras. This is going to become a great administrative building, which is going to host a lot of offices of the regional administration and other authorities, and it's going to make an area that has been degraded for many years and to give it new life. So we are extremely happy that this project, through very creative collaborations with everyone who worked for this, it was a vision up until now. Today, we see this vision just starting to become a reality through essentially seeing that we have financing secured for it. So after so much hard work, I think it's going to become another emblematic project for Greece in 2030. But there's another thing needed for our future: resilience. Now, climate change has started to show its signs. Extreme weather is becoming ever more frequent. And of course, we cannot allow ourselves to rest on obsolete infrastructure that leads to huge disasters and problems every year, with a social cost and an economic cost. Obviously, the region of Western Greece is always going to be at the forefront of the fight against any battle. But we are going to create a robust plan, as given the large disasters we had this winter. We signed an MOU with the University of Patras to map the vulnerable areas in our region and what we need to do there. And we are creating the Climate Change Observatory, which is going to include an extended network of meteorological stations, and it's going to evaluate risks. It's going to provide alerts and also a surveillance system for the coastal front. And we are also going to have an integrated surveillance and monitoring and alert system for fires through various base stations with thermal cameras and a central station gathering and to gather and display information. And as for us, there is no policy and politics without society, apart from these actions that we have included in our program, which also provides for support to vulnerable social groups. We have also boosted the policy for public education and, of course, for public health. This great need that we saw emerge during the pandemic, I believe, is one of the fields that is going to provide key lessons for how we should plan ahead for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, I tried as briefly as possible to present the framework in which we have the canvas in which we are trying to draw the new portrait of the region of Western Greece. We are not submitting a vision, but a draft drawing, which is now becoming reality. And we have 2030 as our target for our Olympian land, with a strong production base, a discrete cultural identity, a tourism infrastructure, healthy entrepreneurship, exports, and obviously robust networking at European level. Also, energy solution, technological innovation, protected natural environment, an integrated network of modern infrastructure, and then the ability to handle any challenge and change that lies ahead. Over the past few years, a lot has happened. I'm not going to list all that we have done. I believe that the citizens of this land know that the region of Western Greece has supported them through the pandemic, through the fires, through the wind and rain, where we have always been in the forefront together with other authorities. All citizens know that we speeded up a lot of smaller and larger projects. We speeded up the absorption of funds and the equal administration of resources. And today and every day, we are at all the prefectures of the region to support them. We come from within society and we serve society. So despite the dark clouds that have gathered in our bright skies, I remain confident. We know that alone, we cannot determine the global geopolitical and energy developments. We know that our country, as well as other countries, are going to suffer the dire consequences of the populist approaches that actually challenge the well-being of societies at the moment. But this does not mean that we are not planning ahead for the future. I strongly believe what Kazadzaki said. There's a secret law in this world. If this law did not exist, the world had vanished a long time ago. Evil triumphs in the beginning, but fails in the end. So I remain optimistic. I believe that through synergies with authorities, with productive and society, with production stakeholders and society, we can make the most of the region of Western Greece. So welcome to this conference. I believe that the next few days we will have the opportunity to talk and to hear a lot of useful things. Thank you very much. So, after welcoming the Minister for Tourism, Mr. Vasilis Kikilias, I would now like to call the Deputy Minister of Internal Affairs, Mr. Petsis, and then we are going to have a speech by the Minister for Tourism.
Good morning. I have the great honor to represent here in this conference the Prime Minister, Mr. Kyriakos Mitsotakis, and I have the big joy to wish on behalf of him all the best and fruitful proceedings. It is a conference which talks about regional growth. So, first of all, it's growth. Why? Because it's not important just to use adjectives if we cannot achieve the true essence of them. For growth, much have been said. In a harsh environment, last year, our economy developed at a pace of more than 8%, taking care of the wound that was up in the previous year. In this first quarter of 2022, we have a pace of growth of 7%, which was unprecedented amidst a geopolitical crisis caused by the war in Ukraine, and of course through an energy crisis that has started since 2021, but it became more intense after the invasion of Russia in Ukraine. Perspectives for 2022 are much better than the majority of the EU countries and developed countries of the OECD. In spite of predictions yesterday for a lower growth pace, I will table my own prediction, and I will say that the Greek economy this year could be compared with the previous one. That is, I believe, a growth pace more than 5% due to a very encouraging pace of tourism. And the competent minister, Mr. Kikilias, is going to elaborate on that shortly, but also due to the trust that has been created among the Greek society thanks to the reforms and the robustness shown by Mr. Kyriakos Mitsotakis and his governance in the different things and in his different sectors. Having established a growth in spite of the harsh conjuncture, our main objective is for this growth to be balanced so that it can embrace all different regions of the country with nobody being left behind. The proof is the presence of the Prime Minister himself, like Kos, Psέρmos, Stipalia, Thessaloniki tomorrow, but also throughout Greece, because we have one main objective: big investments, private and public ones, which might unlock the growth perspective of all our country. And let me add, based on what Nektarios has just said, that here in the region we can see significant projects. And since he talked about dreams that will materialize, let me give you the model of Vladopoulos was something like that. Until the committee came, where I participate, like Costas, to put its mark for a significant urban remodeling, a landmark for Patras, an urban remodeling which is added to another project. Last year, when we visited the Prosfigika neighborhood, we said that, yes, this project is worth being added in the project Adonis Tritis. We included that in that project so that we could remodel all this area that shall remodel 2 different areas of the city of Patras. And of course, given not only better quality of life for our citizens, but also to all the visitors given the opportunity to highlight these beauties. Apart from these kind of projects that contribute into a balanced regional growth, allow me to say that there are many other opportunities linked to minor initiatives not related to a big capital investment, but related to rather smart, small solutions. For instance, Astipalea, or take Chalki as an example, small islands where a change of mindset, greening their future, they can attract visitors and they can enter again the map of the tourist destination. Areas like Alexandroupolis, it is becoming an energy hub. You can take territories like Ioannina, where you can see a digital transformation with huge investment, investing in the cluster of the university. These kind of opportunities can be found here, in this area, in this very place. And I would like to come to the end of this short speech on behalf of the Prime Minister. When it comes to my portfolio, we will discuss later on, says the speaker, but since Nectarios quoted Kazantzakis, let me quote another poet. My soldier, whoever goes to the war to die, my soldier, this is not fate for war. We have managed to stand in front of difficulties, dealing with challenges like the pandemic, and on this solid foundation, we built a relationship of trust between the citizens and politics on which we can build a brighter future for our homeland. Thank you so much. I wish you fruitful proceedings. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'd also like to welcome you to this conference. We are starting the conference on a dynamic pace, kind of dynamic as the sector of infrastructure at the moment. So we have the Minister for Infrastructure and Transport here with us, Mr. Kostas Karamanlis, who's going to talk about what's happening with projects that we have long been waiting for, with new projects on the way. So in this discussion, we will try to map the existing situation both at the level of infrastructure and projects and as regards transport, and to see what's happening with the plans, the schedules for these projects, and how we can move on with these. So let's move on with the discussion. Last March, we had the start of a project that we had been waiting for 10 years, the greatest project for the region, Patras Pyrgos, the road. So is this going to change the life of hundreds of thousands of citizens? When is it going to be ready? What phase is it in today?
First of all, allow me to say good morning, and I would like to thank you because it is an honor to be in this very place. I believe that, as my dear friend Nectarios has just said, this conference has already become an institution, and I think that it is quite useful for us politicians to come back and let us be criticized about what we said last year and what we're doing this year. So, seizing this opportunity, last year, when I came here, I had the honor to participate in this conference once again. Two of the big issues of our debate, I see the Mayor, Mr. Pelletidis, with us. The road network of Patras Pyrgos, a project, Mrs. Kassimi, allow me here to correct you. No, this is not troublesome for the area for the last 10 years, for more than 15 years, I would argue, and it has gone through many different phases. What did we do? We did something which is not that popular at the beginning. We told the truth, and we said that in different phases, this would never move on. For the first 2 years, there were huge doubts in the area whether we could really materialize this plan of ours. It is true that we had to go through a very harsh bargaining with the European Commission. Shortly, we shall be able to listen to Ms. Ferreira. We went through 3 DGs, and what did we do? What was obvious, that is, we took this pathway and then we returned that project back to the contractor to be sure that this could come to the end in 36 months. Now, if we exit this very room and we go outside, we can see the different sites, because this has tracked it. It's not something that will happen, but a reality. Apart from the perspective that this has, there is also something else that we all know in this area. You all know it. I'm pretty sure that even in this room, there are many people who have lost their relatives, because this road network is a very important part to improve road safety in this country. 2 are the big problems, Crete and Patras Pyrgos. Will it be ready? Will it be ready in 36 months? This project will be ready in 36 months. It is an easy project. It has a guaranteed financing, and it has already started. So all big problems are left in the past. A project which is very important. And here I would like to highlight that, along with the railway project, because maybe this is not fully understood by the people, that is the relaunch of the Patras Pyrgos railway connection, a network of 99 million euros. We shall remodel the actual line, and then we shall add electrification through these old projects that are taking place, as well as with the very important projects that are taking place, included in the RRF under the aegis of the Ministry of Culture for the upgrade of the street up to Olympia. If we talk about all these projects, indeed, we can argue that West Greece changes overall, because these are projects that for the last many decades that were lagging behind. These were projects that for the majority of the citizens have truly forgotten, and we work systematically and intensively along with the regional authority. We are responsible for the bigger and the most crucial projects, but I can also see the region, which right now is next to us, to tackle the different problems. And they are trying for different projects that were lagging behind for many different reasons due to the 10-year crisis. Shortly, this will come to the end.
What about the rail connection between Patras and Pyrgos? When's that going to be ready?
There will be a tender in 1 month's time. This project is a project that has a construction duration of 24 months. We really want to hope that there will be a contractor and we will sign the contract until the end of this year. So, you know what? Maybe it's the first time for this government that this government is doing something which is a bit risky, I would say. We are setting timelines, objectives, and we can be criticized upon that. And when a project will be in delay, when a timeline will be in delay, we are here. We will be here to listen citizens into their eyes and say why.
So we're going to talk in about 36 months from now. It's going to be ready then, yeah?
Yes, in 36 to 38 months, this project will be ready, and a big part of this project may be delivered in different phases earlier.
So what about the other rail connection, Rio to the port?
Another iconic project, and I think that this has been troublesome for the citizens of Patras. Let's see the reality. We have one line which crosses the city of Patras. What does this mean practically? That in reality, the city is split into two parts. For how many years have we been talking about how we can link the port to the railway? I believe that we all understand that in Greece, it's high time we made the evident, the self-obvious. We're talking about one of the biggest ports in the country, and this port nowadays is not linked with the railway.
So this is of great commercial interest.
So here we're talking about a project with two goals. First goal, we should go underground, and this project has been included within the 5 big railway projects that are under a tender phase already, and there will be a guaranteed financing of all of these projects, either by NSRF or by SEF, because the railway projects are the projects of the future. These are the projects at the core of Green Europe, and of course they are the projects that to us are very important as a country, because as I told you, we're doing what is self-evident. We are linking the ports with the railway, because if we don't do it, how may Patras, how may Piraeus, how may Thessaloniki, how may Alexandroupoli play a key role in combined transport? Do we need Greece to become a hub of infrastructure and transport of the wider area? Yes, we do. We have been arguing for many years, but what are we doing? Few things. Patras, we're talking about a project which is 9 kilometers. It is under the process of study making. The majority of the project will be underground. We are quite cautious and we listen to the local authorities, the municipality of Patras, because they insist in us making a bigger part underground. It is something that we will try to do, but right now, what is certain is that the biggest part of this line, when it comes to the heart of the urban center, will go underground, which means a remodeling project of 70 stremas. In other words, we shall deliver Patras, we shall give Patras back to its citizens, because this is a project that has cut the city into two.
So I think, and the energy conditions at the moment require an acceleration of such projects.
Look, Mrs. Kasimi, I believe that everybody who is interested in infrastructure and transport, not just in Greece, but also in Europe, they can draw one conclusion. Road network projects will come to the end. We are going towards a policy of green transport, and this is the direction of the whole Western world.
We're a bit late in that, no?
There has been some delay, but with the exception of Crete, Northern Crete, and Patras Pyrgos, which are the two iconic projects in Greece, and we're lagging behind to put all the pieces of the puzzle together. We're talking about the new generation of projects. Let us not fool ourselves. The railway will be the future. These will be the next gen projects related to the management of water, the anti-flood projects. These projects are taking place even in this area. And as you all know, I should argue that we have entered a speedy planning for these new projects, because what the state should do, what a politician should do, is not just to finalize some projects, but what a serious ministry should do, or is a serious planning for the projects of tomorrow. And these ones are related to water management, to projects to face natural disasters. Already in this motorway, we shall see the anti-flood projects for the area. And of course, we're dealing with electrification and railway.
So let's move a bit northern up in Alexandroupolis. There's quite a lot happening in that area. It's at the epicenter of, it's at the center of interest. And we all know that Thessaloniki cannot be part of the European networks. So we know that we're planning towards including Alexandroupoli in the European networks. Do you think this is possible? And what will it mean for the area and for the country?
First of all, let us take a step backwards to tell you that right now, within 3 years, we have managed as a government to have under tender 8 billion euros. And already we have contractualized 3.2 billion euros, and until the end of this year, we shall have reached 4 billion euros. This is an unprecedented situation for our country, at least for the last years. Not even during the Olympics did we have so many projects underway. A big part, and I would argue the most important part of these projects, are about the railway projects and the ones related to ports. What did we say? We said, what is obvious? We stated the obvious. Let us link the port of Thessaloniki, of Kavala, and of Alexandroupolis. Thessaloniki should become a port that will be a port of export for all products of Southeastern Europe, and Alexandroupolis is a port that will become an FSRU station and a port that will become a hub of transport and infrastructure, but also an energy hub of the wider region in an era during which energy matters concern not just Greece, but the whole planet. The main prerequisite, Mrs. Kassimi, for that was for that port to be included into the inter-European networks, that is TEN-T. This was something that we should have forgotten. Why? Because the port of Alexandroupolis did not abide by the standards of passenger mobility. But now, even the port of Alexandroupolis has changed its status. We're very close, and we have an oral verification by DG Move that it will be included in the inter-European networks. So imagine how important all these projects are. We're talking about Alexandroupolis, we're talking about Thessaloniki, we're talking about Piraeus, but also about Patras. Right now, we can see projects being implemented that will set all ports of our country at the forefront, so that we shall be able to have huge possibilities of huge growth. And at the end of the day, the industry of logistics, the industry of combined transport will become one of the industries that will get a big part of our GDP.
So going back to road projects, because there's a lot of road projects going on, a few have been completed, and at the same time we're seeing a lot of people dying at greater frequencies like before the pandemic. So the numbers of deaths have skyrocketed. We've started traveling again, so we're mourning the dead again. So what can you do about this? What are you planning to do about this, about road safety? To make sure we've got new roads, yes, but are they safer?
First of all, right now, we have worked a lot along with the co-competent ministries for a national strategic plan on road safety.
What does this provide for?
Many different things. First of all, the big infrastructure projects in the long run, which right now are important because we're losing lives. Then Crete and Patras, as I told you before, were the two regions with the majority of problems. These can be solved. But we have some other issues when dealing with road safety. Many significant steps have been taken lately. Greece has decreased deadly lethal accidents at 54%. That is why our country and the ministry were awarded by the UN. On the other hand, we don't stop here because we must talk about the remodeling of the road safety rules. The consultation will end in 1 month's time, and until the end of the year, we shall have a road traffic guideline which will not change. How can you guarantee that? Well, I think that we have become more mature, we have understood that this thing is ridiculous, I would say. Every now and then a ministry or a minister or a government comes to change. That is why there has been an extended consultation with all stakeholders so that there will be no reason to change these guidelines after 3 years. This is what I hope at least. And this is what logic says. You can listen to different stakeholders. You can have an extended dialogue, an extended consultation. You can listen to experts. For the first time, we can listen to sociologists and their association. I can tell that it is an association which has been ignored in the past, but right now they are at the forefront of our effort. What is most important is that we can examine other measures, like in the big urban centers, like Athens, in specific roads, to further decrease the speed limit, and we can take it to 30 kilometers. This might seem absurd, but the majority of lethal accidents, if we exempt the two territories, are within the urban centers, and we must make the framework stricter to face the deadly accidents which come with motorbikes. In this issue, we should all make an effort to wear our helmets, because the majority of deaths right now at the level of a country come from bikes, motorbikes.
So bringing down the speed limit in cities, is this going to be accompanied by an increase of the speed limit in the highways?
We shall see. This is underway. Right now, there are countries in the EU which will follow this direction. But through the energy crisis that we are facing today, I think that many countries are opting for the opposite.
So we don't need to set a speed limit.
But since we're talking about the energy crisis, let us talk about the significant steps that this government has made in electrification. Right now, in 2019, we started with zero participation in what we call electrification around Europe. And right now, the ministry has worked seriously for the different charging points. From 300, we're talking about 1,200. Yes, but still they're not enough. Yes, but you know what? Today, if you come from Athens to Patras with an electric car, there are different stations, charging stations. After Patras, what? Well, after Patras, there will be Patras Pyrgos, and there the license holder will play its role. But every 100 kilometers for the main road network, there will be chargers and charging points. That is why, following the incentives given by the Ministry of the Environment, the Ministry of Finance, because you know what? It was not just about one ministry or one minister. Nowadays, electrification from 0.4% has reached 7% of 4 vehicles. Electric buses that we are bringing to Thessaloniki.
So this is an ongoing tender?
Yes, a tender, an undergoing tender, which has the first electric buses in the two first major cities in early 2023.
So this will go to Thessaloniki as well, the electrification, yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Karamanlis. Thank you very much.
Let's take our seats, please. Let us resume our session.
I'd like to now welcome the Minister for Tourism, Mr. Kikilias. I know this podium is built for normal height people. I know it's a bit silly in front of me. It's not easy for human brains are made for listening straight for 9 minutes. So what's happening since this morning is putting quite a lot of pressure on our brains, but it's interesting. Thank you for inviting me. It's a great event. I feel that I'm amongst friends. For those who know, for decades now, I have fallen in love with Patras and Achaia, and I have the honor of being an active member of Apollon of Patras, the basketball team. So in these difficult times, I'm very happy that I'm hearing all that we heard today from my friend Mr. Karamanlis about the infrastructure and transport. I know this was a huge issue for the prefecture. And, of course, as Mr. Petsa said, ladies and gentlemen, we are faced with great challenges. Not only what's happening over the past 3 years, but what lies ahead. And this is what we need to focus on. I'd like to start by saying that I'd like to extend my thanks to everyone for the manner in which you handled the organization of this global health crisis, the COVID pandemic, over the past 2 years. I had the honor for the Prime Minister appointing me as Health Minister in unprecedented times. I think that the images we saw from Bergamo in Italy, from France, from Belgium, from the US, this all showed exactly what terrible conditions a health crisis can lead to. I think that I would like to thank everyone in the region, the mayor, everyone who has worked in order for us to be able to save human lives. I'm very happy and proud that we managed together to do this, and I think this is a great legacy. The value of human life is always our first priority. No, as Mr. Petz has rightly said, when we're talking about tourism, we're talking about 25% of the country's GDP. So directly and indirectly, 1 in 4 euros in the Greek market and in the Greek citizens' pockets comes from tourism. So for us, it's something that we need to focus on. It's our core source of revenue. It's our heavy industry and the backbone of the Greek economy. And I'm going to explain why. I'm going to explain what we're going to do about this in the prefectures of Western Greece. The primary production, which has suffered a lot of problems over the past few years, from cheaper, especially through cheaper imported products, and we don't know how much we are going to be able to import now, from now on. So most of these end up in Greek hotels, Greek restaurants, and other tourist enterprises in this region as well. So the commercial world, especially in these areas, and basically this is what's happening in Greece, we're consuming through the tourist product, through restaurants, bars, snack bars, whatever. Through all this, we are creating jobs and hotels and Airbnb on the beaches and all amenities offered and services. So all these embrace the large family of tourism, and of course infrastructure, which Costa talked about, and these are a key issue, and they are a prerequisite for a tourist product. But the spearhead for regional growth was and remains the tourist enterprises and sightseeing and culture, and this is how we're creating infrastructure throughout the country. I was very happy to hear that we are going to see an upgrade of the road network to ancient Olympia, and about Patras Pyrgos and about all the other efforts undertaken at the moment. It's a great advantage for a city like Patras to have to be on the sea and to have a strategic advantage for its growth. So starting from this, I'd like to say that we've had a very successful campaign about the Greek end in Athens and Thessaloniki, and we saw a great revenue increase in this tourist season. 500,000 tourists from the US come directly from Atlanta, Boston, Chicago, New Orleans, JFK, DC, with American Delta and Emirates Airlines are big spenders. They are people who stay for long in our country. They spend a lot. As store managers see that these people do not even care about the prices of products. So the cost, the next focus for the Greek end is Patras and Heraklion. These are key areas. And I believe that I've experienced this, and I can say this with certainty, that it could have a very interesting concept for gastronomy, focusing on gastronomy, wine tourism, entertainment, the nearby cultural areas, the coastal line from Patras and Achaia to Elea, great large hotel units and smaller family-run hotel units. All these are going to spearhead our campaign for the next year. These projects are going to be added to what the ministries are doing, and together with the region and the municipality, we are going to use new models such as DMOs to promote and support the tourist product. At this point, I'd like to offer congratulations to the region of Western Greece for the great initiative of promoting abroad the great wines that we have in the area. In Japan and Korea, we have visibility, and you've connected buyers with the local wine market. This is the wine tourist sector. This is a great off-season opportunity. This is what we're trying to do. We're trying to extend the season covered by the tourist activities. So apart from June, July, August. So I repeat, we want to see greater revenue incomes for for SMEs and for family-run businesses, and obviously we want to give money to investors, but we want to focus on SMEs and families. I think that we've got one and only Mandarin Hyatt, Integral, Marriott. Everyone is coming to invest in Greece at the moment, and it's worth promoting Greece apart from these 2.5 regions that get the lion's share of the travelers' revenues. I believe that Western Greece, Achaia, Etcholokarnania and Elea can be a great project with a great room for profit, not only for business people, but also for employees. So I think we should work on this together. We should organize this at a premium offering level because we saw a 250% increase in cruises in Thessaloniki, 250%. So the same, we can do the same here. The cultural route to Olympia should be highlighted, and we need to do this. We need infrastructure for that. We will have multiplier effects throughout the year. We can go there from Piraeus and Katakolo. You can have religious tourism through cruises. There are many things that we can do. We've proven this in a very critical year because everyone was talking about what's going to happen in 2022 with revenue. And up until now, the data coming in is impressive. We want to highlight alternative destinations and to support them in growing. We have 14 ski resorts from Kalavrita, and first of all, Kalavrita are completely full. This year, we saw for the first time that Greece also has a winter. We had a great campaign running throughout the world by the Greek tourist organization. So we are promoting Greece in a campaign throughout the year, because winter tourism was completely an abandoned concept in Greece. But we campaigned for the Greek weekend, the Greekend. I believe that Patra should be a part of this. And I believe in winter 22, spring 23, we should focus on that. And of course, we have our summer product that everyone knows. And I believe it's quite evident that it's become a blockbuster now. Greece has seen a skyrocketing income from tourism. The government of the current government is trying hard to create multiplier effects for the Greek economy, and its main weapon is tourism. So this is what we want to do. We want to do this in a very difficult. We did this last year, which was a very difficult year. Now we're faced with a lot of different challenges. For the first time, we have a war in Europe. We have an energy crisis, climate change, but a tourist product, as we see, can withstand all these challenges and actually do really well. So let's support the brand of Greece to see other magical things that we can make happen from, for example, Achaia Klaus. I've had the pleasure of being there, and I've been throughout Achaia and then to the beaches near Kuruta in the city of Patras, and what we have, the gastronomy, the love of people, the love for entertainment and having fun, our students, the connection to the port with the mountain, all these should be promoted in a modern way to bring in revenue with a multiplier effect throughout society. So we need a comprehensive approach. We've had support from the municipality and the region. You have a very active regional governor with a vision. He's young, not only biologically young, but young at heart. So, we're all speeding up to make nice things happen. He actually took the mayor's the mayor's tie. He actually stepped into his seat, but is going to give back this seat. I know that they work very well together. So we've got specific time barriers, and we need to join forces to see what's going to happen at the end of this year and next year. How many Germans, for example, we will have in Achaia. We'll see 50% increase to see how many French people want to come. Greece is the top destination from France. To see how many Romanians want to come to Greece, how many Serbians want to come to Greece. I mean, Greece is a top destination from a lot of other European countries and from the US, actually. The Germans and the Americans discovered Messenia. It's time for them to discover Achaia, Etolokarnania, to see how we can bring them here. Let's see what does spas mean? What does mountain tourism means? What's happening with gastronomy? What are our local products? How can we promote our magical products and wines throughout the world? So I'd like to finish by saying that this is not a single person's effort. It's a collective effort, and we're collaborating excellently with everyone. And this is the first time this synergy is taking place. It's not an isolated effort by everyone. We're all working together, and I believe that we will have great results. In any case, please come, let's agree about the basics. I believe that what we want for the future, given the crisis we're experiencing, is to face we have to face great challenges and support the citizens. Thank you very much. Dear Mayor, sorry about the delay, but you will have the opportunity to talk about what you heard. So, please take the floor.
Good morning. Good morning to everyone, and welcome to the very hospitable city of ours, where we are hosting this 10th RGC organized the Peloponnesus Journal, which I would like to thank for this invitation. The title of the conference can tell the huge endeavor, the issue of growth in our region. The question that we can all focus on is whether there is any solution for the problems of our people. We want to table our own thoughts on that. If we see the different thematics of the conference, we shall spot different issues prevailing for the last many years in the political discourse and in the directions of the EU and the Greek governments, like, for instance, sustainable growth, the activities for the protection of the environment, digital innovation, entrepreneurship, energy politics, and interconnections. Unfortunately, in spite of the intense discussions on this issue, and in spite of the implementation of the different policies to implement these ideas, to materialize all that, we see that on the one hand, there is wealth for the one part, for the few, and on the other hand, there is huge poverty for the many. Because as we're talking about smart cities, alternative and RES, digital transformation, the reality experienced by our own people is something equal to financial crisis, to war, expensive prices, energy poverty. A labor family, a working class, should tackle inflation amounting to 10.2%. There is rising prices in energy and non-products. In energy, it may reach 90%. Different skyrocketed prices, which are due to a policy to guarantee the profits of green investments. So they're here to stay. The daily routine in our city is harsh. We are obliged in 2022 to give food for free. You can see that there is a place with our kitchens, our warehouses, and our fridges. You can see all that. And let us say that in 2022, humans go to Mars. But should there be such a need? We're talking about growth, and should we share food to poor people? I'm talking about that because we're not proud about it, nor do we believe that it is in favor of us, the fact that we can have this whole procedure. But we must wonder, why can't we meet people's needs these days in an era of galloping efforts in science and technology? There is huge productivity of labor as well. What is going on is that growth is not neutral. Growth is not for all and is not fair. The growth pathway that has at its center the development of the few makes problems more acute. For us, a good city, a beautiful city, is a city without poor people, without any dependencies. Everybody should have guaranteed labor with a satisfactory remuneration, health, education, access to sports, access to social life, right to free time, some space for recreation. That is why we're struggling for the big and the few, for life, for bread, for the big project, but also for the minor one. Today, after many decades of efforts in Patras, there is a change in spite of the big delays due to the pandemic and due to bureaucracy. We are implementing an unprecedented project amounting to more than 250 million euros. There are infrastructure projects, wastewater management, interventions that will improve the daily routine of our citizens at the center, at the villages, different building infrastructure, deserted buildings come to life, remodeling of buildings to create a better quality of life. Nevertheless, we do not manage to meet the totality of our needs when it comes to tackling all the problems of our people. The reality of local administration is the one of the continuous allocation of competence belonging to the state without necessary resources. Since 2010, there has been a cut from the central state due to the capitalist crisis we had, a cut that affected all municipalities. Right now, we have reached a point to not even to be able to guarantee the wages of people, especially for Patras. If we see the figures, we can understand the size of the problem. According to law, which was not imposed by us, this was imposed by the ones asking us how we can manage a municipality. They said that under these terms, they can get money percentage-wise. If we materialized all that yearly, we should have gotten 91 million euros in the municipality of Patras, a big municipality in Greece. But today we are getting only 24 million euros. And with these resources, we are trying to maintain and create our own city. The municipality, apart from the payroll, should also cover the different operations, critical sectors like the anti-seismic protection. 130,000 euros is gotten for this whole procedure. The operation of our schools, of course, our social structure, cleaning services, free spaces, open spaces, lifeguards, stray animals, the maintenance of roads. The minister said before, and there was a discussion with him, Mr. Karamanlis, I mean, that there were security issues. Why do we have a safety problem? Why can we have road accidents within the city? What is the status of the municipal road network financed by nowhere? And we must find a magic way to implement all our efforts. How can we achieve safety? It's not just about the motorbike. It's not just about wearing a helmet, but guarantee a proper road with no patchworks. Who is going to maintain it? Do we know the length of our road network? 3,000 kilometers. 3,000 kilometers, you can go up to Oslo. Can we give money for real towards the municipal authorities? Because we are saying that our priority is safety, the safety of our co-citizens, and this is not limited to kilometers. So there are issues here, of course. They are about growth. But if you see growth from another perspective, the perspective of our people, then what about primary health care? There is a plan to allocate that to the municipal authorities, but we have many different problems, like the one with Karamadhanio. To manage to fulfill our role, we must increase financing, but also alleviate the ban to recruit permanent personnel, because everything else is just theory. We're talking about theory for the last many years. We can measure for how many more years we can talk about it, and then we're coming here to project all different views. If we compare the different speeches, we can tell that we have stuck in theory. There are different needs in the economy. We all know the size of the expenses for a series of questions, regardless of the true needs of our people. I will not analyze that here. I will not elaborate on that in depth. The different equipment for NATO. Why do we proceed with that? Since for the anti-fire budget, we just give the 0.04% of our national budget. We can tell the impact. Why don't we take measures to have a true anti-fire protection? Now, we must resolve a series of questions. Apart from the increase of financing, it goes more in depth. It's about the total direction of the growth policy that is implemented by all governments that we all know. Patras is the third biggest city in Greece. And we are planning the future. We discussed about the future. The ministers alluded to that, the regional governor as well. We are deeply interested in that future. We are also interested in the long run. That is why we're going to table some issues. For instance, we do plan the Sustainable Urban Mobility Project. Why? Do we just want to stay in theory? Just have a plan? No, we need to materialize that and improve our lives. Do we have the tools to do so? This is our duty. It's our duty to take the long-run shot, which goes beyond us. It goes beyond the municipal authorities. It goes beyond mayors. It goes beyond the governments and the persons, the individuals. It goes beyond. You must look in the long run. You cannot work for yourself. In other words, if we really need to see these future generations, it takes plans. It takes planning overall, which takes other initiatives. In this planning of ours in the long run, there are different obstacles, some issues not resolved in our city. Some issues find as an obstacle private economy. For instance, we have a garbage area. We are talking about remodeling this garbage place. The one that we have in the Rigano campus, there are people saying that this belongs to the fund, to the state fund, and this belongs to the creditors. Are we crazy? The wasteland? Come on, give it to Patras. We can build a park. It's our duty. Yet these simple things are not put into account, are not taken into account by the governors. All governors, all people, you can become crazy. It can drive you crazy. Can these people build the future? They can build nothing. What they're building is that they're talking about theories, they're talking about different packages, that they can get some money, but this is not related to the future of our country. Now, let me talk about the railway. It is very important. It is of paramount importance, but since we had here Mr. Karamanlis, we have discussed with him quite a lot. We are not in opposition for the sake of opposition. Each one has a different political perspective, and we know. Here, we want to find solutions to problems. We shall collaborate with them, but this collaboration, since our main objective is the benefit of our people, these should follow a direction of common sense. Let us leave everything aside. Let us follow common sense. We are saying, for instance, first of all, we believe that it is quite positive, the fact that we get 5.1 kilometers of underground project, because at the beginning in our city, we were saying that since that we're not interested in our city, so we would follow the normal on-surface lining. No, this could not be neglected by us. It is something we conquered. There was a fruitful discussion with the government of New Democracy and Mr. Karamanlis. We also had a discussion with the previous government. With the previous government, we reached the end of our discussions to accept this project going underground. Then let us talk about the critical part which lies ahead. Before I talk to you about the Urban Sustainable Mobility Project, we are in the university, you know. This area is about 50,000 people, employees, students. We have next to this university, the biggest university hospital in the area, in the region. There are sports facilities, dwellers, and a coastal zone. Through that, we can see the train. What are we saying during the urban mobility project? We need to get rid of cars, which is reality. But how can we do it? Shouldn't we have municipal means of transport? At the same time, we need to include, of course, walking and bikes. We don't disagree with Mr. Karamanlis, nor with the deputy ministers of his ministry. We all agree, because these are pieces of news. That is, we need to render Patra sustainable. For a bike lane to be sustainable, right now we're saying that there is one conjuncture. We can build a project for the train, and we're saying that this project is a dual one. I don't know which one is more positive, the remodeling of this linear park or the train, or both. I'm saying both. So from Rio, from Agios Vasilios until the center of the city, a 10 kilometers distance, which city may give away 10 kilometers? The one on the one end, there are 50,000 people here in the university, and the other end, is in the densely populated areas of the center. There is also suburban railway, like a metro station. We agreed that we should use this metro station, this suburban railway, and 3 kilometers are left. Let us finalize these 3 kilometers. Let us make them underground as well. Common sense. What is this about? If I start from Rio, Agios Vasilis, and if I take 10 kilometers by bike, according to the studies of the road experts, road traffic experts, they are saying to us that people should walk. People should go by bike in safety. Then different trees and a good green environment. Well, there is a small cost of 60-70 million euros. But what about the future? How can you measure 60-70 million euros? If we don't do it today, it will never happen, because cities cannot be built based on what's happening today, based on today's problems. No, you must think ahead. You must think of the future, and that you must be preemptive. We are saying that this should be implemented. I was glad before, because with Mr. Karamanlis, we do meet a lot. And today, he didn't say that our communication stopped. No. If this takes place, and I'm saying so for our city and for the new generations, this city is implementing an urban, sustainable urban mobility project. Otherwise, we will be left in theory. If we take a bill, if this will be a prerequisite, then yes. But if this just stays in theory, then this will go in vain. If this happens, I believe that it will happen because it's common sense. And I believe that the government also wants to do it. Each government should have a concrete plan in mind. Regardless of our political orientation, we must follow this direction. Having said that, I believe that if we work with the government, and if we find the remaining of financing, Patras will change. And not only for Paletidis to be a mayor, nor like Isis Spiros, their own party, to be the head. Patras will change because our people deserves to have all goodies of this era. And if we can do certain things, then why not? There are serious tasks for everybody. Political questions will be solved by our people. We said before, we talked before about it. We said that growth is not a neutral term, because growth exists for some, for the few, not for the many. The ones losing for that will take their measures. The ones who win from that, who gain from that, will take other measures. Society is here to choose. We do invite the government from this podium and all stakeholders to join forces and implement that project. This will be an issue which cannot be neglected. If we don't find the channel of communication, we're saying that we cannot say that we're here to stay intact. Then this underground project is of paramount importance. It's not a blackmail, it's a common sense. Our city will change its image because there is a very valuable area here. Mr. Petsas, I wish us all the best. And then if you do it, we will have a substantial contribution to all that. We talked about the 5.1 kilometers that will be shortly implemented. We're saying that this satisfied the people of Patras, but we want that to come to the end. Thank you.
After thanking the Mayor of Patras, I'd like to say that we're going to finish with a short speech by Mr. Marlafakis, the President of the Chamber of Achaia, and we're going to move on the session about the digital transformation in local government. Excuse me. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for inviting me. This is a very important conference. For the 10th time now we see this. I truly believe that growth will come through the regions in our country. The regions have hidden treasures. They present a lot of opportunities, and To connect this with what was said about a year ago when we celebrated the 200-year anniversary of the liberation of Greece, it started from this region. And I believe that if the governments find the opportunity in collaboration with the regions and the municipalities and the chambers, because in this whole field, we kind of forget the people who are producing, the people who know how wealth will come to the country and how jobs will come. The chambers should play a very important role. Governments and ministries should give them more power. We should play a more strategic role in planning because we know the daily lives of the business world. Western Greece and Achaia, with all these things over all these years, I've said this before, the Western axis had very obsolete infrastructure. So I was happy to hear today many things that are in being planned at the moment and are being implemented. But all this, up until they are completed, the drop in regional per capita GDP is going to continue. Over all these years, we've taken Achaia to the 23rd position in per capita GDP. So it's not the third region of Greece. It's much worse. And we need to know exactly what's happening so that we can plan ahead. So I was happy to hear about the roads, about the train. But, of course, the train and the growth pillar, which is the port of Patras, I believe the next few years, if we manage to implement the train project with the conditions we've set, I think this is going to play a decisive role because it is the closest satellite port to Piraeus, which is now saturated, and we already have problems in product exports. The other pillar for growth is innovation, as produced by the educational foundations of the area with Patras IQ since 2012. With the collaboration with the university, we also have we see the first products and services being implemented through this. Obviously, we have a huge brain drain to countries abroad, but what we want to do now is to have products manufactured here so that we can see the added value stay in Greece and gain all the benefits from this. And the third thing we focus on as a Chamber of Achaia is the fact that we are very close to implementing a huge project for us, which is going to change the area completely, which is the new roadway. This is an infrastructure project. It is an infrastructure project. It's not a racing road project. And I would really like to thank Mr. Petsis and the government that through large funds and investors, we're presenting this officially. Last month, we were in Dubai and Abu Dhabi on a great mission to 18 to find 18 great investment opportunities for our area, but quite soon I think we're going to have good news. Unfortunately, we are now going through a time where construction costs have skyrocketed, so it's creating a lot of problems. At the moment, we can't even receive offers for how much materials are going to cost. I hope that soon we're going to overcome this, not only for this project, but for everything. So I would finally like to add that I firmly believe that the region of Western Greece is going to take our country a step ahead. There are opportunities everywhere. We need to see where these lie and make the most of them. So thank you very much. And I would like to thank the ministers for being here today. So, I would like to welcome you in turn to this regional growth conference, which has become an established annual institution in Patras because it's the only large regional conference that we're hosting every year. I'm very happy to be here to discuss everything. I am a journalism at Mega and D News, Yanis Christakos. So without further ado, we will move on to the very interesting discussion. I'd like to present our guests who are going to talk about local administration issues. So I will tell you what we're going to discuss. We've got quite a few surveys and research to present, Mr. Louloudis. Dear Minister, I'm going to start, if you don't mind, with the regional governor of Western Greece, the Deputy Minister of Interior Affairs, Mr. Petsis, Spiros Piridon, who is a prominent figure in local administration, and also Yorgos Galanos, the professor of international and European studies at the University of Patras, Theodoros Louloudis, the publisher and CEO of the Peloponnesus newspaper group and data research, with which has actually created a very interesting research that I've already seen. And Theodore, it's the basis for today's discussion. This research concerns how local administration is connected and municipalities are connected with the regions, what citizens expect, what elected officials are offering to citizens through the tools they have, what tools they have. We went through a lot of reforms over the past few years. You know about all this, the Kallikratis, Clisthenes, all the reforms that we saw that started with the Kapodistриas program. And today we've reached a point where we've seen that society is moving much further ahead and it's becoming much more digital. And it's kind of one step ahead of the reforms provided by the government. So today we're going to talk about what we need for the region, the municipalities, and how they can better function as connecting links with each other, and how the greater institution, the Ministry of Internal Affairs, can offer the appropriate tools to get the job done. So that's all I wanted to say. This is what we're going to talk about, and I would like to ask Mr. Louloudis to present the main data of two different surveys, demographic issues, and what citizens want and how they see the local administration, so that we can then move on with discussing these. Thank you very much, Mr. Christakos. It is my great joy to be here with such a high-level panel. I'm going to present the survey very quickly, and we need to focus on what they want to say about it. And this survey sets some issues about local administration. The panel knows about this, and they can talk about a more broader approach. So the survey concerns it's a survey across the Greek population on a representative sample, and we aim to conduct this every year to see what changes. So moving as fast as we can, I'd like to say that overall the Greeks appear to be happy with their life and happy with the place where they live. And this could be no different, because otherwise we could not have human activity in Greece. But it seems that gradually we see some aspects where there are some problems that have to do with citizen safety in the land where they live. So there's a great issue as regards housing. Yes, okay, let's focus on the 78.4 of Greek citizens like the neighborhood they live in. And I think this is a very high percentage. Yes, and their quality of life, they're happy with that. They might have a lot of problems, but we could not have human life and human activity if we were not happy. But we do have a problem with safety and security in neighborhoods and more broadly. And I think this should be an issue of concern for all municipalities, definitely. Housing is also somewhere we see great changes in recent years. So although citizens say that 25% of citizens say that it's easy to find a house, the rest do not agree. And this 5 years ago was 46% in employment. There is difficulty in finding employment, and in general, here we see the problems of daily life. More or less, we know these from other surveys, but I want to give some time to the speakers to raise some issues about local administration, how if procedures are simple, and basically we see here the breakdown of the findings of the research. Over recent years, we've seen a great leap in the use of digital skills and digital offerings for services. We saw what happened with COVID and vaccination and remote schooling. But for municipalities, there are very few people who visit the website, and only 15% in the case of the municipality receive services online, and only 12% books appointments, 12%. And the percentages are even lower for the region. So a key finding of the survey is that citizens want digital services that they are not receiving today. This is a key element, a key takeaway lesson. And a second important thing has to do with the powers and the responsibilities of the state, the region, and the municipality. The overall picture shows that citizens do not know which service is responsible for what. Of course, for things like security, they believe that the responsibility for this lies with the state. But for other less obvious things, citizens believe that they should receive most services from the municipalities. But definitely, there is a great confusion or lack of knowledge about who is responsible for what. So, if we can manage to clear the scene a bit here, citizens should know a bit better who does what. Just a second. Okay. So before moving on to the next issue, most citizens believe that the mayor represents the citizens, to a lesser extent the regional government, and to a lesser extent MPs. And before moving on to the next issue, citizens do not really visit the websites of municipalities and regions, and in general, they want more communication by local authorities and regions. And finally, as regards trust in institutions, this is a question that has been measured by many other surveys with similar results. We have the military, the police, the judicial system, the church, and the municipalities. 50% of citizens place their trust in regions and municipalities. This is more or less the survey. So, Mr. Christakos. So let's move on to the discussion. The takeaway lesson from this is that we have three findings. The first is that citizens want to stay in their neighborhood, the municipality. They love it. They want to, and because I saw the whole survey, I know this. They also want to find employment there. They want to find a house there. So they're happy, but it's difficult for them to find employment and a house in their land, and they kind of want this from the municipality. And I think that I'm going to move on to interpret the findings a bit. I think it's quite obvious, and we were talking about this with Mr. Farmakis, people don't really know what the region is doing, and it's an umbrella over the municipalities. So I believe that these percentages kind of reflect ignorance. They really don't know what the region is for, what it's doing. And the third takeaway lesson is that there's a gap between municipalities, as regards municipalities in their digital transition. So, of course, the central government, perhaps aided by the COVID issue, has made leaps there. But when citizens are seeking digital services from municipalities, these cannot be offered. So I believe that there's room for improvement. The rest about infrastructure, networks, I'd like you to talk about this. Taking a note as regards this, that compared to the last 5 years, when we had, 5 years ago, we had a similar survey, the resources for local administration were much fewer, and perhaps this was a kind of post-MOU era, or perhaps the financial crisis. But the local administration was underfunded, and this is what led to these results. What can we do about this? You can tell us about this. Thank you very much for inviting me here. Congratulations to the organisers and to Mr. Luludis for this effort, which has a lot to offer to local society and gives the region the opportunity and the local authorities the opportunity to meet your needs. My general comment is, let's move on to a slide that discusses the problems citizens identify, because I see that there's a degree of satisfaction about the road network and all these things, but all these perhaps are going to give some interesting trigger points for a discussion. So can we have a look at the slide? I think a bit later on in the presentation. Okay, here. So my overall comment, as Mr. Pelletieri said, we have so much money, so many resources allocated to the local authorities. But let's be clear, the country almost went bankrupt. It went through tough times for 10 years to overcome this, and we all sacrificed a lot. Everyone knows how much their income dropped in the era of the crisis after 2012. And we all had to help the country overcome this. So obviously the resources for local administrations dropped after 2012. For example, for 4.4 billion euros in the beginning of the decade, we saw a cut in half, basically. This image has changed since last year, where we see a slight upwards trend. But instead of paying 12 installments to municipalities, we made 14. And as the governor said, we gave much more money than we would have thought in the beginning of the year, because we had a better implementation of the budget, which allowed us to do this. But will this upwards course continue? Yes, because now we're seeing an even bigger increase in the funds allocated to municipalities. We also issued emergency aid, another 114 million euros for the municipalities and 8 million for the regions for the energy crisis. Are we going to support the municipalities with more funds? Yes. And perhaps you've already said this, but we're going to have 100 million euros earmarked for municipalities to face the energy crisis. So we are supporting the municipalities to overcome challenges, and we'll continue that next year. And we believe that we're going to have about 200 to 300 million euros more than this year, next year, in collaboration with the Ministry of Economics, to manage to overcome this drop in the money available to municipalities and regions. So a main thing that I want to say is that we are going to have extra resources for municipalities. But what are we going to do with these resources? Obviously, we're going to use them for all the needs of a municipality and a region. And what I want to say is to focus on transparency. I think there's a great issue as regards the road network for citizens and the cleaning services and rubbish removal. I mean, these are like kind of key things that you would expect a municipality to do. And we are focusing on road transport and on road safety in two ways. The first is through the Adonis Triches program. We have a large road construction project. We are investing a lot in it. The needs of municipalities were great, and from 150 million euros, we had to deal with requests for about 500 million euros. Yes, but we haven't seen any great roads constructed for decades, and we need to make people understand this. Yeah, I want to mention a couple of examples. The three larger projects, the Kileler in the middle of the country, Pageo in northern Greece, Pelio, we all know about how difficult it is to reach that area. So we gave a lot of money to these municipalities to lay tarmac. We hadn't had the roads there tarmacked for decades. And another thing that we want to focus on is that we need to kind of complement a new call for an invitation for interest by the ministry. And we see a lot of money allocated to 3 different regions that have to do with our invitation for call for expressions of interest: Attica, Eastern Macedonia and Thrace, and Crete, and all municipalities in the countries, and another 435 million euro to cover the rest of the other 10 regions. Yes, okay. 435 million euros. And some of this will also go to the region of Western Greece. So these are the 2 ways in which we are going to manage this disappointment that people have with the road networks. Now, as regards rubbish, 2 things. One has to do with the factories and the other has to do with recycling. So focusing on the second issue, we have a large tender to boost recycling. Under the Adonis Triches program, we are going to move on with the inclusion of these projects, and each region has to complement these efforts to manage to take care of the recycling issue. And this issue also has to do with other things that have to do with transport. Focusing on an area like Eastern Attica, for example, there is no urban network. Fren Markopoulo, Paeania, Lavrio, a lot of people use intercity network. So with the Adonis Triches program, we have a lot of money for electrification, but a lot of people there have to use the local transport systems to connect to the large national road network. So I'm saying this, and I'm going to stop there, because what do I want? I want, Mr. Louloudis, when we have a new version of this survey, I want to see an improvement in these indicators. So it would be, I would view it as our success, not only to implement this plan, but to be able, through the investments we're making today in collaboration with the local government, to see a drop in these indicators, so to allow citizens to have greater satisfaction. Thank you very much.
Let's move on and let us heat it up. Regional Governor, you said before the issues of the citizens. You know that it was something expected. But I would like to stress the role of the region and, of course, the partnership that you might have towards two directions. Upwards, the ministry, downwards, municipalities. If this delivers and where the problems lie. This is a big debate. Thank you. It's my job, you know, being a journalist. Yes, still, it's a big discussion. So I feel the need to put it simply. By all means, regions, elected regional authorities, is an institution born 10 years ago, which is quite eloquent. It is eloquent when it comes to the impression and the image that all citizens have in their minds vis-à-vis the competencies, vis-à-vis the possibilities of each one of them, and what this is about. So 10 years for an institution that represents, because we're elected 700,000 people, it is something remarkable for our democracy and for our institution. On the other hand, it is a newly born institution that can be compared to another one, an institution like municipal authorities, which go back to some centuries, if I'm not mistaken, of course. That is why there is a quote, a popular quote, that we should put the blame on the mayor. Even more compared to the government, we should put the blame on the mayor for everything. This is related, on the one hand, to what I'm telling you. On the other hand, obviously, there is a lack of information and update. Why is that? Because until some years ago, regions were lagging behind, and they didn't have a full responsibilities. They had an executive role, that is the heart of the one checking the different roles, allocating resources. This is a part of competence. On the other hand, what it's obvious, and this is what I can read between the lines, it is related to the fact that apart from any political direction, apart from any strategy, I'm a person of strategy, of course. I'm a person who believes that a strategy is of value because without it, nothing may exist. But on the other hand, the impression of the citizen and the political value is related to daily routine. So some years ago, the region was absent from anything related to daily life, from anything related to touching upon the problem of the citizen, even transcending competences. This has started to change, at least since when we took office, which is echoed in daily activities, either related to civil protection or to agricultural issues or different interventions which touch upon all issues. For instance, not only I'm going to build the port, the hospital, etc. Obviously, these are major issues, but the region is here because we are a local authority. We must never forget about it. And it's not something beyond municipalities. We are the companions of municipalities. We are neither their parents nor their bosses. Yes, exactly. We are a team, and this is what we have tried to convey from scratch. Since September 2019, along with the 19 mayors of our region, we have taken a step-by-step approach when it comes to the execution of the public investment program and the NSRF. Let me come to resources. The problem starts with the fact that we don't have the necessary money. I believe that this is not just a problem of regions or a problem of the government. If you ask the government, they would argue that they would like more money. I think that the problem starts with that. It doesn't suffice for everybody to cover all needs. Let us not forget that our needs, infrastructure-wise or in terms of society, across all sectors, there is a country which has been deeply hit by a 10-year crisis. Then the pandemic came, and again the energy crisis on top of that. So behind we can see a huge problem. Let me add to that some political flaws of the past and erroneous error when it comes to the operation of local authorities through clientelism, and minor errors. Let us not believe that people do not understand. On the contrary, people do understand, and that is why they have criticized us heavily. What should I say about media? They have a worst opinion about us. Yes, and this is not unfair. Of course, you're right. So we must see the following. First step, we must be frank towards citizens. Dialogue, on the table, negotiations, in front of society, looking society in the eyes. What are we saying now? We have at our disposal, let us come to our things. I cannot just about the others. I cannot tell you about the other areas. Let me tell you the following. Let us talk about public investments. At Western Greece, we have 271 million euros for the public investment project, which makes us second in the country, second region in the country pertaining to the size of the amount for the next 5 years. Is it true or not? It's true. Is it something that makes us happy because we are compared to the others? We're not compared to the thing that we would have wanted, but we don't have more money. So we rank second in Greece, which is a claim and a success at the same time of the state which trusted us, and they acknowledged the need to have the support on the one hand. On the other hand, NSRF. Do you want us to talk about the 640 million euros which is available to us through the new program period out of the 420 that we were in the past? Let us not acknowledge that resources became bigger quite eloquently. Why are they there? They are there to help us, regional authorities. And let me tell you that the beneficiaries of the resources are the region, the first level of local authorities, and of course, any legal entity of public law. Chambers, different beneficiaries, different stakeholders. What is up to us is to increase speed. This is what I have been saying. Obviously, one important goal is to increase the amount to be allocated. This is a perpetual demand, and it will always be. Another part, though, is what we have at our disposal to be able to use that in the best possible time and when needed. Yes, of course, when needed. This is pretty clear. And that is why, personally speaking, as a regional authority, this is our main strategy from the beginning. This is what we have spotted. And pay attention to the following, not only for reasons of political strategy. When we're talking about social and financial multiplier of each infrastructure project, we understand the notion of making a road not just to cover the need of a shortage in the infrastructure, that is, I cannot go from one place to another, I must build it, but what do I understand equally? There is a multiplier by 1.7, 1.8, which means what? That this investment comes back. It gives you back 1.8 in labor costs and, of course, in GDP, which you increase. Let us not forget where we stand. You have other data in your research. You're going to see some data about Western Greece. Western Greece is what we got 2.5 years, just before the end, just before the last rank in GDP. This is the goal. This is what we should do. And this is what we are doing, only through the increase of speed. Thank you so much, my dear Spiros, very experienced in local authorities. We know that. We have discovered a lot in the past about it. We were discussing when not even the 2/3 of tools existed back then, with all the flaws of the past. So I would like your view, well, reaching about how we can benefit the final beneficiary, that is, citizens.
Well, Mr. Christakos, I would like to congratulate the organizers and Mr. Loudoudis, who pioneered this event. It has a great focus. It's about growth, so it concerns all citizens across the region and across the country. Because we had the opportunity to read the surveys by email, I focused on something very important, which I talked about recently, and the Prime Minister actually saw that we have to focus on this. There's a reduction in the people living in the regions, and this reduction was thought to correspond in 50 years to 2.5 million people. So you understand what this means. So if we are about 1 million of people down, that has to do with the active population, so this affects growth. And there's a large tendency to urbanization. So over the next 10 years, up until 2030, this is going to reach 86%. Despite this, in absolute terms, the population in cities is going to drop by 17%. It's the second largest drop in urban populations in Europe, and this means that all urban areas are going to be completely empty. What do we need to do? We need to reverse this trend in the regions. It is shocking, that in the survey that the citizens reply to, they say that I want to stay where I am. And this means the people who live in villages and small towns and citadels, all these want to stay where they are. Yes, I don't think it's impossible to reverse this trend because, as the Minister said earlier on, we talked about large infrastructure project, transport project. Digital transformation is, of course, very important. A lot of people are going to be teleworking, and this is very important, especially for the islands, because the targets are not only economic, but also national as regards to desertification of the islands and the rural areas. Now, as regards the regions, when there was the impetus to create the regions and the political will, there was only one barrier: to be able to have growth, sustainable growth across the land, because within the space covered by a municipality or a prefecture, it was a very small land to be able to achieve sustainable growth. And you will ask, do the 13 regions we have suffice for this? Should we have fewer? Maybe yes. There were quite a few problems we faced along the course in the decade from 2004 to 2012. During that time, we had 3 units. We had the 13 elected regions, the 7 decentralized governments, and the 5 development regions created by the ministry centrally, because the administrative regions were an intermediate authority. I was regional governor then in my area, and I collaborated with the region of the Peloponnese and the Ionian Islands. This shows that we did not take seriously the geographic structure of the new institutions. On the other side, the resources handled by the resources are the regional NSRF programs, and the public investment programs is the national growth programs, and these cover comprehensive projects and interventions by the regions. But the regions should also have a decisive role in the sectoral programs of the NSRF and in the agricultural development program. This, shall we say, with an administrative improvement to bring our administrative system closer to that of other European countries and the European Economic Area, I believe that the regions will take a step further towards what people want and towards growth. We could say a few things about the responsibilities. The state has given responsibilities to regions and municipalities. What have we seen? That when this was done through a different administrative structure, for example, let's the whole administrative authority was transferred as it was, with its entire infrastructure, its human resources, with its historical memory. It was transferred from the state to the region, and truly citizens saw that there was no gap there, and I believe that this actually was handled much better by the regions, by the central government. And when these regions were just basically a change of label, it was very successful. So we had a very successful transfer of responsibilities, but elsewhere in the municipalities, we did not have the same result. For example, where from state municipalities, we had a transfer of responsibilities to local municipal authorities. For example, we have a lot of responsibilities covered by kalikratis that have not been transferred up until now to the municipalities. They're still in the hands of the regions. And apart from the problems affected there through the way in which they were transferred, there is an innate problem in our country because the municipalities are not equal. I mean, it's very different to transfer a responsibility to the municipality of Patras and very different to transfer it to the municipality of Ravdos, which has like just a couple of employees. Yes, a lot of these municipalities don't have services, don't have people to serve citizens. For example, the urban planning service of a small municipality does not have employees to serve citizens. Yes, of course, we don't have the human resources, we don't have the funds. So it's a comprehensive problem. Yes, that's why we need to change to a new model, which will not be, shall we say, one size fits all. We should have public policies that where the responsibilities allocated to all levels of government, decentralized administration, regions and municipalities should be connected and linked to the capacities that they have. So with a contract, a municipality, for example, could handle the primary health care, but this will depend on how much they take on. So on how much they handle primary health care. So we need to move away from the rationale of exclusive responsibilities. These have to do with only some actions, and we should move towards public policies with the collaboration of different authorities where we should create the way, the method to monitor this process, because now too we have a few different processes that have to do with the first or second degree of our administration, but this is a multi-leveled administration. So citizens go to the first degree, then they need to see what they need to do at the second degree. So finally, they get lost in trying to find who is responsible. And the Ministry of Interior has done a lot in this direction. They've done a lot of work on this, as have done the rest of the government members. And what we want to do in Greece is to follow the example of the EU to see an efficient implementation of the actions that regard citizens. Thank you very much. Dear Professor, all these things that we've heard and every year we discuss here, I believe the more I follow it as a journalist, I believe that we are taking some steps every year, depending on the general conditions. But I would like to focus, because you are studying these things in depth and you know what's happening abroad. Could you please tell us a little bit about what best practices can we import from abroad?
Thank you for this invitation. Let me tell you that I have a dual hat as a scientific advisor of the University of Piraeus for a study I'm going to present to you with the analysis. Indeed, I should tell you that I will use a food term. I will take the ball from what Mr. Spiridon said, because this lies at the heart of our discussions. We're talking about local authorities. Well, we're talking about local authorities as a whole, and there is a second reality. There are the different codes since 2006. It has changed 54 times ever since. Kallikrates, which came in 2010, 108 times, and 450 more laws about local authorities. characteristics, let me tell you, that are using the Royal Decree of 1959, the Royal Decree. Could you imagine that? You understand that the notion of local authorities as people perceive it, and what you have encountered, every regional governor, even the minister himself, many times this is not related to reality. Indicatively, in order not to tell you, if we take into account competencies as they are now, there are different thematics, 9 thematics. You can see the competencies per thematic category. Indicatively, let me mention, for instance, spatial planning. Only a minor percentage of municipalities have moved on. The procedures may take 14 years. In the majority of the regions, they have not even started, and in many of these areas that they have started, they will never come to the end. We cannot see that. Oh, yes, you're right. Please, the slides, please, thank you. I would like to invite the technicians to help us a bit. Thank you, thank you. Is there such a possibility? Yes. Perfect. There is a lack of encoding in the legislation, whereas even today, less than 40% of approved plans have been ratified. And as the special planners will tell you, and the urban planners will tell you, there can be no growth if you haven't solved all urban planning issues. A second point, licensing of businesses. One only example. Today, each local authority will tell you, each local authority, which at the end of the day should get the money from the businesses, that IT systems are not interlinked with the Ministry of the Economy. As a result, we do have secondary data, and there is a big delay even in the basics. Third, local agricultural policy. I would like to argue here that superficially only regions and municipalities have a say in this type of policy. This belongs to the ministry. The ministry traces the policy. The ministry allocates competencies and the programs, and in essence, they can only give their view. There's no substantial participation in any different process. Now, local social policy. Local administration, first, second level, they can listen to the needs of the people to implement projects at the first level. Social groceries, social pharmacies, assistance at home, thousands of projects that run in combination with the Ministry of the Interior. But in practice, they don't participate in planning politics. This does not take into account the real needs when it comes to the implementation of social policy. Many efforts were made. Nevertheless, we are lagging behind still, unfortunately. Environmental policy. Here, indeed, there are the following paradoxes. Each region has moved on with the implementation of a regional program in collaboration with the regional stakeholders, which will be financed greatly by the next NSRF, but also by the RRF. In essence, even when it comes to the management of waste, there are issues that still remain to the central government, policies that remain to the central government, and the Ministry of the Interior is many times invited to give a solution without having this competency. Previously, in the presentation made by Mr. Louloudis, I saw the involvement of local authorities in terms of the environment or municipalities. 2 characteristic examples. For the mayor of Athens to clean up the small forest, which is at the center of Sigrou Avenue in Athens, he must have a license by the forest registry, by the region, and by the Ministry of the Environment to clean up a small forest, because if an accident happens to a worker, then the Secretary General will go to prison. Why? Because there is a lack of competence. The same goes with roads. Yes, of course. One road belongs to the ministry, another smaller road belongs to the municipality. The old national roads belong to the region, rural roads belong to the regions. That is where there's a problem. This is not fully highlighted. When recently the Minister of the Interior talked with the region about the remodeling of an area, we should have found the special plans who had the competence for what. So I don't mean to tell you, here you can see the graph of civil protection in our country. Nowadays, we have a thorny era, and we're going to face it. Each regional governor, each mayor will be invited to run behind a process that is not fulfilled. there is an effort to shape it in a better way. I don't mean to tire you, so I will conclude with the notion of resources in European plan. The Minister is going to talk to you about the different struggles to guarantee €1 from sectoral programs that is intervene. Before I saw Mr. Skalkos, how we can have a view on different projects. I think that the regional authorities at first and second level should work because they will greatly absorb all these issues. Today, they will tell you, for instance, to tell the truth, that all sectoral programs in our country will get expenses from the regional programs to cover the non-absorption of the sectoral ones, and the regional programs are trying to implement in a tough program all their different projects in different procedures. So, but before that, there must be 10 approvals by the central ministry for any expenditure following processes that even the implementation cost, that is bureaucracy, are making half of the personnel to work daily and through the night to perform what is self-obvious. In other words, if we really want to talk about a reform, we must know the stages of a reform. What does it mean? A reform means a reform culture, political consensus, a bottom-up consultation, resources, the existence of a framework that benefits it, and of course, the will to have a multi-level allocation of competence. What did we leave up to now in the two reforms of 2010 and Klistanis? There was no powerful political consultation. In the first case, it coincided with the changes based on the memoranda. In the second case, it matched the change of the electoral system. The employees of local authorities felt that this happened in order to implement the changes imposed by the memoranda. In the second case, they didn't feel that there was any reform. They believed that this took place only for the electoral system. And today, we are truly invited in the next period, if we really want to leave some tools to local authorities. And believe me, this is the most dynamic piece of our country. Citizens find recourse to the first and second level. We must thus find the possibility to see whether there's a culture when it comes to the central state to decentralize and control. Nobody said that there would be no control, but it is one thing control and another thing I don't give a license or I ask for a permission for any type of change. Today, what we are living, and this is lived by all stakeholders and by all panelists through their hats, for each one under their competence, they should get another 10 approvals. I would like to thank you all for being so brief. Allow me, please, first to do the following. I wanted to give 1 minute to each one of you. But to save time, I would like to give 2 minutes to the minister to reply to what you've just said. And he may add, if anything, out of the points that we've heard, are they problems to be solved because they are of vital importance? And then at the end, we must see what kind of resources can be allocated. Just 2 or 3 thoughts, yes, quite briefly. Mr. Galanos is quite passionate. Thank you for these remarks. There are small lies, big lies, and statistics. Changes in callicrates or in the other laws mentioned might be so many, but they say nothing about the 11 changes that we have brought only us, so that each municipality could be governed after the atrocity of the electoral law of the previous government, which led in zero governance amidst municipalities. It was necessary. Otherwise, nothing could work. Yes, no matter how many resources municipalities had at their disposal, nothing could be done. On the contrary, it's a big truth what Spiros said and what Mr. Galanos insinuated, that since 2010, nothing worked vis-a-vis the building services. We are at the final phase, and I believe that this is the final extension that we will give to the operation of that 12 years later, so that we can reach a system with the housing services that will be fully operational. No maximalist things as it goes for every small municipality. Not every small municipality should have such a service, but we should concentrate everything under a central umbrella. Apart from that, civil protection, many steps have been taken forward when it comes to civil protection in the country. And since Nikos Chardalias took office, we were able to tell what civil protection is about. Up to then, we couldn't tell the real competence of civil protection. It became a true daily part of our lives. For the first time, for the last many years, there are plans to tackle, like EOALOS and other names, according to the form of each threat, either it's a flood or an earthquake or a wildfire. Each one knows his or her hat. The level of coordination is another thing to be discussed. Many things can be done. Competences that can be allocated in different ways. Of course, too many. But let me quote Einstein. Things must be as simple as they get, but not simpler. Things cannot get simpler than simple. So here, there must be an allocation of competences. Another allocation should also be, but it takes also cooperation, because without cooperation, there's no way out. And allow me here to say that through my experience, wearing the hat of the deputy minister, that individuals play a key role in how we collaborate, because through a phone call, you can solve a problem. With 500 documents, you can complicate it. Let me go back to resources. For the first time after decades, our country has so many resources. The big bet is no longer the lack of resources, but how we can use them in a productive way. I would be more than glad if the 77 billion euros, which are available from the NSRF, the RRF, and national programs like the Antonis Streets program, to be absorbed. Only for Western Greece region, 19 municipalities, many million euros are about those streets. We said that Ladopoulos was added to that, 65 million euros. Then to that will be added the big project of the road networks, Patras-Pyrgos connection. To add to that, we will add railway lines. These are big infrastructure projects. All the remaining projects presuppose a change of culture from digital transformation to recycling, energy saving, to anything else. Could these funds be absorbed in the deadline that we want? It's a bet. It's a big bet. Allow me to say that it is a big opportunity, but at a risk at the same time to be able to absorb all these resources to the benefit of citizens in a proper manner. And within the deadline needed not until 2035. We have a historic bet to win, a historic challenge. We can win this bet because partnership will play a key role. Well, just to be able and close that panel, I would like to thank you for your participation in this panel. Of course, gladly, if anybody would like to intervene, you're more than welcome to do it. Let me tell you that they should bring us in front of a result. What Mr. Farmakis and Spirinou said, that is, due to the huge problem of demographics, we shouldn't tell that this is a small issue, because the next generation are here. We must keep people where they live. Otherwise, we will talk about another type of government policies with people not staying where they were raised. 1 minute each, please. Yes, exactly. 1 minute each. I believe that it is an issue, demographic. It is an existential problem, I would say. It is about whether our country will survive, not just our region, whether our country will exist in the future. Since we're talking about our region, let us say that during the last decade, we have a decrease by 7% during the last decade. You understand that such a region means that, by definition, it will be wiped out. So, in front of this challenge, in front of this crisis, which is the most important one because it is an existential one, a reply can only be given by central policies related to the demographic problem. Next to that, this could be enhanced by regional policies. I was more than glad yesterday. You know why? Because Mrs. von der Leyen, in the conference that took place in Athens, the president, talked about policy that was traced by the region of Western Greece in cooperation with the Ministry of Labour about Rebrain Greece, which has this goal. You know, it's a big honor to us, the fact that we are acknowledged as a good practice through the President of the European Commission. Exactly for that reason, we're able to predict since early 2020, let me remind you that, we have already tabled a proposal, and this is a preliminary evaluation to include a tremendous strategy that will pave the way about what we're talking about. Thank you, Spiros. Well, Mr. Christakos, I will be optimistic. Let me add an optimistic tone, because by nature, I'm an optimist. I do believe in digital transformation, which is galloping at the level of the country, at the level of local authorities. Let me give you an example. We, as a Hellenic Society of Local Authorities, following the order of the Ministry of the Interior, the Association of Regions, the Association of Municipalities, we have started a big project, which is the respective one that has taken place in the Ministry of Digital Transformation for the state. In other words, we have echoed 1,500 works that have taken place in regions and municipalities. They have been modeled. And the first phase is to decrease, there have been already decreased steps from 10 to drop down to 3. And then through an IT system, that will be the next step, which will go under a tender process. In a nutshell, the citizen will not have to visit the seat of the municipality or of the region to solve the problem. This will be a non-costly procedure. HR resources will be freed, dealing with different processes. They can tackle the most important things, and development will be assisted. The citizens will enjoy services of quality. Moreover, transparency will increase, and I believe that it will be a significant step of our country that will go forward through this digital transformation, which will touch upon everybody and will transcend all municipalities and regions. Thank you all. I would like to thank you indeed, all our viewers, both here physically and remotely. It was a very interesting discussion. Next year, we will be here again to see what has been our progress. And, of course, now, straight away, let us watch a video by the Commissioner for Cohesion and Reforms, Mrs. Elisa Ferreira. An address to our conference. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, many thanks for your invitation today. Regional growth is a subject very close to my heart, so I am sorry that other commitments have prevented me from joining you today. But I very much wanted to say a few words, so thank you for letting me speak in this way. Because regional growth is more than just a technical matter. It is the fundamental proposition that in our Europe, all regions are in fact of equal value, and that all Europeans have the right to an attractive job, opportunity, and high-quality public services wherever they happen to live. This is the fundamental principle. This is what is at stake. And cohesion policies supporting regional growth is the mechanism for getting there. Cohesion policy has supported Greece. Over the years, we in European cohesion policy have worked with Greece to build roads and railways, digital highways, energy networks. We have invested in Greek business and entrepreneurs. We have invested in education and healthcare. And our motivation has always been to improve the quality of life of ordinary Greeks, their access to jobs, and the quality of the environment in this very, very beautiful country. Our projects so far have included the construction of the main motorway backbone, the electrical interconnection of the Cyclades Islands, the energy efficiency of public and private buildings, the Coralia Innovation Center, rural broadband, the modernization of the water supply of Pyrgos, the integrated urban regeneration of Patras, and many museums, schools, and health centers all across Greece. And every one of these projects is a concrete expression of European solidarity and the belief in our joint destiny. In the COVID crisis, cohesion policy became one of the first responders of Europe. Under what we called the Coronavirus Response Investment Initiative, you know, probably acronym, it's CRI, we had emergency support on the ground in less than 4 weeks. For Greece, this meant 2.3 billion euros, so more than 2 billion euros of emergency financial support to small and medium-sized businesses. That was your preference, but everything else could also be financed to keep this business afloat during the crisis. Then with REACT-EU, we provided a further 1.7 billion euros, almost 2 billion euros of fresh money to support the economic recovery. This is expected to benefit more than 270,000 enterprises in Greece, staving off unemployment and promoting actions in the field of public health. And now, with the Russian invasion of Ukraine, we are providing emergency support for member states as they also support civilians fleeing the war. And I encourage Greece to take full advantage of this support. As we look to the future, it is clear that Greece still faces major challenges. Despite last year's dynamic recovery, with 8.5% of GDP growth for the year of 2021 and the projected 3.8% growth for 2022, this still does not make up for over 10 years of economic stagnation. Employment has yet to recover to pre-2008 levels, and many regions are caught in what we call a development trap, with low productivity, low innovation, and an outdated economic model. This feeds into declining population and challenges the provision of public services. This is the context of the new cohesion programs. And Greece was the first member state to have its partnership agreement agreed with the Commission. This agreement is in fact a shared vision between Greece and Europe for the future of Greece and the future of regional development also inside Greece. It lays out the strategy for the investment of 21 billion euros of cohesion investments. This ambitious vision covers a lot of ground, so I will just outline 3 key elements. First, this strategy sets the sails of the Greek economy firmly towards the future. The top priority, more than half of the main fund, the European Regional Fund, will invest in smart and green projects. This includes research and innovation, digitalization of the economy, support to entrepreneurship and equipping the workforce with the skills of tomorrow. This SHIP is piloted through the National Smart Specialization Strategy with 13 regional branches, where partners from research and public and private sectors work together to identify sectors of future opportunity and the investments necessary to make them work. Further investments include energy efficiency, the circular economy, and green transport, as well as protection of biodiversity. And this links to the second key element, which is, in fact, territorial cohesion. These massive investments in the green and digital economy will bring new jobs and new opportunities all across Greece. In particular, remote working could put small towns on an equal footing with leading European centers, even when they are located in remote places in Greece. They can attract new jobs, perhaps even on a more than equal footing when you compare congested cities with the potential high quality of life in small towns all across Greece. And a third of cohesion investments in Greece have been allocated to regional programs, in fact, to help regions make the most of their specific opportunities in the future economy. And now we go to the third key element, and this third key element is disaster preparedness. These last years, Greece has suffered extreme weather, severe fires, earthquakes. I wish I could tell you that this will get better, but I fear that with climate change, some of these disasters will become more frequent. So we are investing in a new civil protection program with 570 million of European investments over the next 7 years. This will completely restructure civil protection in Greece with better supply equipment, better local preparations, enabling a quicker response. In addition, we will be investing in infrastructure also to manage disaster risk, including anti-flooding projects. These are the investments and these are the opportunities. A modern, green and digital Greece with job opportunities in all regions and better civil protection and disaster preparedness. This is regional growth, not just in the narrow sense of the GDP growth, but in the broadest sense of a higher quality of life for all Greeks, wherever they happen to live. This ambitious agenda will require mobilization of all the actors. It will require skills and capacity, and it will require constant dialogue to make the most of local knowledge and discover what is working and what needs to be changed. So I am delighted today that you are opening the dialogue on regional growth. The magnificent building of our joint future plans for Greece can only be built on one foundation, and this is the solid foundation of all the partners working together. So I urge you, make the most of the European investments, make the most of your discussions today, and make the most in the coming months and years of the skills and of the capacities of everyone present today. Thank you very much. Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Πριν από μισό αιώνα, οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον, με ανθρώπους να ζουν σε βιώσιμες πόλεις και σε αρμονία με το φυσικό περιβάλλον. Με σύγχρονες υποδομές για καλύτερη καθημερινότητα, ποιότητα ζωής, πολιτισμό. Οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον και ανοίξαμε δρόμους για τις μικρές και μεγάλες διαδρομές που ενώνουν τις ζωές των ανθρώπων και κάνουν τα όνειρα να ζωντανεύουν. Πιστέψαμε στην επανάσταση της καθαρής ενέργειας και στη δύναμη της καινοτομίας και τολμήσαμε. Πιστέψαμε στους ανθρώπους μας και ταξιδέψαμε την Ελλάδα σε ολόκληρο τον κόσμο. Πιστέψαμε ότι κάθε τι καινούριο που κάνουμε πρέπει να γεννά ευκαιρίες και να φέρνει ευημερία σε όλους. Όμιλος Γεκτέρνα. Επενδύουμε στην Ελλάδα. Επενδύουμε στο μέλλον.
Με την πρωτοβουλία Vodafone Smart Forest δημιουργούμε το πρώτο έξυπνο δάσος στην Ελλάδα που εντοπίζει έγκαιρα τη φωτιά με τη δύναμη της τεχνολογίας και του Vodafone Green Network. Αγκαλιάζουμε πιλωτικά περισσότερα από 314.000 στρέμματα στην Πάρνηθα και δημιουργούμε το υπόδειγμα για να είναι πιο ασφαλή από πυρκαγιές τα δάση της χώρας μας. Γιατί όταν μπορούμε να προστατεύουμε το δάσος, μπορούμε να συμβάλλουμε σε ένα πιο βιώσιμο μέλλον για τις επόμενες γενιές. Together we can. Vodafone.
Πριν από μισό αιώνα, οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον, με ανθρώπους να ζουν σε βιώσιμες πόλεις και σε αρμονία με το φυσικό περιβάλλον. Με σύγχρονες υποδομές για καλύτερη καθημερινότητα, ποιότητα ζωής, πολιτισμό. Οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον και ανοίξαμε δρόμους για τις μικρές και μεγάλες διαδρομές που ενώνουν τις ζωές των ανθρώπων και κάνουν τα όνειρα να ζωντανεύουν. Πιστέψαμε στην επανάσταση της καθαρής ενέργειας και στη δύναμη της καινοτομίας και τολμήσαμε. Πιστέψαμε στους ανθρώπους μας και ταξιδέψαμε την Ελλάδα σε ολόκληρο τον κόσμο. Πιστέψαμε ότι κάθε τι καινούριο που κάνουμε πρέπει να γεννά ευκαιρίες και να φέρνει ευημερία σε όλους. Όμιλος Γεκτέρνα. Επενδύουμε στην Ελλάδα. Επενδύουμε στο μέλλον.
Με την πρωτοβουλία Vodafone Smart Forest δημιουργούμε το πρώτο έξυπνο δάσος στην Ελλάδα που εντοπίζει έγκαιρα τη φωτιά με τη δύναμη της τεχνολογίας και του Vodafone Green Network. Αγκαλιάζουμε πιλωτικά περισσότερα από 314.000 στρέμματα στην Πάρνηθα και δημιουργούμε το υπόδειγμα για να είναι πιο ασφαλή από πυρκαγιές τα δάση της χώρας μας. Γιατί όταν μπορούμε να προστατεύουμε το δάσος, μπορούμε να συμβάλλουμε σε ένα πιο βιώσιμο μέλλον για τις επόμενες γενιές. Together we can. Vodafone.
Πριν από μισό αιώνα, οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον, με ανθρώπους να ζουν σε βιώσιμες πόλεις και σε αρμονία με το φυσικό περιβάλλον. Με σύγχρονες υποδομές για καλύτερη καθημερινότητα, ποιότητα ζωής, πολιτισμό. Οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον και ανοίξαμε δρόμους για τις μικρές και μεγάλες διαδρομές που ενώνουν τις ζωές των ανθρώπων και κάνουν τα όνειρα να ζωντανεύουν. Πιστέψαμε στην επανάσταση της καθαρής ενέργειας και στη δύναμη της καινοτομίας και τολμήσαμε. Πιστέψαμε στους ανθρώπους μας και ταξιδέψαμε την Ελλάδα σε ολόκληρο τον κόσμο. Πιστέψαμε ότι κάθε τι καινούριο που κάνουμε πρέπει να γεννά ευκαιρίες και να φέρνει ευημερία σε όλους. Όμιλος Γεκτέρνα. Επενδύουμε στην Ελλάδα. Επενδύουμε στο μέλλον.
Hello all, ladies and gentlemen, to this session in the Regional Growth Conference, which is going to take us to a very important subject coming right after the Commissioner's introductory word about how cohesion policy has worked out for Greece and what will be the future perspective for Greece now with this more money that comes in the country. The particular session that we're going to be dealing with now is the difficult road to cohesion, and in particular, the regional disparities. Now, the issue of regional disparities has been a fundamental principle that has been really included into the Treaty of Rome. So it's something that our founding partners have considered being important, and it is mentioned there as a fundamental principle. Since then, the cohesion policy has been created in 1988, and the role has been a lot to mitigate the unforeseen consequences of the single market. So it has been a role of cohesion policy to actually bridge the regional disparities, the social, economic, and territorial disparities. Now, this has happened over the years, with cohesion policy being an active policy on that. But, however, the regional disparities are pronounced and continue to exist. If we read the 8th cohesion report, and I think Nicola De Michelis, in a moment, he's going to talk to us about that in more length, it's mentioned that in 2019, more than a quarter of the EU population lived in a region where the real GDP had still not returned to the pro-crisis levels. So the crisis in 2008 exacerbated these regional disparities. In the CPMR, and I have a little slide that I would like to project if the technical assistant people can help us with that. There you go. In our area, in CPMR, the Conference of Peripheral Maritime Regions that I represent as its Secretary General, we are trying to really show those disparities in a visual way in this map. And we have tried to compare the two programming periods, the 2014-2020, 2021-2027, and we can see that there is a lot of dropping of regions, of categories. It means that there is a persistence problem in terms of regional growth. And we can, of course, partly this can be explained because there's a change in the eligibility for the transition and more developed regions from 90% to 100%, but still, we have 42 regions, and you can see them in the map where this is pronounced with a blue surrounding. There you can see there is 42 regions that they have changed category, which of course demonstrates the need of cohesion policy to continue with territorial investments. This data, of course, does not include the pandemic that we had and the consequences of the war in Ukraine. We start now assessing the post-pandemic situation, but of course the Ukraine war will still create problems in terms of regional development because of the migratory flows that exist, the inflation that has come up, and obviously this is something that still needs to be addressed. So cohesion policy has been fundamental, is fundamental, and will continue to be important so that we can bridge these disparities, because it's important to know that sometimes in some countries, if we take Hungary, for instance, the regional policy was the only investment policy in town. And if we see in the 8th cohesion report, it was mentioned, I think it's important, that the Regional Development Fund and the Cohesion Fund for the 2014-2020 programming period accounted for 10% of the total public investment in Europe. So it means that, okay, we still have the regional disparities, we still are in trouble, and we have cohesion policy working for us. If we didn't have the cohesion policy, this trouble would have been greater. So there I'm going to stop talking and introducing the subject, because we have experts on the issues that are going to be talking to us about it more in length. We have shared some questions between ourselves so that we can anticipate eventually how we can structure the debate together. I don't see Nicola De Michele. Oh, yes, I see Nicola De Michele is behind me. Hello, Nicola.
Recording stopped.
Okay, all right. Now, Nicola, you are the guru in the European Commission on cohesion policy. You have been deputy head of cabinet in the European Commissioner's office. You're director, so you know all about cohesion policy. I would like you to talk to us a little bit about the findings of the 8th cohesion report, and in terms of regional convergence, if you can give us a little bit some insights on that, and how the cohesion policy has helped address these regional disparities. Look maybe into the future as well of cohesion policy, how this will continue to do so, and maybe take us to the future. How would the future would look like in terms of cohesion policy, and how this would help bridge the gap of our regions. Nicola, the floor is yours.
Eleni, thank you very much. And thank you all for organizing this event, and thanks for inviting me to be there. Not to be there, to be with you virtually. Look, the picture that the cohesion report draws is relatively clear. There has been convergence in the Union, largely driven by the fast growth of Eastern Europe. But there also been some divergence within it, and particularly in the south of Europe and in part of rural France. And your map shows very well what has happened over the past years. So that means that while convergence is happening, there are still large pockets of divergence in what, in fact, the report calls development traps, or regions that have been growing and have been stuck in the middle, and also, and even in certain cases, will move back in terms of growth relative to the EU average. Why this has happened? Well, there's been a number of reasons of a macroeconomic nature, like the financial crisis of 2008 and 2009, but there have also been more specific issues that contribute to explain what has happened in some of these regions, which obviously are becoming the focus and the attention and the concern of those that are working on regional development. And again, the cohesion report provides some elements: low productivity, specialization in sectors that are exposed to international competition, where labor costs are probably lower, a dismal participation in the labor market with employment rate below 65% compared to the most performing member states and regions in Europe that are well above 75%. So all these contribute to explain why things have not gone as we would have expected. And there is another element that I think is important to keep in mind when looking at what is happening in Europe, and is the emergence of what a certain literature calls places left behind, of the so-called economy of discontent, i.e. areas that have difficulties to be part of a European projects of convergence and cohesion. There are rural areas, there are areas going through deindustrialization, there are the outskirts of certain large metropolitan areas. So all this draws a picture of a Europe that still is faced with divergences and inequalities within it. What cohesion policy is doing, and what are the challenges that the policy is facing? I think that at the moment we are, as you know, in the middle of negotiating, discussing with member states and regions the new programs for the new programming period that started last year, in fact, and will end around 2030. I think there are many, but there are two issues I would like to outline today. One is an issue of scale, and what I mean is that regions and member states, particularly in Southern Europe, but not only, will be confronted with a gigantic amount of money flowing into those countries. If you put together the tail of the 14-20 programming period, the beginning of the 21-27 programming period, you had REACT, you had the Recovery and Resilience Facility. Some of the member states, take Greece for example, will have to multiply by a factor of 5 their capacity to absorb and use effectively and efficiently EU resources. This is a question of capacity, and is a huge question of capacity that we will have to deal with. This is the first challenge, in my view, that the policy is facing. And the second challenge, in my view, is that this gigantic amount of money will provide extraordinary opportunities, but these opportunities need to be grabbed. And what I mean by that is that if I look at the conversation we are having with many of the member states, is that we sense a degree of conservatism or inertia in the way in which programs are developed. There's a bit the same that we have been doing for the past 20 years. A bit of training there, a bit of infrastructure, a bit of aid to enterprises, but we fail to see yet. And I'm not talking of Greece in particular, in general, in the conversation we're having, of a bit of a business as usual logic, which is problematic, because to address those questions of productivity, of specialization in declining industrial sectors, we really need to think a bit differently in terms of the policy mix that we construct by giving, for example, more attention to targeting support to enterprises, so that these enterprises integrate new technology, integrate green processes, diversify into new sectors that are more conducive to growth down the line. And finally, you asked to look into the future. Well, I won't dare to look into the future, but it's clearly that possibly the biggest conversation we will have at the European level over the next few years is what type of instrument we need to ensure, on the one hand, the growth of the Union as a whole and of all its constituent parts, and how we ensure that disparities are reduced and cohesion is guaranteed. This was a role traditionally covered by cohesion policy with light and shadows. Now, clearly, with the presentation by the Commission of the Recovery and Resilience Plan, the terms of the discussion have changed rather dramatically, and we will need to decide, and there will certainly be a tension, if you want, between sectoral macroeconomic policies and the territorial policies, and where the balance what the balance will be between these two different logic, because at the end of the day, the instrument finance exactly the same things: infrastructures, aid to enterprises, and training and labor market policies. Is in my view the big debate, and where the role will be for regional territorial policies in the future. I don't know whether this is looking into the future, but certainly this is the debate that will influence the end game after this financial period.
Okay, thank you, Nicola, for that. I take what you said about, of course, the geography of discontent. And this is these territories that they feel abandoned, where Europeans live, the remote, the peripheral, the islands. So there is a risk also that what we do in terms of cohesion policy for all and leaving nobody behind, that maybe we create some sort of trust problems with the citizens in these areas of discontent. Lots of studies have been done on that subject, so it's important that cohesion policy is keeping its traditional role into the future, because we did say it's there to really help for the disparities. Or is it also there to address all sorts of other issues coming up, crises that they are called to be filled in terms of financial assistance? So I will turn to you. You come from the World Bank, Austin. So you have done a lot of studies. You have worked a lot on issues of NUTS 3. Maybe you can tell us a little bit on NUTS 2 as well. And then in the studies that you've done, you have reached some conclusions, maybe, that can help us in terms, you will try to help us with some conclusions on the cohesion policy today, and maybe take us in the international arena. Are there any other cohesion policy-like policies that would be helpful for us to know in terms of what's happening elsewhere in the world? So, you are the expert. The floor is yours from the World Bank. Let's see how we can reduce disparities in your opinion.
Okay, thanks a lot. For me, one of the interesting things about today is actually that we have various different kinds of experts here. So we've heard a political perspective, we've heard ministerial perspectives, we've heard academic perspectives. I am more from a technocratic perspective. So some of what I say will probably resonate, and other bits people will say, well, it's not realistic. But I think my job is to try to bring in some of the technocratic angle in terms of what can we do about regional development and through cohesion policy, and how can it be done as well. So I wanted to start actually, perfect. I wanted to start with a graph, and I think maybe if I'm coming from the World Bank, you would forgive me or maybe expect that I'm going to show at least one graph. And there are 3 lines on the graph, and what they're measuring is the variation in GDP per capita. And the 3 lines are, first at the bottom is across countries. That's the thick black line, and we can see that variation in GDP per capita, so that's, you could call it inequality, is going down over time between countries. Then the next line up is across regions. So if you were looking across the whole of Europe, what would you find in terms of inequality? And you can see it goes, up and down over time. Recently, it's been going up a little bit more and then down again. And then the top line, which is maybe the worrying line that you might be concerned about, is regions within each country. And what this basically shows is a big divergence between regions within each of the countries in the European Union. That's something that I find concerning, and we were keen to work more on to understand what was going on and what could be done about it. And I think the same for the European Commission and the same for some other countries in Europe, that now we're beginning to see programs like lagging region programs, catching up regions, and so on. So that's between countries at the bottom and then within countries at the top. So what we did and what I wanted to share with you, because I hope it would be interesting for you, is to look at a typology of what are the different types of regions that are sort of in that grouping. So when you see inequality rising, what's really going on at the local level? And we were particularly keen to look at the NUTS 3 level, which, as you know, is quite local. It's much smaller than the normal NUTS 2 region level. And you can see here a sort of multicolored map. And what we show on it is the combination of income and growth rates. So the orange regions on the right-hand side are low income, but they're growing very fast. So you can call them catching up regions. They start from a low base, but they're now accelerating. So they are catching up. The red regions are low income and also low growth, and you might be maybe most concerned about some of those regions. So they are struggling at the moment, and they are not yet catching up, according to the data that we used. The yellow regions are high income but low growth, so they are kind of stagnating. And then the green and blue regions are high income and high growth, so they are already doing well and they're getting even better. And we did this not just because it's interesting or because it's a nice map, but because we thought that this would shed some light on different types of regions. So if you really want to understand what to do in your region, maybe you can learn from other types of regions that are somewhat similar to you but have managed to succeed. That was the reason behind it. So that answers your question about the work that we've done in terms of growth pathways, understanding regional profiles, and so on. So I think that the next part of your question was on, remind me, it was about cohesion policies, right?
Yes.
Catering to these diverse needs.
Yes.
Okay. So here I wanted to be a bit more concrete. And I wanted to suggest to you 4 different types of region. You might not know Riga or Gdansk in Poland or Hof in Germany, but maybe you can imagine in your country or in your region this kind of city. So first, Riga, the capital city. It's, I think, just less than 1 million people. It's been doing very well recently. It's been growing at 8% a year for the last more than a decade. Then in Poland, we have a large city called Gdansk. It's in northern Poland. It's a port city. It's where the Solidarity movement grew up at the end of the Soviet Union. It's also been doing rather well. So they've managed to attract a lot of foreign investment. They've brought in actually migrant workers from Ukraine and Belarus. The economy is growing quite fast. They've thrived on foreign investment, and now they're looking to take it to the next stage, which is kind of higher value investment. Then the next example begins to be kind of more difficult. So this is a smaller town. It's in Bulgaria. It's a commuter town. It's near the capital city, but it still feels somehow a bit cut off. You know, it's about 80 kilometers away, but it takes 2 hours to get to the capital city. So if you live there, you feel a bit, you know, maybe that you're not sort of at the forefront of opportunity. You're wondering what's going to happen in your small town. And then the last one in Germany. I can't be out of time already. No, okay, right. So the last one is in Germany, which is a much smaller town. It's far from everywhere, and it's really struggling. So it's only been growing at 2% annual growth rate for the last more than a decade. So you might not be familiar with these examples, but I hope somehow they resonate. You can imagine, or you know of towns like this. And we can develop from this a kind of typology. So we have the first two, which are kind of dense urban centres, and then the second two, which were much smaller places. Then the 1 and 3, Riga and Kustendal, are in the centre of the country, and then the other two are peripheral. They're much further away. And I'm suggesting this not because you have to use this framework, but for me, I thought it was a very handy way to think about how policies may differ in different types of places. So you can start thinking through in your own mind. So in the national city, in the capital city, how would policies and investments differ from the smaller places? Would you expect an innovation hub to be relevant everywhere? In the capital city, probably yes. In the small town, in a peripheral region, it's more problematic. How would you engage with SMEs in each of these places? Would you expect foreign investment to be attracted in all of these places? Would you invest in big infrastructure projects in all of these places? Would it be equally relevant everywhere? Can we use smart specialization policies in all of these places? And I think everyone will have slightly different answers. If you're from these places, you would say, yes, we need big infrastructure projects. But there may be different types of infrastructure projects or a different scale or catering to particular industries. So I don't have the answers on these, but I wanted to seed the questions in your mind. And we can come back to this a bit later. And then the final part of your question was about international perspective, right? What can we learn from elsewhere? Exactly. Yeah, so this is part of my job. I've been at the World Bank now for 12 years, actually, working in Europe for 6 of the years and in other places for the other 6 years. So I'm not the most experienced person on the panel by any means, but I wanted to share some of the experiences that I've had. One, and there are 2 experiences I wanted to share. One is something that I feel that countries everywhere are struggling with, and that is understanding the local economy. When you're engaging to try to generate regional economic development, how can policymakers know what is going on in the local economy? How can they engage with firms? And I think that is a constant struggle. I've seen it everywhere that I've worked, from South Africa through to Croatia. I feel like I'm going to run out of time if I go through my suggestions, but maybe we can come back to them in the questions. But I think that it's a key issue. And the second area that I think that maybe Europe can learn something on, actually from China, is the way that they've been successful in connecting different ministries and different stakeholders together. So something that I found really interesting in China and East Asia more widely is the emphasis that they have on delivery. Not just about coming up with a fantastic strategy, and a good document and a great analysis, which we can do very well in Europe, but they are very, very disciplined about delivering on these strategies. And that's something that I found personally very interesting to see how that happens. How does it happen? They have regular collection of data all of the time that feeds into meetings that take place on a kind of monthly or more often basis. In those meetings, they don't just note down what's happened and have everyone saying their piece, but they focus on the problems that have arisen, where things have gone off track, and how to resolve those issues. When there are problems, often it's not just my problem, but it's also a problem that connects with a different department and another organization, and someone's not pulling their weight. It's these kind of problems which really end up derailing programs. So they try to solve that in real time in the meetings by escalating problems, making sure that exactly the decision makers are in those meetings, not someone who's been delegated to go along and report back afterwards, but having decision makers in all the relevant meetings. And that's one of the ways that they've been able to deliver. So that's something that I wanted to share and that inspires me about how we can do better as well.
Thank you, Austin. So we heard a little bit different suggestions from the World Bank, and I wish we were as disciplined as the Chinese. We'll probably never be as disciplined as that, but hopefully The idea to be around the same table, all those decision-making people from all levels of government, it will be a good way to actually take forward some of the ideas. And one of the things that you said about the location matters, and in fact, the smart specialization strategies for what is needed for each particular territory is also something to keep in mind. And that's what we always say for cohesion policy, is a place-based policy, because that's something that you really, the local and the regional authorities know better what's best for them, for their own added value. So they're specialized in a smart way to know exactly which industries, which development to do on the local and regional levels. Hence, their involvement in the whole decision-making process, it's something that is a must, and I'm sure Jari will talk about it later, representing the regions here. Now, without any further ado, we're speaking now with Roman. He's a senior economist in the Vienna Institute for International Economic Studies, heavy title. So, International Economic Studies. Okay, then. Roman, what do you see the convergence process would look like? How would this, what would be the threats, the opportunities? And then, since you have done some impact assessment on the cohesion policy programs 2007-2013, what have you learned? What can you tell us that we can do maybe better in the future?
Thank you very much. Actually, I'm quite pessimistic about the convergence process in Europe. As we've seen in the map and your data, thankfully, currently I really think that convergence is a very slow process, where we have Eastern Europe, which is converging, but my take on this is that at some point they will level off. If you look at the data, it's not only GDP, but only if you compare wages, for instance. Wages are so far behind to the European average, but also to German or Austrian standards, given that they have a similar industrial structure. So at best, they are 50% of the Austrian level, which makes me actually question when they will ever arrive at the same level. So Central and Eastern Europe will probably level off, being stuck in a middle income trap. Maybe Nicola can say something about this, because they did a study on this. And Southern Europe, Greece, Portugal, Southern Italy, they are very likely to fall behind, given the numbers. So this is very discouraging. As for the reasons, there are many reasons, and I found your question very interesting, and I thought long about it. And actually, I wanted to go down to the essence. And speaking of convergence, the term convergence, and I have to be a bit academic here, it emanated from a very specific economic theory, from the neoclassical growth theory, the solo growth model, which basically rests on the assumption of diminishing returns. So each extra euro you invest gets you less and less returns, so that by nature there is some convergence process. And I think this shaped the thinking of that time in the late 80s, probably 90s. But it's this convergence theory and this convergence term is only one theory that actually is operating in the economy. There are a lot of other theories that, like Keynesian, classical growth, and so on. But probably the most important theory that is at work and that we can see is agglomeration theory. Yeah? Just imagine you have two regions, and one region gets a bit more investment in the beginning. And because of this region becomes more attractive for workers. Some workers move in, which increases the market size, which attracts new firms. And there's a virtuous circle which elevates this region far above the other region. Yeah? And it's incredibly difficult, and it needs so much investment to reach this level from the strong region that it's at least in theory almost impossible to reach this. And if you look at the European map, we see something like this. We have a strong core, industrial core, from northern Italy over Austria to Germany to Netherlands and then to Scandinavia, while other regions, partly through direct investment from Germany, Austria, like the Central Eastern Europe, they somehow converge, but others fall behind, and they have an incredibly difficult time to get to this. And then the way And these are just market forces which are pretty strong, which are a severe obstacle to cohesion policy as well. And in this respect, I also want to mention green transition. Green transition is not a growth theory. At best, it has no effect on growth, but my take is that actually it will generate divergence in Europe. Because who will benefit? Most likely it will be the economically strong regions, those with innovation, those that produce the machines and the apparatus for green technologies, while many other regions, particularly the less developed regions, they face huge investment costs. They have to replace their old capital with new capital, but without producing more output, but potentially facing a competitive disadvantage if for instance, green energy is more expensive than the energy for global competitors. So overall, convergence is, I'm very pessimistic about convergence. Now, whether cohesion policy can do something about this or how effective is cohesion policy, well, all the numbers say that, or that I know or I trust and I produced, they say that cohesion policy has some positive effect on growth. But that's not a surprise. If you, for the most less developed regions, or for the least developed regions, structural funds account for around 5% of GDP. Yeah? So, and you would naturally expect that this generates some growth. Yeah? So cohesion policy has a positive effect, but I think it's not efficient. Yeah, it could generate more growth, and there are two main reasons. There are probably more, but two reasons that I want to pin it down. First of all, cohesion policy does not work in isolation. It operates in an environment of different European policies. Many of these policies work actually against cohesion policy, like the single market. Cohesion policy is for the weak regions, yes, to give them strength, but the single market is for the strong regions because they benefit most. And I would really be curious about the net effects if such thing is possible, because we might well end up seeing cohesion policy not as a development policy, but rather as a compensation, which for the poor regions that they participate in the single market. The second point why I think cohesion policy is not super efficient is because of its 1989 design, which was improved, but basically it is notoriously complex. That is one. So it's also improvements have been made, but still it's compared to national funding in many countries, it's much less attractive. And the second point, which I particularly dislike, is the sectoral approach cohesion policy is taking. So you finance innovation, you finance or you support SMEs, you support skills, you support infrastructure, but all separately. While if you look at the less developed regions, they would need all these measures or many of these measures simultaneously to develop. And this is so difficult under this structure that here definitely improvement can be made through changing the way we are thinking. Yeah.
Oh my God, Roman.
Well,
I know.
Well, one more point.
Say one more. Let's see if I like it.
Why cohesion policy is not efficient? Usually, cohesion policy is aligned with other European policies, like green transition, like macro-financial stability, and so on, through the country-specific recommendations and so on. And if you really want to cohesion in Europe, you actually should align all other policies to cohesion policy. This shows you a way of thinking or a way of preferences in the European Union that which is not conducive overall then to cohesion.
Okay, finally I like that last bit. That's safe.
Because I stopped. No.
Yeah, no. No, okay, so it's been a lot of theories about that. I mean, I know Nicholas and I probably we have heard about the Sapir report, no? There's some sort of possibility to actually give cash to, from the rich to the poor, and then instead of having a development policy, to have some sort of, I don't know, solidarity, simple policy, or some sort of, So we will see also what the Finnish regions will say, which are rich regions, and they still want to have cohesion policy actually in their area. And hopefully our founding fathers thought that, as you said, the cohesion policy will be a little bit the counterpart of the single market to help out the effects of single market, right? Because obviously you need to develop all parts of Europe to be able to have economic development across the board. You cannot have a carriage of horses and then have one horse fall behind and then the carrier going, fully speed to development. You need to have all horses being able to follow. It's one on their own speed, but definitely following, because otherwise you're going to have wheels of this falling apart. This is a little bit my interpretation of how things go. And in terms of single market, you have, of course, the cohesion policy going to the poorer countries, money going to the poorer countries, but the developers are very much coming from the northern countries. So you have this kind of help of cohesion policy also in the single market, because in Greece, the metro, it wasn't constructed by Greek companies. It was constructed by French and Italian and German companies. So there is some sort of way of actually, help ourselves out in a policy which will be a development policy. We'll come back. Yeah, I'm a moderator, so I can say these things. Okay, Yanni. Θα σου μιλήσω ελληνικά. Έχω τις 3 ερωτήσεις που τις έχω ήδη στείλει σε σένα. Οι ελληνικές περιφέρειες έχουν βιώσει μια μακρά περίοδο στασιμότητας.
Period of stagnation. We had the 2008 economic crisis. Greece suffered through this. How did the cohesion policy treat the regions and the state? The good news today is that Greece was the first country that adopted the partnership agreement. What are the main aspects of this policy, of the strategy? And what about the Greek recovery plan? They focused a lot on the islands. Greece has a lot of islands. I kind of half from a Greek island and half from Achaia. So I'd like to see, how does Greece handle the island policy, which is a kind of territorial development policy? I know I'm not very good in Greek now. Sorry. Okay, so first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for their invitation to be here. I'm very happy to be here. And at such an interesting panel. It's been a long time. With Nicola, we meet up quite often. I think he shares the view that some of the panels we take part in are quite boring, but this was actually quite interesting, because, and I'm kind of envious of you, because as moderator, you can actually set how this panel goes, so you can comment on what is said, because I'm not going to do that, because I know that we don't have much time, and I think I'm going to be told off. So let's start with what you said about the 2008 financial crisis. How was this handled by the country through the cohesion policy? Most of us, and you have already answered this, if we did not have the funds, the cohesion funds, the situation would be dire, because I'm kind of hear about some EU fund percentages in the public investment programs of other countries, and the figures in Greece are much higher. We're talking about 85% of public investment is directed and supported by the cohesion policy, and recently by another large package, which is the Recovery and Resilience Fund. facility, and this is a major thing. So without having specific percentages or figures to talk about, I don't think we have to have these. Obviously, if we did not have these funds, things would be much worse, because we had empty cash funds, we had no fiscal reserves, and thus we could not have a continuation of such investments. Greece has been for many, many years we're talking about cohesion over all these years, but we should take it into account, especially by economists such as my dear colleagues on the panel, how we can focus on those deadweight points. So if this didn't exist, what would happen? Greece is a unique example. There was no other such drop in GDP of over 25% over such a brief period of time, which this was not taken into account when the funds were allocated in the current programming period. But this is kind of, don't cry over spilt milk, to speak in your familiar English language. So this should also be taken into account. So after a long, tragic, warlike situation, and due to the financial crisis, the country is trying to lift its regions out of poverty. Now, without trying to guess the future, I think that there will be a point where we will manage to do that upwards leap. But up until recently, we see more developed regions such as the South Aegean, not only dropping, but when we started this period and the negotiations for the funds, the South Aegean was 1% over the limit of less developed regions. This is a paradox that we need to look into. And I will combine this with your question about island policy. So at this point, I think that to answer your first question, if we do not have the cohesion policy and if we do not continue to have it strategically guided with a correct manner and with an efficient method, I believe that the situation would be dire. And I'm kind of impressed and jealous, shall we say, of the analysis that we can do, even down to city level. As we saw this city level data before. In Greece, unfortunately, this data is not primarily collected, but it's, shall we say, with an analysis, top-down analysis we conduct, we need data to correctly plan ahead, and this is a great need. I think things will improve there when we have a place-based approach, which for me continues to be, because I'm a bit old school with these things, I think it's of crucial importance. So talking about an effective policy. A policy and a strategy that is called to show a change in the exemplar, hoping to change the model. For 30 years I've been working in EU programs. I can truly say that it's the first time I can say that in essence, it's the first time I see a strategy that is in a position to prove that it has made a change in the paradigm. Although there are top-down factors affecting the strategies, such as the Green Deal, the digital themes, in my opinion, this was a great strategic policy of the country and the greatest decentralization of resources. 1/3 of resources are handled by regional authorities, which is important. And secondly, talking about the targets clearly and with figures to back it up, we see a clear turn towards competitive, extrovert, innovation in the country and its businesses. So we could have like 25% of the resources, but we went for 38% of resources. Now, as regards the climate, we are following the strategies. It's not just take the money and run. We have a very clear selection to turn towards climate change and to address this as much as possible. 30% of funds of the NSRF funds and 37% of the cohesion fund resources, based on a very strict methodology, is directed towards climate actions. This is not a growth enabler, but it is a need of the country, and it's a basis on which to grow, to build. So reaching the last question, because we just heard the lunch break bell. So talking about what we were saying earlier on, we should all know that there are NSRF packages, but they're not a panacea. They don't solve the problem by default. We should use these strategies in every case and make them tailor-made to be able, at the level of a local growth approach, using all the stakeholders in this process who will be able to see how they can make the most of these funds to plan appropriate policies. This, in the new programming period, is something which, in my opinion, is changing the paradigm of how we approach this issue. In previous periods, we had fewer resources, but in this new period, through comprehensive approaches and investments, most of which are ideal and are focused on the islands, they allocate 11% of resources for such actions, which by definition are local based, so local growth, with the participation of stakeholders, coordinated in the framework of strategies, but through such approaches. Now, regarding the islands, for years, we've done a lot of lobbying together to MPs to kind of promote insularity issues in Greece. But we didn't really manage it, I think. Most regions managed to get something more. But what we've managed, and this is a countrywide policy, is we try to promote and to put focus on this issue of insularity, to put it in practice with double national resources to island areas such as the South Aegean, more than planned because we had some changes. These were addressed to manage to meet their needs. Also, an emblematic thing in collaboration with the Commission, and it's a best practice, I think, of our collaboration. It was the initiative of the Greco Islands. We will earmark 100 million euros from the sectoral program for the environment, but through an approach that will be collaborated, coordinated with by our ministry and the other ministries, the regions and local authorities, in a bottoms-up approach for local investments. But it's not going to be on a per island basis, but on a sectoral basis. Here we could have extra resources from the Fair Transition Fund and extra resources from the regional programs. So as regards insularity, in combination with a well-planned strategy for the islands by the responsible ministry, this could be the foundation for combining all the policies and the need for ports and innovation and social integration, because we didn't speak about this at all. There will be a separate panel on this, where we have pockets of unemployment will be addressed. Sorry about this.
Because obviously the territorial issue, in particular when it comes to islands, it's because what we said from the very beginning, every citizen should feel that has the same treatment in terms of quality from as everybody else. So somebody who is in an island should be treated the same way like somebody who is in the big city. And Greece has lots of islands like other countries do have. I'll give you some information because we were in the parliament in Strasbourg yesterday, and the report of Younous Omarjee of the MEP on the Pact of Islands was approved with a huge majority from all the MEPs in the plenary. The President Metsola of the European Parliament was there. She's from Malta, remember, and she wants to work with us to make sure that we have some guidelines at European Union level to bring what we have been trying over the years to bring the islands dimension somehow at the European Union level as a way, not necessarily to get more money, but to get what you said before, to be able to really bring to the cohesion policy the other policies rather than the other way around. So that cohesion policy is the economic, social and territorial cohesion aspect of our work, and the other policies should then be able to do that, contribute to that, and not just be a funding stream that would fund any kind of other activities. So let's go to a rich country, a rich region in Finland, Jari. You are among those that they don't need anything. They don't need charity. You're supposed to be giving us a check, Jari. So you are in the Executive Council of the ULU in Finland, and you're also the president of our Geographical Commission in CPMR on the Baltic Sea. So does Finland really need cohesion funding? Why the regions in Finland are so keen to receive cohesion funding? And my understanding is you have a national program on cohesion. Are you happy with that? Or have you been involved by the government for actually your own project, your own program? Jari, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you so much, Eleni. Thank you. Best regards from Finland. I would like to be nice to be there with you. In fact, I got to visit Patras a few years ago for a civil meeting. Very, very beautiful place. Very friendly people living there. Yes, you are lucky. Yes, before answering your questions, allow me to say something about the region I represent. Our region is located in north of Finland, and where we share a direct land border with Russia, Sweden, and Norway, and also maritime border with Sweden and Estonia. It should be mentioned that our land border with Russia is about 1,300 kilometers long, and we are at the same time a sparsely populated and cross-border area. We are therefore faced with a number of the additional territorial challenges compared to many other regions. A key feature of cohesion policy is its focus on these areas with geographical specificities. This aspect alone shows how important cohesion policy is for my region. But let me address your first question in more general terms. We should see the cohesion funds allocated to Finland from a different perspective. If this money seems to be a tiny amount from the national point of view, it's quite the opposite from the local one. The reason is that Finnish regions don't receive national funding for regional development, contrary to other member states. Overall, the financial capacity of our region is also very limited. But we should not only look at the financial benefits of cohesion policy for our region. There is also very positive impact in terms of governance. And cohesion policy has had an important role in empowering our regions and making the principle of just priority stronger. For instance, regional authorities can decide on their investment priorities that match their smart specialization strategies. We are able to finance projects that benefits to the specific needs of the regions. As I mentioned, cohesion policy has been and will continue to be a decisive tool for the whole of the Finland, but especially the regions suffering from permanent handicaps like the northern sparsely populated areas located in north of Finland, north of Sweden and Norway. It helps us to tackle specific challenges related to long distances, harsh climate, lack of critical mass, and lack of institutional capacity. The specific EU support through cohesion policy will be a major enabler element for the green and digital transition, as well as recover from the economic downturn. In our region, we have used most of our cohesion policy funds to support the development of research and innovation, new technologies, our university, but also to support our enterprises. Thanks to the support of cohesion policy, Oulu has strengthened its strategic place as a hub for innovation, ECT and electronics. Another reason why cohesion policy is so important for Finnish region is Interreg. Interreg programs, for instance, in the Arctic area are decisive instrument for continuous multilateral efforts and for addressing common challenges. Cross-border cooperation is very important for East and North Finland, especially East and North Finland. We don't have ETC programs here, but majority of our regions has been working with cross-border programs in our eastern borders. As the attack war in Ukraine has made cooperation with Russia impossible, the eastern part of our region has challenges in participating, as there are no ETC regional programs there. You ask Eleni also, are we happy, are we satisfied with consultation process for the partnership agreement and how our regional authorities are involved in governance? In Finland, we do have only one national program. However, regional authorities are associated to the governance as intermediate bodies. In the same way, regions are deeply involved in the programming process. I would say that the application of partnerships principle is very satisfactory. This doesn't mean that we don't have concern about the new programming period. I can name two in particular. The complexity associated with programming and implementing the Just Transition Fund. This is new additional fund, and part of it needs to be spent by 2026. The second concern is the lack of regional involvement in the implementation of the recovery and resilience facility. These concerns are shared by most members of the CPMR. I think that they are also relevant in relation to the reflection of the future of cohesion policy. Multiplication and fragmentation of fund is not an optimal arrangement. Local and regional authorities don't have the required administrative capacity. In addition, we can see the creation of the new funds is often resulting in more centralization, as is the case for the recovery and resilience facility. The issue within this instrument is lack of regional involvement in RRF, which is problematic. And regional participation is very, very challenging. Concluding, I would like to stress that the Oulu region is a vibrant, sustainable, and attractive Arctic region, also thanks to EU cohesion policy support. The Oulu region also cooperates excellently in Arctic affairs with other regions in eastern and northern Finland. In addition, there is excellent cooperation with neighboring countries. Of course, with Russia, we are not, at least temporarily, in the Arctic issues because of the situation in Ukraine. But close cooperation with, for example, North Sweden and Northern Norway continues.
Okay. Thank you, Jari. Thank you. So I take from your intervention that Finland is a rich country with regions that still have problems themselves, because what the article of the Treaty 174 has foreseen is not only for islands, but other territories as well, that they are having natural handicaps, like the northern spatially populated areas of northern Sweden and northern Finland, where Oulu is located. And the issue of governance, he mentioned, is important, because that makes sure that around the table, what you said for the Chinese, could sit all these people that they have a relevant experience and they have an invested interest in actually making things happen in terms of investments on the ground. So that's also the important part of the cohesion policy, which is a kind of governance, which you don't have so much into the recovery fund that was shaped for a different reason, and it's a shorter period, and the consultation was a little bit iconic with the socioeconomic or regional partners to submit to the European institutions on time, and that has been an issue that wasn't very much welcomed by the regions in terms of a place-based approach for investments. So that concludes the round of intervention from our side. I wanted to see whether anybody has a question to ask the panelists before I give the floor maybe to all of them to come with 1 minute suggestion. Yes, I have no idea what the microphone is. You will be pleased to know. You will be loud, okay. The interpreters can, yes, okay. So, yes, we have somebody here who wants to talk. You will present yourself. You won't speak forever. I'll cut you. So, okay, so 2 minutes to tell us what, and no statements, please. Questions, suggestions, but not long interventions. Okay, say who you are and what you want, yeah.
I'm Konstantinos Antonopoulos from the Regional Union of Municipalities in Patras, Western Greece. So thank you for the very interesting panel and the experts, the scientific input, and also the policy expertise that was brought together was very, very interesting and enlightening about the future period. You mentioned that you are from Achaia. far. So I wonder why you didn't ask them about the mountain regions in high-end Western Greece. There was lots of discussion about the islands that have the geographical disadvantages, but also the treaty mentions disadvantages as a whole that, will include mountain areas left behind, areas like the hinterlands. So, this area of the territory that also needs attention and close look by cohesion. So I was wondering what your thoughts are about these inner areas that other sort of member states are looking at, like Spain, Italy, and so on, and what could be done also from our case.
Okay,
thank
you
very much
for the question. Anybody else that wants to ask a question or state an issue or an argument or a counter-argument? No? Nobody's interested? I can't see with this. No? Okay. All right. So who wants to answer this nice question on the rural areas? From my side, the Article 174 foresees also for rural areas, and my understanding is that there is a communication, Nicola, a communication on rural areas that DG Regio has produced. So there has been, and there is even an association of regions, Euromontana, you may know they work a lot with us as well, who are actually dealing and promoting the issues of the rural areas as part of the cohesion policy or other policies as well. So they've been looked at, not in the extent that everybody would like to, same goes for islands, but the only policy that addresses that so far is the cohesion policy. And that's important. What I said in the beginning is cohesion policy is an investment policy, is a place-based policy, and that's why it's very important that those places are associated around the table so the best solutions could be taken at the closest to the citizen level. Yeah? So, yes, Austin.
Okay. I don't know if anyone else as well. So, listen, I wanted to answer that nice question in two ways, actually. The preamble is to recognize that mountain regions or inner areas or rural areas, all of these are very, very difficult problems, and actually none of us really have the perfect answer to this. We're all wrestling with these questions over several years. Hundreds of people have tried, and sometimes it succeeds and often it fails. So my perspective on this is to understand how can we improve the answers that we have to these questions, and how do we know which are the better answers and which are worse answers, because we may not have the perfect answer, but at least we can, we know what is more likely to work. So the first part of my answer is about stakeholder engagement. And for me, this is something that I've been surprised how often it's just seen as an obligation. We need to have a consultation meeting, let's go through the process, let's invite the stakeholders. 2 hours later, we can check that off and we're done. But I think it's these kind of interventions, let's say in the areas that the gentleman named, are going to be much more likely to work when we really engage deeply with the stakeholders who live there. So who owns the firms there, who already has aspirations, strategies, they know their workers, they know the markets that they operate in. And I know that we have this in smart specialization strategies about entrepreneurial discovery processes, but it's interesting to me the difference in quality that you can often get. Sometimes a very high quality engagement process and sometimes not. So that to me is one avenue to improving our practice. And the second part of it is when we have these very difficult areas to work in, like mountain areas, like inner areas, like lagging regions, like rural areas, we're going to have quite a diverse set of policies, as Roman said, and I think Yanis referred to as well, that we have quite a different set of policies. And the analogy I'd like to make is to venture capital firms, actually, who have to deal with a complicated portfolio, or actually maybe venture capital firms is not the best example in a university. I've heard that this may be not a popular angle to take. So think also of vaccine development, when you have a portfolio of vaccines that are under development. you would monitor how each of those is going. You would adjust your approach along the way. So in regional development, you might have innovation policies, SME policies, local infrastructure, governance, education, and so on. And for me, we can learn a lot from a risk-based approach to managing portfolios. So really recognizing what's happening in real time, using data, adjusting things along the way, and I think that is the best answer I can think of about these difficult areas to work in, how to come up with an answer that is more likely to work in practice.
Okay. Roman and Yannis. Yannis wants to say already something, yeah?
Yes, thank you. Two things. First thing, when it comes to the question about insularity, I could give the exact same reply for the mountainous regions, meaning that one solution is a practical one that is better integrated spatial investment. And we have more resources. We have given the appropriate guidelines and strategies in this sector. But I'm a bit skeptical because the bottom-up approach means that all needs are echoed, but also all problems are solved in this approach. I'm afraid that many out of the things that the local actors would ask in such a debate would be rejected quickly, not because it took us 2 hours to discuss and get it out of the way, but because many out of these things would be non-eligible in the jargon of the EU, because we must be directed towards more specific things. For instance, they would ask a local road network, and we should do through our infrastructure greener infrastructure, that is trains, for instance, to give you an example. It's not always easy to give solutions to real needs of these communities. And let me add to that, apart from the cohesion policy for these communities, for the last many years, there are other projects. LEADER, for instance, coming from the Agricultural Growth Fund, which are complementary with the ones of NSRF. To us, it was a model, how LEADER worked for local growth. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We have 1 minute and 15. I wanted to hear, Nicola, you're not going to escape. What have you heard, and what do you think of what the discussion has brought at this panel, Nicola? Can you please tell us what you're feeling? Are you enthusiastic? We have a pessimistic here, and you're pessimistic by nature.
Yeah, exactly. In fact, I liked a lot what Roman said. Look, I've been working on this policy for 25 years, maybe a bit too much. And I honestly think that we are at the key juncture, a bit of an existential moment for this policy, not only because of the presence of another big instrument that finances investment, but also because of the reputation that this policy has. And let's face it, it's not a nice reputation. It's complicated, it's slow, it takes time, it finances a bit of everything, it's fragmented. So I think that the discussion will require a lot of disruptive thinking. And I think that there are at least 5 issues, very briefly, on which we need to reflect. The first is institutions and its capacity. I honestly think that this is the key issue. Because you can have whatever instrument, whatever strategy, but if you don't have the mechanics behind the institutions that are able to implement that strategy, then is wasted. And the second issue is on governance. And when I mean governance, I mean partnership. How much Europe is ready to engage seriously on a multi-governance system. And let's be very frank. There are instruments, and the latest in town is an example of how something which do not consider that multi-level governance is an effective mechanism to implement the public investment. And so there will be a discussion about on these different mechanics. The third point, and Roman is right, this policy is sectorial, has become sectorial and hostage of other sectoral policy in the EU, but also because these policies are much easier to explain and to tell story on it. Talking about place-based doesn't mean much to most of the people. and it's very difficult and complex to disentangle and explain. So we need, for example, to think of territorial missions or something along those lines. The fourth point is reforms, because clearly the strength, the novelty of the RRF is the linkage between reforms and investment. Now, you know, Eleni, that I have my views on reforms, but we cannot escape that conversation. We need to find a way to ensure that the investment that we do are linked with those reforms that are needed. We had the ex-ante conditionality, enabling condition, but maybe there is more to do there. And the final point, I think, that this conversation demonstrates is that we have focused the discussion on the efficiency and effectiveness on this policy, on its capacity to produce convergence. Now, I honestly think, and I've always been thinking, it's not recent, so I'm consistent on this, that this is a false metric for this policy. We need to look at other things much more linked to well-being, to services, to the quality of life, simply because, and Roman again is right, this policy operates in an environment in which there are many other elements, a single currency, the single market, sectoral policies, national policies, and pretending that this policy alone produces suddenly convergence is nonsense. And even when there is convergence, it's very difficult to argue that there's been because of this policy. So we need to change the metric. And this is, I think, are some of the themes that we need to focus on in the next few years. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicola. Yes, I will add simplification, because I think it's important this policy needs to be simplified to be able to be as effective as possible. Thank you very much all. I think our time is up already 5 seconds ago. We have lunch. Thank you to the panelists. Thank you to the virtual panelists. And we meet again soon, I suppose, here or anywhere else. Thank you.
Πριν από μισό αιώνα, οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον, με ανθρώπους να ζουν σε βιώσιμες πόλεις και σε αρμονία με το φυσικό περιβάλλον. Με σύγχρονες υποδομές για καλύτερη καθημερινότητα, ποιότητα ζωής, πολιτισμό. Οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον και ανοίξαμε δρόμους για τις μικρές και μεγάλες διαδρομές που ενώνουν τις ζωές των ανθρώπων και κάνουν τα όνειρα να ζωντανεύουν. Πιστέψαμε στην επανάσταση της καθαρής ενέργειας και στη δύναμη της καινοτομίας και τολμήσαμε. Πιστέψαμε στους ανθρώπους μας και ταξιδέψαμε την Ελλάδα σε ολόκληρο τον κόσμο. Πιστέψαμε ότι κάθε τι καινούριο που κάνουμε πρέπει να γεννά ευκαιρίες και να φέρνει ευημερία σε όλους. Όμιλος Γεκτέρνα. Επενδύουμε στην Ελλάδα. Επενδύουμε στο μέλλον.
Με την πρωτοβουλία Vodafone Smart Forest δημιουργούμε το πρώτο έξυπνο δάσος στην Ελλάδα που εντοπίζει έγκαιρα τη φωτιά με τη δύναμη της τεχνολογίας και του Vodafone Green Network. Αγκαλιάζουμε πιλωτικά περισσότερα από 314.000 στρέμματα στην Πάρνηθα και δημιουργούμε το υπόδειγμα για να είναι πιο ασφαλή από πυρκαγιές τα δάση της χώρας μας. Γιατί όταν μπορούμε να προστατεύουμε το δάσος, μπορούμε να συμβάλλουμε σε ένα πιο βιώσιμο μέλλον για τις επόμενες γενιές. Together we can. Vodafone.
Πριν από μισό αιώνα, οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον, με ανθρώπους να ζουν σε βιώσιμες πόλεις και σε αρμονία με το φυσικό περιβάλλον. Με σύγχρονες υποδομές για καλύτερη καθημερινότητα, ποιότητα ζωής, πολιτισμό. Οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον και ανοίξαμε δρόμους για τις μικρές και μεγάλες διαδρομές που ενώνουν τις ζωές των ανθρώπων και κάνουν τα όνειρα να ζωντανεύουν. Πιστέψαμε στην επανάσταση της καθαρής ενέργειας και στη δύναμη της καινοτομίας και τολμήσαμε. Πιστέψαμε στους ανθρώπους μας και ταξιδέψαμε την Ελλάδα σε ολόκληρο τον κόσμο. Πιστέψαμε ότι κάθε τι καινούριο που κάνουμε πρέπει να γεννά ευκαιρίες και να φέρνει ευημερία σε όλους. Όμιλος Γεκτέρνα. Επενδύουμε στην Ελλάδα. Επενδύουμε στο μέλλον.
Με την πρωτοβουλία Vodafone Smart Forest δημιουργούμε το πρώτο έξυπνο δάσος στην Ελλάδα που εντοπίζει έγκαιρα τη φωτιά με τη δύναμη της τεχνολογίας και του Vodafone Green Network. Αγκαλιάζουμε πιλωτικά περισσότερα από 314.000 στρέμματα στην Πάρνηθα και δημιουργούμε το υπόδειγμα για να είναι πιο ασφαλή από πυρκαγιές τα δάση της χώρας μας. Γιατί όταν μπορούμε να προστατεύουμε το δάσος, μπορούμε να συμβάλλουμε σε ένα πιο βιώσιμο μέλλον για τις επόμενες γενιές. Together we can. Vodafone.
Πριν από μισό αιώνα, οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον, με ανθρώπους να ζουν σε βιώσιμες πόλεις και σε αρμονία με το φυσικό περιβάλλον. Με σύγχρονες υποδομές για καλύτερη καθημερινότητα, ποιότητα ζωής, πολιτισμό. Οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον και ανοίξαμε δρόμους για τις μικρές και μεγάλες διαδρομές που ενώνουν τις ζωές των ανθρώπων και κάνουν τα όνειρα να ζωντανεύουν. Πιστέψαμε στην επανάσταση της καθαρής ενέργειας και στη δύναμη της καινοτομίας και τολμήσαμε. Πιστέψαμε στους ανθρώπους μας και ταξιδέψαμε την Ελλάδα σε ολόκληρο τον κόσμο. Πιστέψαμε ότι κάθε τι καινούριο που κάνουμε πρέπει να γεννά ευκαιρίες και να φέρνει ευημερία σε όλους. Όμιλος Γεκτέρνα. Επενδύουμε στην Ελλάδα. Επενδύουμε στο μέλλον.
Με την πρωτοβουλία Vodafone Smart Forest δημιουργούμε το πρώτο έξυπνο δάσος στην Ελλάδα που εντοπίζει έγκαιρα τη φωτιά με τη δύναμη της τεχνολογίας και του Vodafone Green Network. Αγκαλιάζουμε πιλωτικά περισσότερα από 314.000 στρέμματα στην Πάρνηθα και δημιουργούμε το υπόδειγμα για να είναι πιο ασφαλή από πυρκαγιές τα δάση της χώρας μας. Γιατί όταν μπορούμε να προστατεύουμε το δάσος, μπορούμε να συμβάλλουμε σε ένα πιο βιώσιμο μέλλον για τις επόμενες γενιές. Together we can. Vodafone.
Πριν από μισό αιώνα, οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον, με ανθρώπους να ζουν σε βιώσιμες πόλεις και σε αρμονία με το φυσικό περιβάλλον. Με σύγχρονες υποδομές για καλύτερη καθημερινότητα, ποιότητα ζωής, πολιτισμό. Οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον και ανοίξαμε δρόμους για τις μικρές και μεγάλες διαδρομές που ενώνουν τις ζωές των ανθρώπων και κάνουν τα όνειρα να ζωντανεύουν. Πιστέψαμε στην επανάσταση της καθαρής ενέργειας και στη δύναμη της καινοτομίας και τολμήσαμε. Πιστέψαμε στους ανθρώπους μας και ταξιδέψαμε την Ελλάδα σε ολόκληρο τον κόσμο. Πιστέψαμε ότι κάθε τι καινούριο που κάνουμε πρέπει να γεννά ευκαιρίες και να φέρνει ευημερία σε όλους. Όμιλος Γεκτέρνα. Επενδύουμε στην Ελλάδα. Επενδύουμε στο μέλλον.
Με την πρωτοβουλία Vodafone Smart Forest δημιουργούμε το πρώτο έξυπνο δάσος στην Ελλάδα που εντοπίζει έγκαιρα τη φωτιά με τη δύναμη της τεχνολογίας και του Vodafone Green Network. Αγκαλιάζουμε πιλωτικά περισσότερα από 314.000 στρέμματα στην Πάρνηθα και δημιουργούμε το υπόδειγμα για να είναι πιο ασφαλή από πυρκαγιές τα δάση της χώρας μας. Γιατί όταν μπορούμε να προστατεύουμε το δάσος, μπορούμε να συμβάλλουμε σε ένα πιο βιώσιμο μέλλον για τις επόμενες γενιές. Together we can. Vodafone.
Πριν από μισό αιώνα, οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον, με ανθρώπους να ζουν σε βιώσιμες πόλεις και σε αρμονία με το φυσικό περιβάλλον. Με σύγχρονες υποδομές για καλύτερη καθημερινότητα, ποιότητα ζωής, πολιτισμό. Οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον και ανοίξαμε δρόμους για τις μικρές και μεγάλες διαδρομές που ενώνουν τις ζωές των ανθρώπων και κάνουν τα όνειρα να ζωντανεύουν. Πιστέψαμε στην επανάσταση της καθαρής ενέργειας και στη δύναμη της καινοτομίας και τολμήσαμε. Πιστέψαμε στους ανθρώπους μας και ταξιδέψαμε την Ελλάδα σε ολόκληρο τον κόσμο. Πιστέψαμε ότι κάθε τι καινούριο που κάνουμε πρέπει να γεννά ευκαιρίες και να φέρνει ευημερία σε όλους. Όμιλος Γεκτέρνα. Επενδύουμε στην Ελλάδα. Επενδύουμε στο μέλλον.
Με την πρωτοβουλία Vodafone Smart Forest δημιουργούμε το πρώτο έξυπνο δάσος στην Ελλάδα που εντοπίζει έγκαιρα τη φωτιά με τη δύναμη της τεχνολογίας και του Vodafone Green Network. Αγκαλιάζουμε πιλωτικά περισσότερα από 314.000 στρέμματα στην Πάρνηθα και δημιουργούμε το υπόδειγμα για να είναι πιο ασφαλή από πυρκαγιές τα δάση της χώρας μας. Γιατί όταν μπορούμε να προστατεύουμε το δάσος, μπορούμε να συμβάλλουμε σε ένα πιο βιώσιμο μέλλον για τις επόμενες γενιές. Together we can. Vodafone.
Πριν από μισό αιώνα, οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον, με ανθρώπους να ζουν σε βιώσιμες πόλεις και σε αρμονία με το φυσικό περιβάλλον. Με σύγχρονες υποδομές για καλύτερη καθημερινότητα, ποιότητα ζωής, πολιτισμό. Οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον και ανοίξαμε δρόμους για τις μικρές και μεγάλες διαδρομές που ενώνουν τις ζωές των ανθρώπων και κάνουν τα όνειρα να ζωντανεύουν. Πιστέψαμε στην επανάσταση της καθαρής ενέργειας και στη δύναμη της καινοτομίας και τολμήσαμε. Πιστέψαμε στους ανθρώπους μας και ταξιδέψαμε την Ελλάδα σε ολόκληρο τον κόσμο. Πιστέψαμε ότι κάθε τι καινούριο που κάνουμε πρέπει να γεννά ευκαιρίες και να φέρνει ευημερία σε όλους. Όμιλος Γεκτέρνα. Επενδύουμε στην Ελλάδα. Επενδύουμε στο μέλλον.
Γεια σας, καλησπέρα. Είμαστε εδώ στο υπέροχο συνεδριακό κέντρο, στο Πανεπιστήμιο Πατρών και στο Regional Growth Conference. Η ώρα είναι 3 και κάτι και 15, ξεκινάμε με 15 λεπτά καθυστέρηση, αλλά μάλλον θα τελειώσουμε στην ώρα μας, όπου με ένα εκλεκτό κοινό και με ένα, νομίζω, εξίσου και καλύτερο εκλεκτό τραπέζι, θα συζητήσουμε τα ζητήματα του ψηφιακού μετασχηματισμού στην τοπική αυτοδιοίκηση. Είναι ένα θέμα το οποίο μάλλον δεν θα μπορέσουμε να το λύσουμε σε 1 ώρα και 1 τέταρτο. Αλλά θα δείτε ότι γίνονται προσπάθειες και η χώρα προσπαθεί να μπει σε έναν δρόμο να βρει το βηματισμό της και σε αυτό το δύσκολο ζήτημα. Λοιπόν, για να μην χάνουμε χρόνο, η μερίδα αυτή, το session αυτό, θα κυλήσει ως εξής. Πρώτα θα μιλήσουν οι εκλεκτοί καλεσμένοι μας, λέγοντας ουσιαστικά ο καθένας και η κάθε μία τι τους φέρνει σήμερα εδώ, με τι ασχολούνται, ποια είναι η σχετική τους εμπειρία για το θέμα. Αν έχουν...
Τώρα στα προσαγγλικά ακούγομαι. Τίποτα.
Θα σας βασανίσω για περίπου μισή ώρα.
Μίλησα και αγγλικά.
Ναι, και τι.
Δεν υπήρξε κάποια ανταπόκριση. Είναι ανοιχτό το μικρόφωνο, σωστά. Θα υπάρξει και προς ελληνικά όμως, ίσως. Ναι. Οπότε περνάμε στο... Ωραία. Εντάξει. Το θέμα είναι το εξής. Έτσι συμπεριφέρονται οι άνθρωποι. Κάποιες στιγμές. Τέλος πάντων.
Εντάξει, δεν μπορούμε να κάνουμε τίποτα.
Δεν μπορούμε.
Όπως τη δίνει σε μένα και σε σένα, επειδή προσέχουμε. Έτσι τη δίνουμε και σε κάποιους άλλους που μας θεωρούν ούφο.
Ναι, καλά, εμένα με θεωρούν ούφο που δεν έχω εμβολιαστεί. Όλοι με θεωρούν ούφο.
Κοίτα, είναι παρακινδυνευμένο, αλλά απ' την άλλη καταλαβαίνω και σέβομαι το φόβο του καθενός. Σίγουρα έχεις τους λόγους σου. Είσαι ενήλικας, είσαι ένα όριμο άτομο. Προφανώς και έχεις το δικό σου σκεπτικό.
Ναι.
Και το δικό σου οργανισμό. Τι θα κάνουμε τώρα.
Τι ακούς.
Ναι.
Τι ακούς. Εγώ δεν ακούω τίποτα.
Κάτσε, να ξεκινήσω εγώ.
Μα δεν ακούω.
Να πω ότι να συγχαρώ την Πελοπόννησο, την ιστορική εφημερίδα της Πελοποννήσου, της χώρας. Αλλά έπρεπε να τελειώσει η δουλειά του μέχρι τη 1:30 το μεσημέρι, γιατί
Sir, we hope everything goes well.
Τι έκανε σε αυτό πάνω το κομμάτι η Ευρώπη, το οποίο δεν πέρασε με ένα παρατήρητο, αλλά...
So, with the initiative of Emmanuel Macron, a digital platform was created, a digital platform of opinions and the stance of citizens. What was the title of this platform? The Conference on the Future of Europe. So, Mr. Papadimitriou reminded us that this platform was aimed at creating the opportunity to talk about Europe, about everything in Europe, with European citizens as the protagonists.
There hadn't been such an initiative up to that date. Thousands of opinions have been registered in this specific platform. The citizens were able to express their opinions, and they had the opportunity to support and to comment on the opinions of other either politicians or citizens in Europe. So there were several opportunities. And they were also in the position to trace events they wanted to join, either in physical presence or online. And there was a list of subjects depicting the priorities and the ambitions of the European Union, and not just the European Commission, but also of the European Parliament and of several groups of citizens. So, when did we find out about the opinions? On the 9th of May, when the conference officially ended. And who wrote about it? Only 4 newspapers wrote about it. There was a 2-page article on one newspaper. And why so? Because on that day, we were expecting Putin to publicly and officially announce the war declared on Ukraine, which did not happen, of course. But so the theme on digital transformation and cultural employment and cultural heritage and so on and so forth, it wasn't covered fully. So there were several issues, actually, that have not been covered fully. And how does Greece answer? Greece answers through the eGov with 447 certified actions and 16 services of information systems. And now we also have ITA for the local government. And I happily chair this body, and we are conducting a research, a study on the valorization of private assets, of private property, that is, in the municipalities. Now, let us try to hear what needs to happen in order to find a second librarian or informatic expert in Samos, a person who will work in the field of informatics, because there is a huge gap to bridge in human resources. So we need to combine the optimism of will with the pessimism of knowledge, as a great philosopher said. Thank you very, very much for giving me the floor. I am also a member of the Central Committee of Regions in Crete, in Greece. We are going to be talking about this study that we are conducting, and I would like to lay emphasis on the institutional level, because we will be talking about the institutional level during this session. Let me give the floor to Mr. Maravellas. Thank you very, very much for the invitation. Thank you. I thank the Regional Growth Conference, which goes beyond the borders of Western Greece and has become an institution that expands to the totality of the local government in the whole of Greece. Now, within the time framework set by Mr. Haralambidis, allow me to touch upon an emblematic project that was completed by the Greek body of local government and local growth, and that has to do with the digital transformation for the Greek local government. This was a project that was funded by the operational program for the reform of the public sector 2014-2020. The aims, the objectives we wanted to achieve by implementing this project were, of course, the simplification, the digitalization of processes, how do local government bodies and authorities function, both of the first and the second level. This means that we had the full synergy of the central unions of municipalities and communities and with the union of the regions of Greece. And then we had, of course, to identify the specifications and to try to understand how things are currently in the local government. And then we tried to understand how to manage effectively, how to create the best management and the networking and the support and the information provided to the human resources that currently work and operate in local government bodies and authorities under the current circumstances and with all the current gaps and the problems brought about by the pandemic, because this project covered 2019 and the beginning of the pandemic. And it moved along 4 axes to achieve the aforementioned objectives. So, how does local government operate today in Greece? It needs simplification, it needs digitalization. So what happens with the organization of the local government bodies? Do they need restructuring? And what type of processes and procedures have been planned in order to be fully operative in a digital manner subsequently? What are the digital systems that are currently in place, and are they compatible? Because the local governments use certain systems, the municipalities, the regions, and the public sector. But in a municipality, you may have non-compatible digital systems. So you do understand the chaos that can be created at times. So, secondly, and fourthly, what about the human resources? The manpower, are they willing to change? Are they willing to improve and evolve? Because these are the people who are going to put everything in practice. And so we need to try to understand how can we help them operate in a positive milieu. What are the objectives we wanted to achieve? Well, reduce chaos, reduce fatigue, reduce printed material. We wanted to actually fulfill the principle of the one time, one step, people having to only take one step in order to have a document, in order to complete a process, and of course the whole issue of the execution. Now, let's see the results and the procedures. We have 684 procedures that operate in the regions and 689 processes in the municipalities. We utilize the specific software which gives the opportunity to have data such as time schedules, new information systems, and so on and so forth. as well as the changes that need to take place at a legislative level. Uh, 50% of the previous processes have been redesigned in order to reduce superfluous steps and in order to achieve a more electronic approach to make them rather electronically feasible for all citizens. We have 278 new procedures for both for municipalities and for regions. When a system tries to change, sometimes there is a period of inertia or even of resistance. Anyway, there are several time schedules for both for municipalities and for regions that are compatible with the way the regions and the municipalities operate. And then there is a system of performance indices aimed at supporting executives and employees for them to be able to monitor the performance and the achievement of objectives. And let me conclude with the manpower. We designed 71 vocational education programs because we need collaborators who will be supporting who will be supporting these processes. We need to include them in this game. Otherwise, the digital transformation will not be achieved. Okay, we will come back to this matter. Okay, let me close with an observation. I think we need more time for the next session because we need to be able to complete. Well, Mr. Haralambidis is the one who decides the time. Mr. Maravellas spoke about a project which is indeed emblematic. I worked in the field of specifications, and it happens for the first time in Greece. There is an analytic modelization of all the processes in the local government, and for the very first time in Greece, we have a system with all such processes, a real system, not like, single PDFs as in the past. Now we have a proper system. Okay, let us now shift to the Ministry of Digital Government. Mrs. Mukaduru is here with us, who is a member of the group managing and designing the gov.gr platform. Thank you very much for the invitation. I thank Mr. Haralambidis. It is indeed an honor to be here with you. I come from the gov.gr, which is the central body of information for the citizens. We have 1,400 electronic services. We host them currently. Services for citizens and for businesses, and we are currently planning the digitalization of even more services. I originally come from the local government sector, and I was at the municipality of Paleon Phaleron in Athens, and I know very well the issues of the local government. And I have worked a lot with the region of Attica, because the region of Attica is in gov.gr, so I do have a very good knowledge of the local government and the way the local government operates. Apart from what we are currently talking about, And apart from what you see in gov.gr, what eGov managed to do was to help bodies network and communicate and bring them closer together. So the organizational culture of such bodies has changed. They now work and cooperate. They want their services to be promoted. And this is indeed a very positive surprise for us, because the bodies were very introvert in the past. And you know that without collaboration, it is impossible to move on and to move forward. Well, we may sadden some people in the later, but we may make other people happy. I mean, it is not just a matter of collaboration between people, it is also a matter of collaboration between systems. When you have a person in the flow, in the process, I mean, when there is a person, a human being in the process, when a human being is involved, we have to start counting hours, weeks, months, and years. There are still services in Greece where the average time of providing a service is huge, unfortunately, because when we manage to exclude human beings from the flow and we have an automated process, then we count time in milliseconds, because this is what it takes for milliseconds for systems. So we know how people work in the public sector, and Mr. Karounos comes from a body which is called EDITE, the National Network of Technology and Research, but it is the steam engine of gov.gr, right? Yes. Thank you very much. I thank the organizers. This is a body that has been in place for the past 10 years, and we operate in the field of digital transformation. I'd like to approach this experience in a twofold manner. The job that we do is based on several people of many different sectors. We also have the opportunity to collaborate with Mrs. Lukadounou and with other people from gov.gr and other people of the ministry. We are technicians. EDIT is a body that belongs to a group of bodies created by the European Union, and they are the bodies uniting and universities all over Europe and help universities network. We have more than 3,000 universities in Europe that are networking through these bodies, and areas which operate in 4 different categories of services. EDITE, our institution, covers part of these sectors. We belong to the Ministry of Finance. We started by offering services of new generation networks, meaning that we are always ahead from the rest of the market in internet services. The University of Patras has an excellent connection to the internet. Only few universities in Europe have such connection. And so we started with lower speeds, and now we have an excellent service. The second type of service that we offer has to do with the information systems of the Ministry of Education in order to help digitalize and automate several services.
we'll get towards the issue of local self-government when it's time. The next action we developed were services of computer cloud. We started providing those services. We did it almost at the same time with Amazon. And we started operating thousands of servers in Greece, virtual. Currently, we have 6 big, large data centers in Greece and Crete, where all digital tests are stored. We have 3 in Athens and Kozani as well. By the end of the next decade, we will have at least 10,000 such servers. And after 2019, we undertook to design what has been currently named as digital transformation, with GovGR being on top of everything that we currently see. Whatever we plan is open standards. We are not a profit-making body. We have developed a subsystem that has to do with all the sectors of public administration, and it is around gov.gr. You may have heard of a National Registry of Procedures. It documents all procedures under the 3 large categories: introvert and extrovert procedures, and so on and so forth. And what kind of procedures does it currently have? So you are going to have a depository. I see. There it is. And because part of this ecosystem are also the Center for Citizen Services, we have designed it so that at the counter of KEP, all services will be provided in person for citizens who do not wish to be served electronically. Let me tell you now that despite the fact that it is heard as if everything is the same over and over again, I have to tell you that in Greece, digital transformation does not have to do with informatics systems in Greece. It is a little bit absurd to have an organization in Europe that has not resolved all these matters. Otherwise, it means that we have lost something big. Digital transformation currently has got nothing to do with ICT systems. It has to do with sensors and data that create sensors for classical services in town, meaning what has been there for towns during the last 100 to 200 years. Cleaning, managing garbage, street lighting, etc. Because otherwise all this belongs to the previous century, and it is pointless to talk about such topics. Now, even in third world countries, there are some small miracles being performed currently due to technology, thanks to technology. So the challenge is not to do what we have not done all these years, but in a way that will be modern and effective to turn digital. Because municipalities in most cases are the largest organizations, and they have lots of businesses underneath them. So it's unthinkable of talking about digitization of municipalities. Municipalities should have become digital yesterday. Okay, we're done with Mr. Kassiolas, the first speech. I currently am here in a dual capacity. Now I'll be talking to you as a representative of a new body. Will be presenting you very shortly a study that is about to come out. Now, undoubtedly, digitization should be a top priority because citizens should be shielded by the state and regions and municipalities. In order to achieve this, we have to deal with a series of challenges that we will have to resolve. And we have to figure out who does what between the competences of region and municipalities. Second, organizational culture in local authorities, where there are undermanned services and therefore diminished capability of municipalities to perform and support them, and on the other hand, a decreased capability to make the best use of all the resources that are available. Now, for the moment, never have we had a serious effort to document all the procedures run by municipalities and regions. Now, if we have documented all procedures, we shall be able to overcome bottlenecks and take it to the next level. Now, until recently, we didn't have such standards, or even if we did have, we did not implement them, and we had small individual implementations, and therefore sometimes we just do nothing. Oh, you're within my heart, because among everything else, you're the first one that used the word, that used the keyword interoperability. Thank you very much. And I will open up the circle. And please remind me of the time. Please let me know. So, as I told you, we have the joy to have distinguished guests, and before them, present some work that was finished this morning. It is an effort to show the current, up-to-date situation when a citizen enters the site of a municipality in order to receive a service. Today I finished this study and it took me 6 months. Yesterday I managed to sell some real estate. It took me 1 year, out of which 4 months were spent on a paperwork procedure that was within the competences of the municipality of Ionia. Because despite the all good wills of municipalities, situation in such matters can be really dramatic, if not tragic. So on the one hand, we have to continuously congratulate all those who push us forward. On the other hand, we have to see what we can do so as not to stay behind. It's as if we're in a game between a race between the rabbits and the hare and the turtle. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to run this study. we made up a team and we documented the situation of the municipalities. What state they currently are. What does it happen in the site of the municipality when I enter there? And this is something that has not been realized before. Perhaps some postgraduate students of mine from the e-governance are in the room, and they they are honoring us with their presence. We must show some improvement. We must show further improvement. We will learn a lot of things. A few methodology issues. Take a look at how we did it. In the beginning, we measured procedures, and the first question was, what was the list of the procedures? There is a list. There is a list. There are 4,000 pages of legislation regarding competences. Competences, not just procedures. We know all about competences, but almost nothing about procedures. Well, there's a list. Imagine going to a restaurant, having a catalog, a menu, and we don't have a list of food offered. Now, we have reached a list going municipality by municipality, and let me give you the answer. Today, the ETA knows it. There are 550 services. ETA is the Hellenic Agency for Local Development and Local Government. So all we did was using the site. We did not ask any civil servants. Now, as you can see, or you can't probably see very well because the writing is a little bit small, 0 level of services provided is the service I was looking for is not offered electronically, which means that I had to visit the municipality, and I have to go there and do what is provided for in terms of procedure. And in fact, I sent my father over, and he had to provide them with another 10 documents in order to receive what he wanted. So what we want to do is reach levels 4 and 5. 4 means I get the service I want within a second, as I get the tax certification that I do not owe any money to the IRS. So level 4 is immediate provision, and level 5 before you even want it, before you even ask for it. So perhaps the system should have known beforehand that in order to get this formalities, to run these formalities, you have to pay 1,650 euros in order to get the official paperwork needed. Now, here you can see 6 large categories of municipalities, metropolitan municipalities: Salonika, Piraeus, Athens, and municipalities that are nearby. Also, capitals of prefectures having over 25,000 inhabitants. Medium-sized and large insular, and finally municipalities that are small insular municipalities that have very little personnel. Actually, we should have never had to talk about such problems, because even if Google opens up some offices in Samos with just one person, the system will still be performing. See, we have a rather distorted question, distorted picture about what it's all about. Google doesn't need 100-person staff in order to work. Please remember the figure 550. 550 services should be included in all municipalities' sites because they all perform the same job. So this is how it runs. What we can't see in the study yet, I'll show you a very good part of it today. In the next few days, I'll have it printed, and very soon it will be available on the channels provided for. So this is a diagram showing the services that are provided at all the levels we were talking about, 4 and 5, by metropolitan municipalities. My dear friends, can we render the screen a little bit nicer? Because the 10 lines on the right-hand side are not seen. So, Municipality of Athens is the best internet site, has the best internet site in Greece currently. But it has 30% of these 550 services I was talking to you about. Not that it implements them, but they are offered at some level. So more than half of them, they are still at level 1. It says, in order to get this document, you have to come here in person. So the truly automated ones that are single digit in number. Large continental municipalities, as an average, offer about 40 services. When you go to Lamia, out of 120, we can see that only 40 are available. And all this, let me remind you, out of 550 services. Let me give you another example. Vodafone provides us 50 services. Imagine if they told you that out of the 50 things that I'm supposed to be offering you, about 9 out of 10, I don't know. And let me see if you come there in person at the store, how it can be of help to you. Now, if you want to congratulate Mr. Pierakakis, yes, okay, please go ahead. They have changed everything, but at the same time, there's a second speed. We've got the gov.gr that runs very, very fast. And what is coming after it, that is so slow. Please do not fall asleep. We have still lots of work to do. Let's go on.
Πήγατε στην επόμενη εσείς.
Πόσο έχει, 30. Μας έχει πόσο. Είπε 25.
Κάνα κάτι, το κλείσα. Καλά. Θα προχωρήσω εγώ με αυτά που ξέρω Λοιπόν, ας μείνουμε λοιπόν σε αυτό. Μέχρι να μου φτιάξετε το clicker, περιμένουμε για να προχωράει στην επόμενη διαφάνεια. Έχουμε κολλήσει σε αυτή.
So we can't go to the next transparency. What's going on? So we saw the municipality sites, and we can see how many services there are available. Out of what we can see by counting, we can see that very, very few are on the site. Those are running. And running well are 10 services that are at central level. That is to say, if you get a family situation membership certificate, you're not hitting the municipality system. You're hitting, end of quote, the central government system. All this is provided centrally, and municipalities only feed in any changes. And this is very, very interesting about how information systems should be working. Those systems that we see, sites, are unfortunately under the responsibility of informatics of the specific municipality. What we did was, unbelievable. Because Google is in 160 countries, we made 160 different Google systems, whereas the essence of the on internet is doing things centrally and then being autonomous as much as you want, because each municipality has its own rules and laws. I'm told that services are not even alike one another. In order to make this matching, it took us hours, if not days. So you change municipality and they tell you, this is not how we call it. And out of 550 services, imagine, okay, we're about to run a presentation, but I don't have a clicker. Go backwards.
Εδώ, σταματήστε εδώ.
Okay, let us stop here. So, see this diagram. Are we going to study now? No. I'm just giving you the information for you to browse about your municipality, because, for example, there is a detailed depiction and presentation of the Patras municipality. All municipalities will appear in an analytical and detailed way. These are the 20 municipalities with the highest number of automated services. And automated means levels 4 and 5. In the municipality of Athens, they have information systems because they have thousands of employees. But they also know how to quickly interconnect the egov.gr families. You don't go to the municipality where they tell you that they can't issue, for example, a certificate. You get your result through the central system, and as a citizen, you're satisfied. Now, among the first 20, there are some municipalities that are a bit different. For example, Aigeo, Platanias in Chania, there are some little stars that shouldn't be there, that do not really belong, rather do not really fall under this category on the basis of the number of citizens and so on and so forth. But we have 26 services for the top 20 and we're talking about the same services, we're talking about the same things. And if we had the adequate systems, certain things would only be done once for everybody. Okay, Here you see how the services of interest, the blue and the red ones, level 4 and 5, I mean, the more we move towards the minor insular municipalities, you see how things change, because such municipalities do not have the means to maintain certain things. I mean, you can't really hire 500 people in Samos in order to solve the issue there. We have to think in a more clever way. So, out of the 550 services, look at a zero level. No mention in the municipality's website. Well, this is the average. I mean, we know things work in Athens, but, for example, the municipality of Psychiko is the worst metropolitan municipality in certain ways. So out of the 550 services, even in metropolitan municipalities like Thessaloniki, Patras, you won't find more than 60. The others, we don't know where they are, which means that I have to go to the municipality, knock at the door, and say, who is going to give me this type of license? Who is going to give me this other type of license? And I will be going from person to person and from office to office. This is a directive, the service directive of the European Union, of the European Commission, stating that the time of the service provided should also be indicated. And this is funny, I mean, because at the time you see it only 3 times out of 1,000 times. We said 332 municipalities, 500 services, 180,000 different depictions or registries. Only 3 out of 1,000 show certain, information about time. The municipality of Chania, for example, gives the time in 44. The municipality of Patras only has 6 services out of 650 that are delivered within the framework, within 1 week, for example. But this is what they state. This does not necessarily mean that this is what happens. Gov.gr helped everyone log in and told them, for you to provide services, you have to know who enters. I will give you the opportunity to have every person entering being identified with the codes, the taxes codes and everything. How many municipalities do you think have utilized this possibility? 1 out of 3. 1 out of 3. And we wonder, isn't that a basic thing to do? Why haven't they done so? Why are municipalities still lagging behind after 2 years? They could be entering gradually, taking the codes from taxes in order to be able to, be on the same pace. Anyway, let me pass to the other slide, to the next slide. This shows that we know certain services that are provided per operational region. For example, rural development. Rural development is the negative champion, meaning that we have different subjects, and we see what happens in the field of education, in the field of environment, and we see that in rural development and growth, we see zero evolution, because we're talking about professionals, and the municipality has to try to strengthen growth and promote growth in this field. Here, and I will gradually come to an end, here we have the services with the maximum frequency of implementation, the services that appear most frequently. The first one is social networks. We have transformed it into a service. I mean, all municipalities have a social network, but nobody knows what to do with it. We are one of the few countries in the European Union that do not have a legislation nor a directive with a definition of a social network in local government. Like, for example, I have Facebook, and the citizen writes me on Facebook. Is this equivalent to an official type of communication? Shall I answer? And if I don't answer, I mean, mayors do whatever they want, citizens do whatever they want, but I mean, this is not a solution. And the other municipalities are the centralized ones. Like you want a birth certificate, here you are. It's not the municipality issuing it, it's the central system. But what's the difference after all? So, look, this is the situation of the municipality of Patras. The number of citizens, of inhabitants, the services in red are not to be found on the internet. 466. Certain other services are provided on the internet, but also in terms of information, and certain others can be implemented and completed through the internet. So this is the situation of one of the biggest municipalities in Greece. There is accessibility online to services, but under very specific circumstances. There is no multilingual environment. We are a heavily touristic country, and there is no multilingual environment. And information on the time of completion, only for 6 services out of 500 and something services, you have an approach, an estimation of time. So you do understand what the situation is. So I think I'm not going to go on. I think I'm going to stop here. Rather, maybe I will share my conclusions and my ideas and then give you the floor for a discussion. So these are the 2 studies. One conducted with the Institute of Local Administration of Local Government that has to do with the actions of smart cities. We want sensors, we want IoT devices, and so on and so forth. But if, in order to sell a home, it takes a year, I mean, you can't really talk about garbage picking or collecting through drones. Anyway, and then the project of ETA, Mr. Maravellas spoke about it. It is an emblematic project, but it has not yet been implemented, and we will see what it will take for it to be implemented. And we asked all of you participated in the panel to share one of the things you feel that need to change drastically. I think we need to learn what it is we want to offer. For example, our restaurant, dear friends and collaborators, needs to have a menu. We need to have a menu. We need to know what our services are, what the list is. All municipalities should have standardization processes, and the services should have a certain description. Secondly, we need to start providing truly digital services. We are at 1 or 2%. So what should we do? We should try to start thinking that, I mean, Mr. Karunas said something earlier, and I disagree. I think we have yet one more round to go and go to the next level with Denmark and Sweden, but they have completed the first stage, so we need to fully automate service provision and create one system that will be able to support such new services that will run in a second. We have conducted simulations, and we've seen that services that do not require the presence of certain people for auditing, they are implemented in like 1 second. I mean, we need smart cities. We say that we need smart cities, but we need to first be able to breathe. And municipalities, they don't breathe. Maybe we could create an observatory. Maybe we could see to the educational needs. Maybe we need to promote standardization, the G-Cloud. Maybe we should try to think about bringing the citizens closer to us. Foreigners do something clever. When they want to change something and they want to go with drastic changes, they say, well, instead of talking to each other, we have millions of pensioners, and they are professors, and they are engineers. So they go and ask them, and they involve them in the process. Not that the solution will be provided by the pensioner, the professor, and I will be a pensioner soon. But, you know, if you involve the citizen, you make him a collaborator. You involve him in the process, and this is quite smart, I have to say. So, there has not yet been a revolution against me, so we need 5 more minutes, only 5 more minutes, if this is okay with you. So 7 minutes should become 15. Well, no, 12 or 13. Okay. Let's start with Mr. Casiolas, and the question is, I have tried to convey certain things about the current situation, and if you had to say one thing about the situation, well, I will make my revolution and give you two ways. We need to strengthen our processes. Having registered all such services, we need to digitalize our services, and we need to invest in the people of the local government, in the people of the regions. We need to invest in their digital competences and qualifications. We have to put them in the position to actually get satisfaction and pleasure from using certain services and certain processes. Well, we have drawn a negative picture of certain things, but it is not actually completely negative, because if we take into account what has happened over the past 50 years in Greece, we will realize that there has been a lot of progress. I believe that the collaboration between municipalities needs to improve, and between the public authorities and the private sector. This collaboration needs to improve. There are solutions provided there is collaboration, and provided that through this collaboration we get the results that we want. We shouldn't put aside or neglect the smart cities concept because they are here, and they are here to help municipalities do their job better. But all such things need to be done in an organized manner. Let us not forget that informatics and communication are not here to make certain things run more quickly. This is something that we owe ourselves since the times of the Ottoman Empire. We are evolving, yes, we are progressing, but there are certain fields, a few fields, where we're still lagging behind, but in most fields we are evolving. Why are we lagging behind? In 2018 we were last. In 2019 a bit better. But we also deserve a better ranking. And municipalities and regions keep us behind. And let us try to see why others move more quickly than us. Information systems are here and for the new services, for garbage collection, for giving the opportunity to the mayor to predict the future, to foresee the future, and things like that. Mr. Lukatos, I'm going to do my revolution as well and give you two ideas. One has to do with the two speeds currently existing in Greece. So I would help the central government, the central state, and the local government communicate better and come closer together. And connection with big registries should also improve. And this is one thing. And then the other thing I would do would be to involve many more interested parties in the design of the services, not just citizens, but also businesses, scientists, because we design on the basis of what we think the citizen needs. Because it's not just about knowing how many services we have, it's also about knowing how many of such services are obsolete.
Που είναι σχεδιασμένες στην εποχή που για να φροντίσεις να μην κλέβει.
And some services are designed in a way that guarantees that the state is protected, and the more automated the systems become, the better in a way. You don't need to have 1,000 signatures for certain things. There is one person in charge of one thing, and that's enough. I mean, we don't need to produce papers anymore. Everything will happen electronically in the future. And universities should also reconsider the skills to provide, to give to public servants, meaning to people who participate in PhDs, and this is something to take into serious consideration, what skills to give to certain people. One of my current students in his postgraduate degree is about to commence something very interesting, an academy for the members of local government. And we try to understand what they need to know in order to perform better. Every employee needs to be educated. Maybe not necessarily. We will see what the tasks of everybody will be, and then we will try to understand whether they need further education or not. Mr. Maravellas, well, I think that certain things are being produced in our country, also in the field of local government, and you have been involved in the field of the monitoring and the implementation of this project. And I mean, there has to be a continuation in time, because if you implement a project and then you stop and you resume after 1 or 2 years, this is bad. This is bad. There needs to be a continuation for the completion of certain projects. I think that the depository should be created, and we spoke about it earlier. We need an integrated system for the local government. In order to become smart cities, we need to be able to achieve other objectives as well, naturally. And at an institutional level, we need multi-level governance, and we need a legislative framework for that. And we need interoperability everywhere, not only among information systems, but also among people. So interoperability is of paramount importance. And as an ex-mayor of the municipality of Haidari, where 2 psychiatric institutions are hosted, well, yeah, you know how I feel. Yeah, well, this is an interesting point in time, an interesting conjuncture. We have restructured services, but if we leave them, if we restructure them and then leave them for like 2 years waiting, then we're going to lose that important period of time. And you have, you are among the first person who did an analytical, a detailed rather, modelizing local government and rather trust of the central government in the local government. This is how we will resolve the issue of Samos. I wonder why local government isn't involved in the proposals submitted within the framework of the NSRF. I just wonder why. So I think that the municipality should be involved, and this should help us eliminate exclusion, social exclusion. A horizontal certification of executives and employees would be an idea. Infrastructure would be an idea with a long-term objective in order to be able to achieve a result, because we run the risk of creating an evolved country in some areas and a country that lags behind in other areas. We have the study on the smart cities, the study of Eliamep, the project of ETA. I think we have material in our hands, and the Central Union of the Regions, of municipalities, should be able to say, I have shaped a national strategy on municipalities and regions. Let us gather and talk about it. That would be an idea. How do we want municipalities to be tomorrow? And that would be the basis of our discussion in the future, and that would be the object of funding from the NSRF or other funds in the future. So we have 30 more seconds. Who would like to eventually take the floor?
Ελάτε εδώ. Ελάτε να σας δούμε, ελάτε εδώ. Ελάτε να σας δώσω εγώ το βήμα. Να κάνετε την ερώτησή σας. Είδατε. Πείτε πρώτα τι είστε. Ναι.
Συγγνώμη. Έχω την ίση ότι με ξέρουν όλοι. Γιάννης Φίρμπας, είμαι ο Γενικός Διευθυντής.
I'm the General Director of the NSRF. I have a question, 2 words, and I want the answer of the experts. The new program of digital transformation 2021-2027. We're very sorry, we can't really hear the speaker. I don't know why, the microphone is on. Anyway, the central program now. The question is, how about scale economies? Because through our programs, in regional programs, municipalities are beneficiaries, but of small actions and activities, cultural mainly. And I know there is a white paper and so on and so forth. Who is the real beneficiary here? Yes, I understood the question. Yes. Let us draw a line in between us. I will tell you what needs to happen, but I'm not going to tell you how to structure the technical sheets. Everything will change and the NSRF will never change. Well, don't provoke me because you don't have the time for my answers. People usually give the blame of every NSRF drawback to me. They put it on me, but the beneficiary we need to complete the process of simplification. So we have simplified things. That's the first step. We have to simplify the processes. So the step of simplification has been completed in a way, has taken place. So the central body that will submit a proposal. Well, this body needs money, and it also needs the time for the tender, and so on and so forth. For agile systems, I'm sorry, but it is impossible to interpret the gentleman because we can't hear him well enough. I think he needs to approach the microphone more.
Καταλάβω. Καθίστε και θα κάτσει εδώ πέρα να μας πει όλο το έσπα τώρα. Πώς γίνεται. Λοιπόν, βλέπετε ότι υπάρχει ένα θέμα.
So you see there is an issue here. Certain people and certain things need to change. Because people come and say, yeah, I'm the one who does this and that, and this is how I will remain. Well, we all need to change. But we need to create a system
θα είναι ένα σύστημα.
One system for all municipalities apart from the big municipalities. Can you, dear city of Patras, maintain a system of 1,000 interoperability doors? Okay, if you can't do it like Paris, but the municipality of Samos does not have the possibility to maintain and preserve a system of its own. So, we have to create one system for the last time. I have worked for singular years and years, but I know that we need a new system, central system. Those who would like will adopt it, and those who won't like, they will have to have the money to maintain their own system. Because to do certain things, you have to be able to talk to the firefighters, to the university, to this and that other body. So what kind of municipality can bear such a thing? And 10 different businesses will have to build this system so that different components will be able to interact and communicate between each other. So with reference to the institutional level and to the technical level, we have to agree who is going to change more. Maybe the NSRF or maybe someone else. So, thank you very much for your attention. We can now move to the next panel. Let us have a group photo before that, please. Thank you.
Ωραία. Το ζωντάνεψα για να...
Καλησπέρα σε όλους. Είμαι ο Σωτήρης Μπέσκος, είμαι πρόεδρος...
I'm Sotiris Beskos, CEO of Opinion Post, active in electronic mass media for the last 13 years. I have the honor to have with us here Ms. Kaufmann, who's the Director General for Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion from the European Commission, Mr. Lakis, who's from the European Social Fund, and we're waiting to see Ms. Sirengela, who's Vice Chair for the material of demographics and family, and Mrs. Likovardi, who's the Deputy Ombudsman for Equal Treatment. Thank you very much for being here at the conference of RGC. And let me make a very short introduction. A very significant problem is our demographic problem. That is a very complex issue. Plus, the COVID pandemic has had a dramatic impact, in particular in connection with the European Parliament. We have had a serious problem for 2 years. According to the data of the European Parliament, the risk of poverty and social exclusion is more than visible. According to the World Economic Forum, it is very worrying that employment posts that are developed during the last few years continue to be undertaken by men, by vast majority, and this is a very worrying phenomenon. The national plan for restoration and resilience aim to provide with equal opportunities for employment for all, as well as in order to fight inequalities in labor market. Well, I would like to hear a little bit from all of you, from your own point of view, in order to see what are the possible solutions in the issue of employment. I will start with Ms. Sirengela. Good evening, Ms. Sirengela. Ms. Sirengela, can you hear us? Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Thank you. I would like to welcome you from the RGC. Thank you very much for the invitation. Indeed, you have brought forward the true problems. Within our competences, it is to try to find solutions to each and every problem. And already at the Restoration and Resilience Fund, we have drawn out one dimension, the dimension of gender. Our programs concern both men and women. Plus, we want to harmonize professional and family life, and in particular that of women, because women undertakes the large burden of raising the children, and many times this is a decisive factor for them quitting their professional career. So we try to promote and plan policies towards this direction. Allow me to interrupt you. Because just 40 hours ago, we've had a very, very significant announcement by our Prime Minister, Mr. Mitsotakis, for the extension of the all-day-long nursery school and elementary schools in Greece up to 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Not for all schools in Greece, but for many of them. So I would like to have your opinion about what the government has the ambition to achieve with this initiative? This is very specific. It has to do with demographics as well as with the equality of the genders. We know that a large portion of workforce cannot possibly respond to their working hours because schools finish by 3:30 or 3:45. So we hope that this will be the case throughout Greece, and the aim will not just to be to monitor the children that will be there at school, but on the contrary, they will stay at school and have some recreational activities during these hours. And actually, this is something that does happen in the private sector. Let us not forget that all office employees work from 9 to 5. So imagine what a relief will be to have to pick up your children at 6 o'clock. Those of us who have children at elementary school know the stress of rushing to go pick up children from school, and at the same time be able to cope with our professional obligations. So let me ask you another thing. Except for this legislative initiative, there has been another initiative called the neighborhood nannies, and we're awaiting to see the results of it. There is a registry that will undertake this operation, because it's not a job, it's not a profession. Exactly, it is something that is more of a very serious responsibility towards our society. Currently, we have applications for women that want to be accredited and take part in this program, the neighborhood nannies. You know that this is a pilot program and comprises 63 municipalities, mainly in places where there are no kindergartens. And in the immediate future, perhaps until end of June or beginning of July, we will start having the first accreditations, and then we will have the program for parents. And why is that? Because in the past, we used to see very, very low income criteria being set, and therefore people who exceeded that income could not possibly qualify in order to make use of these services. So we are currently changing this to individual income of below 24,000 euros. And let me also stress that there are women that have to work in the afternoon hours, or those who work different schedules, evenings, such as nurses or freelance professionals that work anytime. Okay, so this is very interesting. You're giving us a news item, which means that the schedule of caretakers will not be just a fixed morning schedule. Yes, the parents are to choose when exactly they need a person to take care of their children. So, apart from the neighborhood nannies, we have nursery schools, kindergartens. We're at a very good point because there is no child outside kindergarten. According to the nannies of the neighborhood, these they will put the stress on where there are no kindergartens, for instance, in villages where it is hard to open up a kindergarten, or where a mother cannot possibly drive her child at the capital city of the prefecture. So, in this case, 2 or 3 children will be taken care of, regardless of what the mother's profession is. Farmers or freelance professionals. Okay, Ms. Kaufmann, I would like to ask you, what are your views regarding the efforts of our country, Greece, in order to achieve the 3 main goals for employment, education, training, and poverty and social inclusion?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think, first of all, the setting of targets is a very important exercise. It basically started a bit more than 1 year ago when EU leaders in the Porto Social Summit decided we need to set ourselves EU-level targets for 2030. So 60% adult learning, 78% employment rate, and also at least 15 million out of poverty and social exclusion. And then it was also agreed that every member state should now set its own targets, so that when we add them up, it should produce these EU-level targets. I've actually been discussing with all EU member states their target plans, and as far as Greece is concerned, I'm happy that Greece actively engaged in the process, even in recent days has still improved one of its targets, made it more ambitious, but basically I think the ambition is particularly strong when it comes to employment and also the poverty reduction target. Basically, we see that there's a clear commitment to raising the level of employment, which is currently still pretty low compared to the EU level. And we also see that there are quite a number of actions. We just heard in detail how women should be integrated better in the labor market, how they should be supported through childcare. By the way, last month I was able to visit all-day school, and but also, for instance, active labor market policies, reform of the public employment service. These are all elements which will enhance the employment rate. So I think that this is on a good track, and of course, all these measures are also supported by EU funds, but we can come back to that later. Then when it comes to the poverty reduction target, there also is a clear ambition of Greece to reduce people at risk of poverty and social exclusion. You have all sorts of measures, either defined at the national level or at the regional level. Of course, there are also regional programs under the ESF, and here you also have, for instance, the child guarantee that was agreed at the EU level that every member state is now implementing, including Greece, which should make a difference. And that's important because currently 1 out of 3 children are at risk of poverty and social exclusion in Greece, and more needs to be done in this area. Now, when it comes to skills, it's a huge challenge. First of all, in terms of where we are, in terms of the needs, there are mismatches. Employers don't always find the people with the right skills, also practical skills. Probably in the session just before, there was the need for digital skills that came out. And here, what we still have a challenge, it's the adult learning. So on the one hand, there's now education reform ongoing, there's a vet reform ongoing, that's all very positive, but the people that are already in the labor market or are unemployed need to be reskilled now. And here, when we looked at the last available data, Greece was at 16%, while the EU was at 37%. So you can see it is extremely important to boost this up and reskilling, also in light of the green and the digital transition and the aging. There's no other way than to skill and reskill people. And here, okay, this more than 20 percentage point gap towards the EU in terms of activity yearly skilling will be reduced a bit. We would have hoped that it would be reduced a bit more, but I think maybe as Greece rolls out its various efforts in terms of skilling, it might see that after all it's possible to even be more ambitious, because I think also in terms of competitiveness of the country, it's key that there's progress on this front. Now, I have mentioned so far only the ESF plus, but of course for both employment support and for up and reskilling, also the Recovery and Resilience Facility are very important, and also the Just Transition Fund, all funds that support these efforts.
I would like to ask you the following. What are the available capitals and the financial tools in order to support all these goals?
Yeah, so I mentioned already a number of funds, yeah, the ESF Plus, the RRF, Recovery Resilience Facility, the Just Transition Fund. There's other funds like React EU, Repower EU. Basically, if I understand correctly, we are at a bit more than 50 billion for Greece in the coming years up to 27. That's a huge amount. And, you know, one of the social fund programs alone is a bit more than 4 billion to support employment and also up and reskilling, just to give you one example. So these funds play a key role. We are now looking forward to soon approve the first program that I just mentioned of a bit more than 4 billion. We have been working intensely with the authorities in terms of commenting and making sure that this is going to be a very important program that provides targeted support to employment, that supports skilling. And I think also what is important that we have to see that the ESF Plus is a fund that is trying to promote new ways to deliver services, but then eventually the idea is that the Greek budget takes on these let's say the financing of these structures or of these expenses, and new innovative ways, for instance all-day school comes in so that the fund can also promote reform and rollout of services, such as one of the, when I talk about rollout, I would also mention the community centers, or the TOMIs, the medical or even mobile medical support services. So I could now go on, but just to say in terms of Just Transition Fund, here of course the idea was that we support the green transition, but we make sure that no one is left behind. In other words, if you have to reduce certain polluting industries, or then it is important that in those regions people will find other jobs that can be green jobs, they can be digital jobs, but it could even be traditional jobs, so that people can be supportive of the green transition and do not feel like, oh, if I'm supporting the green transition, which is essential for our planet, I might not have a job anymore. So this is what the Just Transition Fund does, and I think that's also a very important element. Of course, the Recovery Resilience Fund, I think a lot has been talked about it. Here, I think one of the key elements is to promote long-term structural growth and resilience. So not just to spend money and then this fund stops after 3 years and then you are at square one, but really to support reforms and to report, to ensure that, let's say, there will be sustainable growth linked to that and the areas I already mentioned.
Θα μου επιτρέψετε λιγάκι να πάω πάλι στην κυρία Σιρεγγέλα.
Allow me to go again to Ms. Sirengela. A few days ago, about a week ago, I think, we heard the Spanish government, and I believe that the Spanish Employment Ministry, establishing a new leave of month-long, 3 days a month for women employees who are in the most productive age for their harsh days, their menstruation days. Ms. Sirengela, is there a case that in our country, at some stage, even in the near future, such a welfare provision might be established in Greece?
Allow me to say that this is a bill. I'm not yet certain that it has been submitted, but anyway, we notice that very often abroad there are some businesses and some companies that indeed do give a leave. Unfortunately, we lost our connection with Mrs. Sirengela. Let's see if we can solve it. If not, here, Mrs. Sirengela is back. Mrs. Sirengela, we're very sorry, but we lost you for almost 2 minutes. Could you kindly resume and start all over again? But there she goes, freezing again, unfortunately. Yeah. So, frozen again. Okay, let's shift to Mr. Troulakis. The new NSRF, we have the announcement of the new programming period in a few days. Mrs. Sirengela, we now shifted to another speaker, Mr. Troulakis. I will come back to you in a while, okay? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I would like you, Mr. Troulakis, to briefly describe the design currently existing for the specific projects on education, vocational training, lifelong learning process, the projects that will be announced in the coming days. Well, first of all, allow me to thank you very much for your invitation to participate in such an important event, which has become timeless. It's an honor for me to be here. Well, your question is huge. We have a limited time allocated, though. Anyway, I'll try to be brief. We have engaged in major efforts, in significant efforts. The General Secretariat of Public Investment, the National Authority of Coordination, the NSRF Authority. Well, we submitted the Corporate Pact for Regional Growth, and we are in constant cooperation with the services of the European Commission. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Mrs. Kaufmann and her collaborators. We do indeed have an excellent cooperation, and with the managing authorities and the executive authorities at the ministry in order to be able to submit the 13 sectoral regional programs so that within a short period of time we will be able to have the approvals and the money. Such new programs, such new projects, the way they have been structured in this new programming period, apart from they for the first time serve national strategic plans, and this is not, didn't happen by chance, because in the current programming period, like in the previous programming period, we have had the obligation to serve and fulfill the conditionality principles. Now we have the necessary terms, and we need to be able to fulfill them. And what are the necessary terms? National strategies, action plans that need to take place and to be implemented for all policies. The first necessary term is the one of equality, thanks to the efforts of Mrs. Sirengela and her services. We have already submitted we were waiting for the observations of the European Commission, social inclusion, child guarantee, the Roma people, education at all levels. And we're waiting for the Commission's observations. And with reference to education, because Mrs. Kapfan also spoke about it, well, this is indeed of paramount importance. It is an issue of paramount importance, the mismatching issue and so on and so forth, all the issues that we are dealing with in the labor market. So, apart from what is taking place in the NSRF, there is a new institutional framework. We have two laws, one of the Ministry of Education, one of the Ministry of Labor, with the emblematic title Job Again, and the Ministry of Education, which is about the system of vocational training and lifelong learning. And these two laws, along with the national strategies, which we are obliged, all the member states are obliged to have, well, all such things will bridge a huge gap that existed in Greece. And this was the gap for the governance of vocational training and lifelong learning. So these two new laws aim at bridging this gap, laying emphasis on skills. And Mrs. Kapfan said so. There is a big problem in Greece, the problem of mismatching. I attended a meeting the other day with YESEVE, with the General Confederation, and the president of OAED. Yes, of the public service of employment, the former OAED. He said that in Greece we have unemployment and we have positions in entrepreneurship that are never covered. And this is a paradox. It is indeed a paradox. And this is what these two laws are trying to correct now. In the field of vocational training, in the field of lifelong learning, to bridge all the gaps that existed and that have existed so far in such fields. Okay, to help everybody understand, EOPEP operates in the field of lifelong learning, and the other body operating in the field of vocational training and lifelong learning, bridging the gaps that we mentioned earlier. And yeah, of course, we want to bridge certain gaps, and we hope that we'll manage to achieve this objective with these new two laws. So we are preparing actions also for women, also for vulnerable groups of our society. Another thing that has been said, has to do with social inclusion and vulnerable groups, which is a very thorny issue because we've had the financial crisis here in Greece, then we had COVID, and then we had the war. Let us hope that at a certain point we will calm down and the world will calm down. Well, I think you're very optimistic. Well, this is the law of the nature, you know. There is a culmination of things, and then things start subduing in a way. Anyway, so we have all the projects that we have submitted to the European Commission, and among those, we keep upgrading and we keep implementing the social structures that had been created as emblematic structures, the centers for daily care of the elderly people and so on and so forth, and which, thanks to the support of the European Commission, will continue to exist in this forthcoming programming period. However, it has been agreed, and Mrs. Kapfan is here with us, and we have to say so, it has been agreed that there will be a study will be conducted, because such structures will at a certain point have to become sustainable and viable, and they have to go back to the state. They are being supported by the European Social Fund, but gradually, as of 2025, they will need, on the basis of a study, they will need to go back to the state funding and in order to release funds for new actions, because there are new actions like active aging and many other actions, lifelong care, because we have an aged population and so on and so forth. So there are new actions that need to be supported. But like Mrs. Kapfan said, the money is there, the strategy is there, so it all depends on us, on our work and on our collaboration. Mrs. Siringella, let me give you the floor again, because we have been interrupted. So this is about the forthcoming initiative of the government of Spain for a special leave for women in their difficult days, in their menstruation days. So, Mrs. Siringella, what about it? Well, I had started saying, well, we didn't hear you, so could you kindly start all over again? So, this is a draft. It is a draft bill. It hasn't yet been submitted. It was under public consultation with social partners in Spain. Our country, in our country and in other countries, not just of the European Union, but worldwide, there are some private companies that grant a leave to women for their difficult days. We, as the ministry, we passed a law some months ago, about the harmonization with a European directive, but we evolved. We adapted it to the Greek society for the parental leave and so on and so forth, and other types of leaves for single parents and disabled parents or parents of children with disabilities, or people who take care of elderly people. And we tried to enlarge, in a way, the leaves, not just in the public sector, but also in the private sector, with a 7-day leave for women who go under IVF processes. This is something that we can definitely take into consideration, this new law. But we should avoid reaching a point we reached in the past. For example, the motherhood leave and so on and so forth. Yeah, we tried to keep a balance in the past. but we now want fathers to also take a leave. But one of the problems we had in the past was because all the leaves were taken by women, a large number of employees wouldn't hire women again. You know, they would interview women and they would ask them, do you plan to have a family? And then they wouldn't hire them, you know, because they felt that they were not going to have them for a long time. And this is why we established father leaves as well, paternal leaves, in order to try to achieve equality in terms of children raising and so on and so forth. So we need to pay attention, because sometimes we want to do good and it acts as a boomerang and it punishes women's participation. But yeah, this is a kind of leave that many women are entitled to, and indeed it exists abroad, and it is also part of equal opportunities and equal treatment. Like Microsoft applies such a policy. Mrs. Elichovardi's turn now. Mrs. Elichovardi. Because we are now opening a very subtle chapter, we will be touching upon a very subtle issue. She is Deputy Ombudsman. And Mrs. Lichovardi, I'd like you to help us understand the real field and the real situation as far as the Me Too movement is concerned, meaning all the accusations that have been put forward within the framework of this movement, all the lawsuits that have been put forward. I'm very, very happy to be here with you. I'm not a deputy ombudsman. I'm only an assistant of the ombudsman. And I'd like to tell you all that I'm very, very happy to meet Mrs. Seringella again, even online, and the representative of the European Commission, Mrs. Kapfan. Taking into consideration that what has been said so far about schools, about nannies, about the leaves, well, I'd like to say that these are all important measures that are here to support an effort that started long ago in order to create a more integrated legislative framework. And I'd like to point out, rather to stress, the importance of the recent initiative that actually lays emphasis on the equal role of both parents in raising their children. So we need to support all necessary infrastructure, rather all necessary services, all necessary tools to allow both parents to do so and to work at the same time. So this initiative, rather we are expecting the results of this initiative, and this is the only way to fight against the under-representation of women in the labor market. And let me now briefly try to answer your question. Okay, since I have a bit of time, I'd like to say that we need to coordinate all such issues better. And we need to coordinate all the arrangements that are currently in place on telework, flexible types of work. These are all need to be harmonized in order to guarantee that both men and women, working men and women, fathers and mothers, will be able to combine their professional life with their private life. Now, the issues of violence and sexual harassment, which are an issue that took on significant dimensions over the past year, and that brought about a very important issue of our lives. As of 2010, the Ombudsman, which is the par excellence competent body, would receive, let's say, an average of 10 to 25 cases. But after the voting and the passing of the law in 2021, when the Me Too became very, very popular, we've noticed an increase, 41 in 2021, and we are expecting an increase in 2022 as well. An increase in complaints, that is. The complaints brought before the Ombudsman. There is an issue of discrimination due to gender, sex, that is. Let me ask you one question. What is the time the state needs to answer, to intervene? When you say the state, what exactly do you mean? I mean the time needed between the complaint that is filed before your body, and then between this and the intervention of the state. Who is responsible to take action in order to put an end to this harassment, sexual harassment, and to all the discrimination? I mean, are you the only body receiving such complaints? Are there other competent bodies? And what is the time needed to react? Well, allow me to clarify one thing, which is of vital importance. The Ombudsman is the competent body to investigate sexual harassment due to sex and sexual orientation. If a woman complains about sexual harassment, be that in the public sector or in the private sector, the case will be investigated by the Ombudsman. The competent department of the Ministry of Labor will transmit it to the Ombudsman. If it's the private sector, if it's the public sector, the Ombudsman intervenes and makes an investigation about the complaint. This is what I mean. Is there a satisfactory reaction time frame or not? Well, with reference to the public sector, the final reaction has to do with the time needed for a disciplinary approach. I mean, sometimes, yeah, we may need to take into account certain improvements that are necessary from a legal point of view. Now, with reference to the collaboration of the competent authorities, I feel that this is done very swiftly, like 2 months. That's the average time, 2 months to complete a case. Sometimes there is a delay because we may lack evidence, for example, or proof. There are still issues that need to be improved and that need to be specified and clarified. The body of labor inspection is important. We collaborate very well. And of course, there is always room for improvement. Okay, I would like to ask the participants in the panel to take a few moments to make some comments. Mrs. Siringella, we would like you to talk to us about the platform, and I'd like to ask you whether you have an idea of the number of the complaints filed. Well, the platform provides information as to where you can complain. You don't complain via the platform. Now, in the field of labor, you have to file your complaint to the body of labor inspection. If you need psychological, legal, or social support, but even work support, then there is a program. Because we are running a program and we have noticed that many women are unemployed and they can't escape that vicious circle of violence very easily. And so there are many counseling centers or shelters. Then the 1555. The line 1555 and 15900 and other lines like the Smile of the Child, the Χαμόγελο του παιδιού, or other lines for minors, for men, for women, and depending on the case, you can resort to the competent body. We have an excellent cooperation with the Ombudsman, and I know I do not have much time, but for such issues, we need to cooperate, all of us, independent authorities, the private sector, the public sector, the bodies of civil society. And when we cooperate all together, then the results are excellent. Okay, Mrs. Kaufmann, one question, very, very brief. What are the challenges our country currently faces in terms of gender?
Yeah, indeed, there are quite important challenges, and I think especially when you look at the labor market, the representation of women in the labor market is very low. It's just 1 out of 2 women that is in the labor market, and that's much below what we have at the EU. If you look at women with a migrant background, it's only 40%. So this, as such, is already, the numbers are very clear. And sometimes people say it's a cultural issue, but I think it is very much also a policy issue. That's why I'm also very happy that a number of actions are now being undertaken. I also remember looking at another member state, Malta. There was also the point, well, Maltese women don't like to work, but then they changed their policies, free childcare, and you still get support even while you are sending your children to the crèche. And all of a sudden, the employment rates of women went up. And I hope that a similar issue can also happen in Greece. And it's not just culture, but it's removing barriers, supporting, as it was said, providing more childcare possibilities. And there, I think really a lot is being done now. At the same time, I think also the opportunities in terms of skilling and reskilling are extremely important. So I would say I'm moderately hopeful, but Greece is really starting from a rather low level, and it's important to stick to these actions, and the EU is also happy to support them. I mentioned the all-day care schools, for instance, as a key element, and of course, actions of the Ombudsman are also extremely important.
Mr. Troulakis, thank you very much, Mrs. Kaufmann. Mr. Troulakis, your turn now. Some recent studies have been conducted by the Anoises, and they are about vocational training, and they have showcased some drawbacks and some problematic elements. some incentives that are not being provided, and I'd like you to tell me what will happen in the new programming period. Do you want me to do that in 21 seconds? Well, I'll give you 1 minute. Well, these recent researches, rather studies from the analysis, they are not that recent. I mean, they are recent in certain ways, but they were published before the national strategies of our country started being drafted, and before the study of our which gave the guidelines for the Recovery Fund and the NSRF. So these studies integrated their conclusions, rather their conclusions have been integrated in the operational programs, rather in the regional sectoral programs, and in the national strategy of our country. So, but there is another issue that we sometimes underestimate and overestimate. We underestimate the data, we overestimate the program. We're not very good at keeping statistical data in Greece. We have statistical data when we have an NSRF, though. There are many actions that are being implemented that really do lots of vocational trainings and lifelong learning processes and so on and so forth. But these things are never registered. There are no statistics about such things. But now we are obliged to create registries. So we are evolving, we are progressing. Such registries of the Ministry of Education will register everything that takes place in terms of education, and then the registries of the Ministry of Labor through a central body will also act accordingly in order to create a registry about what the country needs. There is a mechanism to diagnose the needs of labor needs, of the labor market, providing important data. It is constantly upgraded through the Ministry of Education and so on and so forth. We live in an era constantly producing data, and we need data. We're going to have such data, but we need trainings as well, and targeted trainings, very targeted. Reskilling and upskilling need to be done according to the needs of the labor market. They need to be targeted. So when people see that the people who were reskilled found a job, they will think about it again, and we need to integrate people in the educational system and in the labor system. We have high expectations, and I think that we are moving towards the right direction. Thank you very, very much. I thank the participants in the panel very much. I think we've spoken about very important things. So thank you very much for your time and your participation. Thank you.
Καλησπέρα σε όλους. Να καλωσορίσουμε τον Υπουργό.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Let us welcome the Minister of Labour, Mr. Hatzidakis. I'd like us to start with something that became known a few days ago. The European Parliament called upon member states to adopt a mechanism to shape the minimum wage. And I feel that the European Parliament is about to vote on that. And my question, Mr. Hatzidakis, is the following. We've heard about an inflation amounting to 11.8%, so the minimum wage and the overall income is a burning issue, a thorny issue. Is it time to return to the minimum wage for social partners? Let me explain what happened in Brussels to begin with, because we're not all very familiar with what happens there. There is an unofficial agreement between the European Parliament and the Ministry and the Council of Ministers with the presence of the European Commission. An official agreement will be in place following the meeting of the Ministers of Labour with majority. There will be a voting process with a majority. There is no consensus in such a case, and I don't think that there is going to be a blocking minority though. And then it will go back to the European Parliament for the Parliament to ratify the process. And when both bodies will have ratified it, it will be published in the official European Union Gazette. Now, what has been agreed, I mean, we have it in a way. Some hailed, some condemned, some... there have been lots of reactions. But anyway, the system that has been agreed and that is based on the consultation with the institutions of social partners, with other institutions and institutes like the Bank of Greece and a commission of experts reporting to the Ministry of Labour, and then the Minister of Labour deciding on the minimum wage. I mean, we have this process. We have had it since 2013. So we have the philosophy of this program, and this is the philosophy the European Commission took and it submitted it, it put it forward to the other European countries. So our country has acted as a model in a way, but behind the adoption of this proposal in 2013, there was the European Commission again with the Troika. It had proposed this model to Mr. Samaras, who was but then Syriza voted against it, and then it passed, and this model has passed. But you must have realized that there is a debate about collective bargaining, collective contracts. Collective bargaining agreements. And this is something that we're going to vote, but it is not mandatory. I mean, you can't take an employer and an employee and impose on them to have a contractual, like a contract, sign a contract. This is a directive of the European Union. This is a guideline, rather, of the European Union, but nothing more so far. So it is a guideline of the European Union for now. But you do understand that regardless of how positive at a European level this is, it doesn't necessarily mean that there are going to be significant changes in the short run for employees and for workers. And, you know, I mean, we can't, I mean, being too optimistic or too pessimistic is not the case. I don't really think that things will change dramatically overnight. It is an important evolution, but, well, as far as I'm concerned, in Greece, it is important that we have an increase of the minimum wage amounting to 9.9%. And if we take into account the contribution of other contributions, it increases even more. I mean, wages in Greece were not high, but following this increase, now Greece, out of the 22 countries of the European Union which have the regime of the minimum wage, because there are 5 countries without such a regime on minimum wage. So Greece, out of the 22 countries with a minimum wage regime, following this recent increase, well, Greece will rank 9th.
Above Portugal. And I think that this has an importance by itself for employees as much as the pressure they suffer on their pockets due to the whole situation. Let me ask you the following. We have the so-called 3-year period, which is a long, quite a long benefit of employees regarding their wages. Those who have secured them, do you have an idea? Let me remind you that they are to be reactivated, and if I remember correctly, you are absolutely positive if employment goes below 10%. So do you have an estimate as to when our country is to expect that unemployment will drop below 10%, at least in the mid-term, so as to avoid such a difficulty? Look, at least for this year, there's no question about it. And regarding the 3-year period, we had intervened at the State Council, and what was suggested then did not become a law, and well, the employees, the working force, remained with the hope that unemployment will drop below 10%. Look, we want to achieve this, and this is not to be achieved through just words. We have paid very dearly this fanfare in the past. But the fact that the unemployment rate has dropped from 17.2% to 12.5%. This is not accidental. It is the result of the overall financial policy of the government, the reduction of insurance contributions, and the overall labor environment. If I remember correctly, very soon we'll be having a pilot application in banks and supermarkets, the digital working card. Look, I would not consider it as a pilot application, because when you have 150,000 people who will be using this digital employment card, these are a lot of people. Therefore, it is a revolution. I'm telling you this, although I expressed myself in a different style earlier regarding the height of wages. Now, in the European Union, this is a huge step towards social justice. And many people who were not behaving the way they should have been might feel a little bit sad. But from the measurements that we have taken and the different observations, apart from wages, this is going to be number one issue for the workforce. And this is the second one. Many times they feel, or it happens, that their time is stolen away from them, that their work is not being documented, that the 8-hour work they do is paid as 4 hours. Yes, the sweat has does not pay off, if we put it correctly. Yes, this is why we shield controls, and we have put together the inspectors, labor inspectors, independent authority already. The first governor has been appointed, and the presidential decree is getting ready. And there cannot possibly be that the SEPE is the long arm of the Secretary General, and that there is a lot of margin for entrepreneurs to profiteer on the backs of the working class. No. This digital working card will be recording employment time electronically. Both parties, the employer and employee, will be able to see what your work has been done, what is your work that has been done, what your schedule has been. There will be data collected for and kept for at least 10 years. Yes, and this can also be brought as exhibit before the court of law. So it has got nothing to do with the policies and politicians' words. No. This is digital technology at the service of social justice. I'm stressing it. Yes, let me ask you. We're waiting for a presidential decree that will be clarifying the terms regarding teleworking, working by distance. Do we know when this presidential decree is to be issued? Well, I cannot possibly tell you because the State Council has to intervene. The presidential decree, is it also going to stipulate about external suppliers? I do not know. What I know is that we take a look at the wider picture, and it's only got to do that it starts as of July 1st from supermarkets and banks, extending to security corporations, the industry, insurance companies, and in tourism and in restaurants. So next year, when hotels open up and restaurants for tourists open up again, and for everyone actually, we will have this regime for also this sector, a sector where statistical data shows that there's this is an issue and sector of concern. Do you have a picture talking about tourism? How many are those employment posts in tourism? I know that you had made an effort to collect data as to vacancies in tourism. We're still waiting for more data to come in concerning the restoration business. A while ago, we were informed that it would be 50,000 posts. So we asked them to define this figure further in order to do this matching. I have to tell you that in order for the state to intervene and have clear results. We need to perform this appropriate matching of employment posts and have the overall picture. But the effort that we're making from the Public Employment Service, former OAED, is to bring together the unemployed that have a specific profile with respective businesses. Well, we've been trying to do this through electronic consultants anyway, but we have also established a new institution, the Careers Day. This is something that was not the case in Greece. We call on businesses of an area. Those who want to join us are free to come. We gather with these businesses and the unemployed. This has also taken place in Patras. I think it was 2 to 3 months ago. And hundreds of employment posts were found in Patras. In Greece, only in those career days, 15,000 employment posts were announced, and the Public Employment Service is going now to Heraklion. Crete, we're doing our best to be useful and practical by implementing practices that have been fruitful elsewhere. I've been in politics for several years. I hear that the left is claiming the monopoly of sensitivity towards poverty and labor markets, but we're trying to respond actively. We managed to drop unemployment. We have tripled opportunities. We promote other institutions such as the neighborhood nannies. We try to resolve issues that arise from the terrible delays in pensions. We'll talk about pensions a little bit later, but let me ask you one thing first. You are accused by Mr. Androulakis, a position that in the new program that you have put together in order to fight the demographic problem, that you only have 100 houses available. Could you please tell me how many houses are those that will be delivered to young couples? Are they 100 or many more? Mr. Androulakis will be able to repeat this for another 2 or 3 months. After that, he will just stop because the program of the government will be presented as an overall. Mr. Androulakis just selects one action of the restoration fund. We also have the NSRF. We also have the a collaboration with the investment bank. We're studying several aspects at the Ministry of Social Affairs. And as the Prime Minister has stressed many times, the housing issue, in particular for young couples, is very important. These young couples have to be supported, not only for their day-to-day life, but also for demographics of the country. Let me ask you another thing. Let me take you to your former post. Energy saving. I don't remember those issues. I've forgotten everything, all about it. We'll get to the recommendations of the European Commission. Energy saving through teleworking. Is there a thought that recommendation might be made to the private sector for teleworking so as to save fuel and energy. Today, Mr. Skylakakis and Mr. Skrekas presented a plan in order to save for energy for the public sector. You know that there are many plans that have been presented in different newspapers that are going to be activated or not, depending on how things go. Well, nobody knows exactly what the case is going to be. Many say that the situation is going to get worse before it gets any better. And therefore, we should all be ready for any alternative scenarios. What I think we should keep is that in a study that only circulated yesterday, Greece is first, the Greek government, is first, number one, in the European Union from the point of view of intensity of the actions of the public sector in order to deal with the consequences of the energy crisis. Of course, it's a very hard effort because Greece does not have the possibilities of Switzerland or Sweden. But this has to be one of the pillars of our policy in general. In the public sector, we will try to do our best. As for individuals, all governments talk about the need to proceed with such measures. We have the Execonomo program, and there are similar programs also in other European countries, and it is up to each and every individual to participate in it. But you will not, aren't any motives going to be given in the private sector to privately owned companies so that employees will be working remotely so as to help in the energy saving effort? I do not know. We see how things go and we'll figure this out step by step. Let's talk about pensions now. Mr. Skertos, Minister Skertos, talked about an increase in pensions about 5% in 2023. What do you think? What do you say? Well, the law stipulates it in countries where I told you about the lowest wage. In pensions, it is stipulated that come 2023 onwards, they will unfreeze, and there is a mathematical formula providing for the increase. It's a consumer price index, GDP, divided by 2, and this is going to be the result. The increase. Is this the optimistic or the pessimistic scenario? I told you, consumer price index times GDP divided by 2. So, in pensions, there's a so-called personal difference. When we get to unfreezing, will you abolish the personal difference? Let me stress that for those who do not know, this is a decrease, which is a hidden increase. No, it's not a hidden increase. It's something occult. There had been an agreement so as not to decrease them. And it was said that the decrease that was sought for every pensioner by our lenders is going to be given back with the Vroutis law already, and despite the personal difference and what was provided for by personal difference, due to the increases given for pensioners that have over 5 years of over 30 years of insurance life, there were increases up to 7% with the recalculation of their pension. So 224,000 pensioners with Rutsi's law have seen an increase. Plus, all, if not all, most working pensioners now get 70% of their pension. And in addition, many pensioners have had an increase due to the decrease of the tax factor, which went from 22% to 9%. So the government has also given two extraordinary bonuses, one last December and one last Easter. Now pensions are unfreezing. I'm not trying to be arrogant because of that. It's stipulated by the law that this is bound to happen. Let me reiterate again that personal difference is going to be diminished, and in 2024 the difference will be equalized. Another issue that I'm not aware of, okay. What is the day on which there will be no pending applications for pension? Well, in 2021, when I joined the ministry, we had visited about reached about 150,000 pensions. Currently, we are at 60,000. And after a great raise that we're going to perform, we aim that by summer, the issue of pending main pensions will have closed. But of course, we started from the main ones. There is, of course, a decrease in numbers of the subsidiary ones. But we started from the main pensions that were still pending. There were 123,000 decisions for 19,000 pensions in 2021, and this number increased to 224,000, and this with 900 less employees. Of course, the work was performed by the employees again, but what changed was the way they worked. We lack economists and ICT specialists, but very rarely in public administration do we talk about methods, motives, sanctions. This is what we used. We set electronic control tower in order to know at any moment who does what. We introduced 3,000 new computers. Individuals, private lawyers and certified accountants. But pensioners use them, and both parties are really pleased. They proceed to cases very, very quickly. So we performed such interventions, and with the fast-track pensions, combining technologies, existing technologies in EFCA, along with the trust to the pensioner, will take it even faster. This is why I'm optimistic that we will manage. Okay. Apart from pending pensions, we have 50 to 60,000 of pensioners that are waiting for some money retrospectively. First of all, let me tell you that we are done with 97.5 to 98% of the cases, and we had to handle 1,800,000 1,000 different folders at many different levels. Now we're talking about parallel pensions, and let me tell you that when we say a parallel pension, we talk about a doctor that works in the NHS, but because he's also insured at TAI, that's a special doctor's fund, he also is entitled to more money. We are currently getting the software in order to calculate those pensions due to the fact that the files are partly electronic, partly hand-kept. I hope that we're going to have some progress also on this issue. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. We hope we see you again also next year. Half an hour has gone by. I didn't realize it. Thank you.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλησπέρα σας. Είμαι ο Φάνης Παπαθανασίου. Σας καλωσορίζω.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I am Fanis Papathanasiou. Let me welcome you to the next session entitled European Cities Supporting Ukraine. The invasion of Russia to Ukraine has led to a series of disastrous effects, such as the destruction of critical infrastructure, a high number of fatalities, the disruption of the country's and EU's economy, as well as the displacement of more than 4 million Ukrainians. So there are many questions to be answered, and this is what we're going to try to do today, talking to representatives of cities, of NGOs and experts in this effort of ours to provide an answer to this major challenge humanity is facing. Let me welcome Mrs. Melina Daskalaki, who is the president at City of Athens Reception and Solidarity Center. Good evening, Mrs. Daskalakis. Good evening, Mrs. Maria Clara Martin, High Commissioner for Refugees in Greece, the United Nations. Good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon.
I'm very glad you joined us, and I'm very happy that you are with us. And
Mr. Christos Lazaridis, who is a consultant at the Greek Forum on Refugees. So let us see how Athens welcomes this new influx or flow of refugees, and what does Greece do to welcome, to accept refugees from Ukraine. Well, let us try to understand, to begin with, the environment where such refugees are being welcomed. Athens has a vast experience in receiving refugees from Syria, from other countries of the sub-Saharan continent. Since, as of 2015, we have had a major activity in receiving and helping refugees integrate into the majority society. The reception of Ukrainians is low in Greece. There are 5 million of displaced Ukrainians currently, out of which Greece has received approximately 50,000, half of them in the region of Attica. What is particularly interesting, though, is that contrary to all other refugees or economic refugees, economic immigrants, these people did not have the need of immediate shelter or housing, because the people who came to Greece because they had relatives or friends, and because it was much easier for them to come here. So we have low numbers of people who have asked for a home, for a shelter. However, both Ukrainians who have been displaced and Ukrainians in Ukraine and in other countries have had a massive need for humanitarian aid. So Athens tried to respond to the initiatives of the Ukrainian embassy and to the communities that are operating in Athens and have been operating in Athens over the past years, Ukrainian communities, and who have been forced into doing all they could in order to help Ukrainian refugees. So the first thing we have been asked to do was to provide some school spaces and office spaces and to try to contribute the way we have always tried to contribute in collecting humanitarian aid. We have collaborated with all bodies who operate in the field of humanitarian aid, but this is done that will continue to be done and will continue as long as there is a need for that. At the same time, the services of our municipality are trying to, in cooperation with the embassy and the communities, they are trying to spread the voice and spread information that is useful to people who come to Greece for the first time, to help them become familiar with all the necessary information for them to be able to move around. And we also hear the civil society and the center. We also hear the Center for the Integration of Refugees, which has a vast experience in providing aid to refugees. Allow me to also share a few characteristics that we need to take into consideration. Firstly, whereas the situation of the Ukrainian refugees is equivalent of the situation of refugees from other countries, the European Union doesn't call them refugees, and themselves are not called. They don't want to call themselves refugees. They want to be called displaced because they leave hoping that they will soon go back to their country to rebuild their country. So this, in practical terms, at a practical level, also creates certain differences. For example, they have asked to not enroll the children to schools in the middle of the school year. They have asked that their children continue to follow Ukrainian lessons in Ukrainian and the curricula they followed in their country, because they feel that next year they will go back to their country. But this is this is a bit of a concern, because it is not certain that this will happen. And even if this happens, even if they go back to their country, they will not find what they left. They will find debris, and that they will need our services, and maybe they will need to stay in Greece for a longer period than initially thought. So we're here to try to monitor the situation and try to see how things will evolve. Okay, Mrs. Daskalakis, thank you very much. How many people are in Athens now? Half than 35,000. I would say that they amounted to 13,000 in April. Now maybe 15 to 17,000, maybe a bit more. But we don't see them because they live with their relatives. They are hosted by friends or relatives. They have found shelter in the homes of their friends and families, and most of them also seek work. Mrs. Maria Clara Martin will talk to us about work more. She's High Commissioner for Refugees in Greece, United Nations.
I want you to share with us your perspective about the Ukrainians coming from Ukraine after the war in the country.
Thank you very much, and good evening, everybody. Yes, we have recorded almost 5 million refugees, Ukrainian refugees across Europe. 3.2 million have been given what is called a temporary protection status, which allows them to live and work in the countries where they are. The majority are in Poland. There are in Germany, in the Czech Republic, Italy, and Spain primarily. There are also, let's not forget, more than 7 million displaced within Ukraine. And there are also some 12 million people in Ukraine in areas which are affected by the war and they cannot move. And they need our support as well. In Greece, as Mrs. Daskalaki has said it, there are some almost 35,000 arrivals, out of which about a third are children. Knowing what Greece has experienced in other periods, and particularly in 2015-16, this is not an emergency by any means. And already almost half of them are holding this temporary protection status. Now, who are they? Because that is important. We have been monitoring and gathering the information. The majority are women with children and with older relatives. What is important to note is that 82% of them are in the age bracket of 18 to 59, which means they're economically active age. Why are they coming to Greece? 70% have friends and relatives here. Some of them, their families used to live in Greece. Some even own property in Greece. About 5% are ethnic Greeks, or another 5% already have told us they speak Greek. It's interesting to know that the level of education is high. 70% have some form of tertiary education, and 17% upper secondary completed as well. So that is important because it is a population that has a certain skill. Looking at the sectors where they work as well, you have people who have experience in agriculture, stock farming. You have specialists in communication, telecommunication, information technologies, construction, building, service activities, etc. And this is interesting because if you look at the national integration strategy that the Ministry of Migration and Asylum issued at the end of last year, these are some of the sectors where Greece needs skilled labor. And if we think of this speech that the Prime Minister gave yesterday at a conference on demographics and the need for the labor of additional labor that the Greek market cannot provide at the moment, you have already some people who can help. Now, where are they? And that is interesting as well, because our monitoring reveals that not the majority are, of course, in Athens and in the big cities, Thessaloniki, but we have a smaller proportion, about 10-15%, who are in southwestern Greece, and that could contribute also to the economy of Greece and the community and the economy. Now, are really those fleeing the war in Ukraine different from other refugees? And I understand what Mrs. Daskalaki says, but if you look at international law, they are considered refugees because they are escaping war or persecution, human rights violations, armed conflict. And in that sense, they are not as much as different to other refugees. The reasons why they leave are the same. Now, of course, they want to go back home. That doesn't make them less or more of a refugee, because I really have to meet many refugees who do not want to go home from any country that they come. And we also have to have in mind that there are about 50,000 other refugees in Greece that have, in some cases, similar profiles and that are also researched. We've seen enormous solidarity. As I said, immediately they were given the right to work, which is very important. And this is something that is very important, because what can municipalities do? And municipalities, obviously, in the first phase, they have to deal with a bit of emergency issues. Regions, municipalities are the places where refugees go. So they have to make sure that there are some coverage of basic needs, referrals, social services, and they have to start planning for a little bit of the medium and longer term plan. Accommodation is not a problem now, but it will be, because how long can families host a family? If you have a one-bedroom apartment, how long can you host your cousin with 3 children? So cities need to start thinking of this. Sorry. But Greece has a lot of experience of this, as I said. And what we need to do is to change the longer-term vision. Refugees, as I said, if they are given the means, they are factors of development for the regions, for the municipalities, for the countries that they host. Even if at the beginning, some of them may need some investment. So municipalities can start unilateral action with municipality action plans, operation plans, development plans that include this new workforce. They work together with other municipalities through the KEDE. They can do advocacy with central authorities. They can meet with other municipalities that have the same experiences and join forces. There are cities networks at the EU level, for example, EU cities, Eurocities, or the Greek level, the cities network for integration that can collaborate. They should, and that is very important, coordinate with civil society, with international organizations and the volunteers. One thing that helped enormously the reception of Ukrainian refugees is the fact that the community was organized already. There was a sizable community of Ukrainians already in Greece, and they mobilized themselves, and it was very, very important. So was the action of the Ukrainian embassy. And of course, we have, as UNHCR, as a refugee agency, we have a lot of expertise on how to gather information, on designing policies, responding to immediate needs, and capacity building of services. So what is the value added of doing this as opposed to not doing much? The whole society gains by enabling refugees to benefit the local community. There's more production, more work, more consumption, more income to buy, and innovation, and that is important. There's more talent, enthusiasm in diversity in the cultural, economic, and social life of the communities. And there are lots of studies that show that companies that invest in a more diverse workforce gain in innovation and in productivity. As I said, the communities, the municipalities are the ones that receive people. If you have people who are working, who are employed, who are contributing, you have social peace as well. And that is very important. And you gain in social cohesion. Your services, you invested in services, so they are much more resilient and better. And you have an ability to respond should there be any other emergency. So I will stop there. And we can discuss a bit more.
Okay, we'll discuss it later. Thank you so much for your presentation. Τώρα θα πάμε στον κύριο Χρήστο Λαζαρίδη, είναι σύμβουλος επικοινωνίας του Φόρουμ για τους πρόσφυγες. Κυρία Λαζαρίδη,
Mr.
ο λόγος σε εσάς.
will take the floor.
Καλησπέρα σας. Αρχικά, σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για την πρόσκληση.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's a great joy and a great honor for me to be representing this organization. Forgive me, I cannot hear very well. Thank you very much. Yes, the sound has to be put up so that the volume will be better for the interpreters to be able to translate.
Είμαστε καλύτερα τώρα, με ακούτε καλύτερα?
Ναι, μήπως έχετε ακουστικά που θα μπορούσαν να το βελτιώσουν, ναι.
The volume has to be put up. The volume has to be put up. There is some difficulty at the interpreter's booth. This has to be, the volume has to be put up.
Ναι, ωραία.
Okay. I was saying that and it is a privilege to...
Και πάλι, είναι δύσκολο, δεν είναι καλός ο ήχος, κύριε Λαζαρίδη. Δεν ξέρω, εσείς τι λέτε, είστε εντάξει με αυτό? Όχι, δεν είναι εντάξει. Να κοιτάξουμε να το βελτιώσουμε, να πάμε σε κάποιες ερωτήσεις, να κοιτάξετε να το βελτιώσετε, αν μπορέσετε, για να τον ακούσουμε καλύτερα. Ναι, ωραία. Κύριε Λαζαρίδη, θα προσπαθήσουμε να το βελτιώσουμε, θα πάμε σε κάποιες ερωτήσεις και θα επανέλθουμε σε εσάς. Κυρία Δασκαλάκη, για να έρθουμε σε εσάς. Είδαμε και τις εισηγήσεις της κυρίας Μάρτιν, η οποία επιμένει και λέει ότι ήταν καλή ευκαιρία να εκμεταλλευτεί η χώρα την προσφορά εργατικού δυναμικού από την πλευρά των Ουκρανών που βρίσκονται στη χώρα μας και να προσπαθήσει να τους εντάξει. Εσείς τι λέτε, υπάρχουν οι δομές, υπάρχει βούληση από το Δήμο και τις άλλες υπηρεσίες προκειμένου και από τις αρχές προκειμένου να προχωρήσει αυτή η διαδικασία?
Πρέπει να πω πρώτα απ' όλα ότι συμφωνώ απόλυτα με την κυρία Μάρτιν στο εξής. Το κλειδί στην υποδοχή, πώς να το πω...
First of all, the key in the integration. Perhaps someone might not want to be integrated. No, just the mere fact of being in a country for a small but not a 2-month long period, number one for him or her, in order to be well and keep their family and mental strengths and everything. After 2015 onwards, the country has been flagellated by huge numbers in refugees reception and has not taken the necessary steps in order to improve things. Now, the country, since deciding after the successful policy of decrease of influx, has tried to put the accent on integration. And what does integration mean? First of all and foremost, it means employment. And when we're talking about work, let us not forget that jobs are hard for everyone. We used to have 27% unemployment, and now we're at 12%. Now, this means a successful interconnection of the interested parties with the productive bodies. Now, both the central state has done a lot, but also Athens, in collaboration with the network of cities, the municipality of Athens has been organizing and has organized many events, many activities where we're trying to put together the needs of an industry, such as the industry of restaurants or tourism, or even agricultural farming, with the available manpower. This can and should be done more systematically, and mainly, since we're talking about the active population, this concerns a population that does not have the features and the particular characteristics of a very special population. At the highest percentage, they know foreign languages. They are digitally trained, and they can be forwarded to services that have to do with caretakers, and not only to that. Ms. Martin, I will go back to Mr. Lazaridis, but before that, a very, very short question.
So far with the efforts of the city of Athens and about the labor networking and okay, we've seen and Mr. Skalaki, tell us what Athens is doing. How about the other parts of the country? Are you satisfied with the efforts of the labor networking and this kind of direction?
Yes, I mean, we have been working a lot, not only with Athens, but also with the municipalities like Thessaloniki, Neapolis, Sikis, Ioannina, Karditsa, etc., in that central area. And the municipalities have invested a lot on services, but also on helping employment, organizing fairs, etc., to try to get more employment, investing in also things like learning Greek, that is basic as well. But I agree with Mrs. Daskalaki, it's an effort that we need to systematize and include a bit more. We are launching at the end of June with Caritas Hellas and the Catholic Relief Services, a platform to match employers with potential employees. We're working in Athens at the moment with what we call the Adama Center, which is a center where people can go and get help on how to find a job. They can be put in contact with employers, and very interestingly as well, they are helped with navigating all the administrative procedures that are needed, to be able to work.
It seems that a great deal of job is doing, not the municipality of Athens, some other parts of the country as well. Πάμε πάλι να ακούσουμε τον κύριο Λαζαρίδη, να δούμε, γνωρίζουμε ότι υπάρχουν τα προβλήματα, παρ' όλα αυτά θα κάνουμε μια προσπάθεια γιατί θέλουμε να τον ακούσουμε.
Make an effort to hear him. Mr. Lazaridis, I hope you hear me better. Let us try, Mr. Lazaridis. So, I was saying earlier that it is a great pleasure and a great honor for me to be representing an organization, an association of communities seated in Athens. We represent refugees since 2007, since Greece did not have back then migratory policy ministry, and we could not talk very easily about asylum issues back then. So this organization was boosted and manned by we are listening to my voice, says the speaker. I can hear my voice. I can hear my voice back, says the speaker. Can you please correct the sound?
Επιστροφή. Μπορούμε να το διορθώσουμε αυτό? Ναι. Θέλετε να δοκιμάσετε τώρα, κύριε Λαζαρίδη?
Βεβαίως. Έλεγα λοιπόν ότι το ελληνικό φόρουμ προσφύγων ως σωματείο...
So the Greek Forum, Refugees Forum, considered it, as it said, as of day one of the war in Ukraine, as of February 24th, that is, to make an open call to the communities that had a legal entity, a legal person, as well as those that were informal teams aiming to support the upcoming refugees. And I'm referring to them in general because on the basis of the international law and the law of war, these people are considered to be refugees. Now, as it was centrally decided, a specific legal dimension was attributed to the people who came from Ukraine, to the member states of the EU. So they are currently in an in-between situation, but on the basis of the fact, it is clear that the people that are here currently have this refugee profile. So in our forum, it was clear that we had to undertake a positive initiative. That is to say, the coordination of the upcoming solidarity activities regarding the reception of refugees from Ukraine to Greece and the different towns of Greece, starting with Thessaloniki and Athens, which remain until now the basic reception points. Two basic competencies that we undertook, apart from cooperation and collaboration with the Ukrainian communities, which allow me to say that they performed a great job. So apart from that, there was the communication with the bodies, competent bodies of the state, that is to say the government, as well as ministries, local authorities, and as it was mentioned during this discussion, there's the role of the latter has been paramount in this reception procedure. Allow me to say that concerning the operation of the Greek Refugees Forum, we as an organization work as a bridge of communication between migrants and refugees and the local society, which means that as of the first moment of the war, we aimed to inform the local authorities and all the areas where people from Ukraine would go and inform the local authorities regarding the challenges they would have to tackle, as well as suggested solutions as to how they could respond to dealing with any possible problems that might arise. Now, during this humanitarian crisis, we used two of the most crucial tools that could help not only the society of tomorrow, but the society that we currently live in. This is solidarity, social solidarity, and any help so as to deal with the huge challenges. However, social solidarity was put into much testing. We also had the situation in Afghanistan, and we've had also the interaction with the Arab Spring and the influx from Syria. It was therefore clear to us that this solidarity would become poorer, and positive initiatives should be undertaken by the state, reception state. Allow me here and there onwards, because this discussion that has been started by Ms. Daskalaki, due to her institutional role, and Ms. Maria Clara, to refer to two very crucial issues. It is true, first of all, that Ukrainians are mainly hosted by people either of their close family environment or friendly environment. However, I have to convey to you several problems that I come across, problems that also touch upon us, problems having to do with cost of living, our day-to-day life. the increase of in housing prices, electricity, gasoline, increase in food prices. All these people deal with the same problems as we do, and these people mainly work with their hands. They're not very highly remunerated. They are in the medium to lower financial scale, and positive initiatives are needed in order to support them. The needs are great. The needs are huge. I can see this from our experience, our day-to-day life. Last week, many people came to our offices to express their concerns about the fact that they're hosted by friends or family, and in many times with in small houses, people 7 to 8 people are hosted there. They're put up, but perhaps this is not easy, and these problems touch upon the totality, the entirety of our society. I think that you have touched upon something very, very sensitive. However, because we have less than a minute, I will try to have a short comment by Ms. Clara Martin and Ms. Daskalaki. Ms. Martin.
Of the imposed sanctions and the effects that these sanctions have to regional economies, not only in Greece, but all over Europe. And he mentioned a very sensitive issue with the economy difficulties that not only the refugees, the whole society faces. What is your views? And do you think this will continue in the couple of months, in the next months? And what could be the consequences, not only for the society, for the refugees as well?
Well, we're extremely concerned. We're not seeing, unfortunately, that this is going to end really soon. There are no signs. I read the newspapers, as you all do, every day, and we are not seeing any signs that this is going to end tomorrow. And therefore, we would like it to happen, but we don't know what is going to happen. It's very, very difficult to be able. I wish I had a crystal ball and I could give you a good answer on this, but obviously if there continues to be the bombings, the kind of things that we're seeing right now in Ukraine, obviously we probably will have a bit more displacement. And as I said, let's not forget that the majority of the people are displaced within their own country at the moment, but 1/3 of the population of Ukraine has had to leave their homes. So, we are absolutely concerned about what is happening, and obviously we need to be prepared. And this is why it is important.
Yeah. Κυρία Δασκαλάκη, ελάτε κι εσείς να μας πείτε λοιπόν σχετικά με το θέμα αυτό. Βλέπουμε τις δυσκολίες που υπάρχουν στις τοπικές οικονομίες. Ο κύριος Λαζαρίδης
Mr. Lazaridis and Ms. Martin all have already expressed themselves on that. Prices is not only for refugees, but for the whole society. Let me make a comment myself. First of all, allow me to say that when the war broke out, we had already gone through the pressure of refugee influx, and the treaty for refugees had been put up. And this provided for action and solidarity in between the states. This is very important. I believe that Europe is going to be tried on this and the hard way. And I think let's all hope that we will not have to pay a tribute in blood. But this does not mean that we do not have to make sacrifices as if we were not at the front line of one single country, because this is the way I personally see Europe, and this is how I see Greece. And it is very important that Europe also see Greece likewise. Beyond the Ukrainian issue, we need the same solidarity, and let us hope that we will have it in the future. So, all in all, I have to say that Greece, the Greek state, needs to be tackling the integration, the insertion of refugees and migrants in the society. And at the same time, we have to be getting ready. We must not be unprepared for any need of housing. I believe that also in this, the Ministry for Refugees and Ministry of Labour need to make some provisions about. Mr. Lazaridis, let us end up with you. Just a short comment, please. Thank you very much. I'm so glad to hear the previous speakers agreeing that we have to put the accent on social integration and inclusion of these populations. I think that the Greek Forum for Refugees also believes in working together towards this direction so as to have the best possible results, and we will manage to include and integrate refugees and immigrants that will, at the end of the day, boost social cohesion. It is a terrible mistake to believe that it's going to be the other way around, and we should no longer be short-sighted. I think that international developments are running so fast, and therefore it's so important that the population inside the country, regardless of cultural background, financial substrate, they all have to work towards social integration and social inclusion. And if I can take it one step further, because the central government has expressed itself on this specific issue, it is important to convey competences in order to at a lower level, in order to have some work faster and more effectively. Delegation of duties is paramount. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Martin. Just thank you all very much at this session titled Lessons from the Ukrainian War. Thank you very much.
Πριν από μισό αιώνα, οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον, με ανθρώπους να ζουν σε βιώσιμες πόλεις και σε αρμονία με το φυσικό περιβάλλον. Με σύγχρονες υποδομές για καλύτερη καθημερινότητα, ποιότητα ζωής, πολιτισμό. Οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον και ανοίξαμε δρόμους. για τις μικρές και μεγάλες διαδρομές που ενώνουν τις ζωές των ανθρώπων και κάνουν τα όνειρα να ζωντανεύουν. Πιστέψαμε στην επανάσταση της καθαρής ενέργειας και στη δύναμη της καινοτομίας και τολμήσαμε. Πιστέψαμε στους ανθρώπους μας και ταξιδέψαμε την Ελλάδα σε ολόκληρο τον κόσμο. Πιστέψαμε ότι κάθε τι καινούριο που κάνουμε πρέπει να γεννά ευκαιρίες και να φέρνει ευημερία σε όλους. Όμιλος Γεκτέρνα. Επενδύουμε στην Ελλάδα. Επενδύουμε στο μέλλον.
Με την πρωτοβουλία Vodafone Smart Forest δημιουργούμε το πρώτο έξυπνο δάσος στην Ελλάδα που εντοπίζει έγκαιρα τη φωτιά με τη δύναμη της τεχνολογίας και του Vodafone Green Network. Αγκαλιάζουμε πιλωτικά περισσότερα από 314.000 στρέμματα στην Πάρνηθα και δημιουργούμε το υπόδειγμα για να είναι πιο ασφαλή από πυρκαγιές τα δάση της χώρας μας. Γιατί όταν μπορούμε να προστατεύουμε το δάσος, μπορούμε να συμβάλλουμε σε ένα πιο βιώσιμο μέλλον για τις επόμενες γενιές. Together we can. Vodafone.
Πριν από μισό αιώνα, οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον, με ανθρώπους να ζουν σε βιώσιμες πόλεις και σε αρμονία με το φυσικό περιβάλλον. Με σύγχρονες υποδομές για καλύτερη καθημερινότητα, ποιότητα ζωής, πολιτισμό. Οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον και ανοίξαμε δρόμους για τις μικρές και μεγάλες διαδρομές που ενώνουν τις ζωές των ανθρώπων και κάνουν τα όνειρα να ζωντανεύουν. Πιστέψαμε στην επανάσταση της καθαρής ενέργειας και στη δύναμη της καινοτομίας και τολμήσαμε. Πιστέψαμε στους ανθρώπους μας και ταξιδέψαμε την Ελλάδα σε ολόκληρο τον κόσμο. Πιστέψαμε ότι κάθε τι καινούριο που κάνουμε πρέπει να γεννά ευκαιρίες και να φέρνει ευημερία σε όλους. Όμιλος Γεκτέρνα. Επενδύουμε στην Ελλάδα. Επενδύουμε στο μέλλον.
Με την πρωτοβουλία Vodafone Smart Forest δημιουργούμε το πρώτο έξυπνο δάσος στην Ελλάδα που εντοπίζει έγκαιρα τη φωτιά με τη δύναμη της τεχνολογίας και του Vodafone Green Network. Αγκαλιάζουμε πιλωτικά περισσότερα από 314.000 στρέμματα στην Πάρνηθα και δημιουργούμε το υπόδειγμα για να είναι πιο ασφαλή από πυρκαγιές τα δάση της χώρας μας. Γιατί όταν μπορούμε να προστατεύουμε το δάσος, μπορούμε να συμβάλλουμε σε ένα πιο βιώσιμο μέλλον για τις επόμενες γενιές. Together we can. Vodafone.
Πριν από μισό αιώνα, οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον, με ανθρώπους να ζουν σε βιώσιμες πόλεις και σε αρμονία με το φυσικό περιβάλλον. Με σύγχρονες υποδομές για καλύτερη καθημερινότητα, ποιότητα ζωής, πολιτισμό. Οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον και ανοίξαμε δρόμους για τις μικρές και μεγάλες διαδρομές που ενώνουν τις ζωές των ανθρώπων και κάνουν τα όνειρα να ζωντανεύουν. Πιστέψαμε στην επανάσταση της καθαρής ενέργειας και στη δύναμη της καινοτομίας και τολμήσαμε. Πιστέψαμε στους ανθρώπους μας και ταξιδέψαμε την Ελλάδα σε ολόκληρο τον κόσμο. Πιστέψαμε ότι κάθε τι καινούριο που κάνουμε πρέπει να γεννά ευκαιρίες και να φέρνει ευημερία σε όλους. Όμιλος Γεκτέρνα. Επενδύουμε στην Ελλάδα. Επενδύουμε στο μέλλον.
Καλησπέρα. Είμαστε εδώ στο 10ο RGC σήμερα το απόγευμα για να συζητήσουμε για τη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη μέσα από τις υποδομές. Η Δυτική Ελλάδα είναι ίσως το κλασικότερο.
Western Greece is the par excellence example for such a debate. How many gaps in this area indeed? And now there are more and more infrastructures. And here we have the experts who will talk to us more about this issue. The Deputy Minister for Infrastructure, Mr. Karagiannis, Mr. Papanikolas from Olympia Odos and Yakas Alpha Epsilon, the managing Mr. Rodianos Andonakopoulos, Vice President of Intracat, Mr. Dimitris Koutras, and Mr. Marios Tsakas, Managing Director of DRACA. Let us start by giving the floor to Mr. Karagiannis, Deputy Minister for Infrastructure.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, φίλες και φίλοι.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, let me take this opportunity to thank you for the invitation to participate in such an interesting panel. I know Marios, I know Mr. Koutras. Mr. Koutras is the living example, living history of the construction sector. And Mr. Papanikolas, let me start with two observations, who I'm sure represent you as well. Firstly, there can be no development, no growth in our country without sufficient and modern infrastructures. And secondly, the implementation of such projects strengthens the trust of the citizens in their state. And this is something that it is indeed of vital importance, because we're talking about a vote of confidence, a vote of trust citizens give us when they see that the government is interested in improving the infrastructure in the country. I believe we all fully understand that we need to overcome the problems of the past and the flaws of the past and try to understand what we can do and what we can't do. Well, I was talking to the participants of the panel earlier, and I remember when I was here in the past and when we first spoke about our strategy about the issue of Patras and Pyrgos, I remember the suspicion we were faced with. But today, we can tell you that we promised something and that we have delivered, and that we are actually implementing what we have promised. And this is something really very important. And I remember in 2019, when we took over, I remember that we knew back then, the chronic problems of our sector. And together with Mr. Karamanlis, the Minister of Infrastructure and Transport, I was the General Secretary back then. Then we created an ambitious and realistic plan to create modern, sustainable and green infrastructures, and to also upgrade older, already existing infrastructures, aiming at respecting three principles: integrated actions, serving regional and national objectives. Secondly, respecting the peculiarities and the special characteristics of each area. And then thirdly, utilizing all available funding tools. And so we announced a program of billions, which is actually taking place and is being implemented. We have auctioned projects for more than 8 billion euros. And as you understand, the development footprint of such projects is already visible among citizens. And there is a social footprint as well, because 200,000 job posts will be created in the coming 3 years. And this is indeed a major social footprint. And one more thing, infrastructures are linked with more than 100 professions, jobs. So you do understand that we are embarking upon a completely new era, a brand new era. And this is very important for our country, because we witness high participation and international groups which wish to come to invest in our country. And this is yet another expression of stability, because and the coming years will be the years of the engineers, and we will be able to bring back those people, those engineers who had to leave Greece in the past years, and their wages will be higher, and so there will be many more incentives for all these people to come back to Greece, because what matters is to find a way to change the everyday life of every citizen through these important infrastructural projects. Let me touch upon the projects in the Peloponnese and the Western Greece in general, starting with the emblematic project, which in 2019 felt quite utopic. People would tell me, is this true? Is it going to start? Is this going to happen? So there have been a lot of problems in the past, and there have been lots of wrong decisions and choices, and the project was at a stalemate. So we drafted a very specific plan. We negotiated with the three competent authorities of the European Commission in order to stop the fragmented approach to this project. There are three construction sites, active operating construction sites along this axis, and the first 56 kilometers from Pyrgos to Patras will be given to our citizens in less than 3 years. And this is a reality, and nobody can doubt it. But we have moved forward, and we didn't stop there. We have laid emphasis on safety, road safety, on another project which will be completed at the beginning of 2023 for us to stop accidents and fatalities and casualties rather, and deaths on our roads, on our highways. Then there is another project, the road access in Kalamata, Rizomylos, Pylos, Methoni, 200 million of budget within a framework of cooperation between the public and the private sector. And we won't stop here. There are major other projects of vital importance. The one of Ambrakia, 150 million euros is the budget, and it will be implemented in 2023. And we're going to give you the deviation of Amphilochia, and we will see the first positive results of. And another important project is the connection of Lefkada with Action. And this is yet another project that will be given to the citizens in 2023. And we won't stop here. We are moving on the basis of our plans so that important railway projects will also take place. And we are about to complete the processes for Kiato Rhododaphne and Rhododaphne Rio. These are two projects with a budget of 565 million euros. And something that you have said earlier, the big auction for the railway project from Rio to Patras, to the harbor of Patras. This, together with the Patras and Pyrgos project, will change the landscape and will change the reality around the harbor, and it will soon be implemented. The negotiation that took place with the European Commission in order to have permission for this project is going on, is an ongoing process, and we are also upgrading Kato Chayas and Pyrgos, something that was absolutely necessary. And then the energy upgrading of the hospital of Patras is another important project. And we also have the project of the Corinthos Canal, which is another huge project in order to allow the free passage of ships again. And we will thus guarantee that the ships needing to go through the canal will be able to go through it, and this will help tourism. At the Ministry of Infrastructure and Transport, with our minister, we move on two axes. Firstly, to claim and guarantee all necessary funding tools, and secondly, to modernize the current legislative framework. So in both cases, we have utilized best practices which we have seen being implemented internationally. And we engaged in an open and honest dialogue with all constructors. And we have claimed all available national and European Community funds, and we also utilized the collaboration of both the private and the public sector to be able to utilize both the funds of the private sector and the expertise of the private sector. So there has been a very clear-cut relationship with the various partners, utilizing all the benefits, and then the competitive dialogue, which is a modern tool which is applied in complex and modern projects to accelerate processes. And another important thing is that it makes constructors responsible for all the studies that they will conduct. Nothing of the above would have been possible without the deep cuts that we have applied to our legislative framework. We changed the 4412 article, solving issues of many, many years. We believed that the private sector can help even the Ministry of Infrastructure and Transport. And we hired consultants who help us help mature other projects for Greece so that we can have them by our side for them to offer us their specialized services. And we also adopted a tool that we find abroad, the proposals. And we also created the Observatory of Prices, which will solve many problems of the past, because we are facing major increases in prices. And this is something that the war in Ukraine has exacerbated, and there is a huge problem of supply and of high prices. Ladies and gentlemen, in less than 3 years, we managed, in a very complicated milieu, in a very complicated conjuncture, because remember that we faced a pandemic and now we're facing a war in our neighborhood, but we managed to take stable and clear-cut steps towards every direction, and our work still goes on. It's an ongoing process, trying to change what has been troubling us for years and years, trying to adopt what will allow us to move forward. However, we all need to understand that regardless of our differences, the sector and the big infrastructural projects need to go on. They must never become a field of political conflict. And this is something that the market also needs to recognize and accept, because the new construction sites that we keep seeing in our country also mean new jobs and growth for every place, every area. Projects need consensus and they need continuation. And the mistakes of the past decades should not be repeated. Projects are not an investment for the next elections. They are an investment for the next generations. And this is something that we need to keep in mind because it is very important for our country to move forward. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Karagiannis, Minister of Infrastructure. Now, Mr. Papanikoulas, Chairman and CEO of Olympiados and Gefyra SA. I could not possibly start from anything but Patras Pyrgos wrote. It started after the signature. We saw the work sites being set up. Where are we currently? And what are the difficulties? Hello, good afternoon from Athens. I'm sorry I'm not there and physical presence with all the distinguished guests. Regarding the Patras Pyrgos, it was part of Olympia. It was characterized non-viable until 2014, and then it was characterized as a public work. It was reintegrated last year at Olympiados after the concession accepted. Our aim is to reiterate the successful example of Corinth Patras, where since it started in 2008 until now, lethal accidents, car accidents, were decreased by 98%. This is exactly the aim we would like to achieve and continue having. So, an old and hard road access will be replaced by a highway that will be cutting short the trip by 40 minutes and putting all road traffic at a safer level. We will include AVAX, ACTAR, and TERNA in this scheme. The conclusion is to be seen in the first quarter of 2025, and the most significant part from Kato Achaia up to Pyrgos is aimed to be concluded earlier, towards the end, that is, of 2024, taking into consideration that some works had already been performed by Intercat, for example. The difficulties in construction are a fact. The minister referred to them, and it has to do with increase of cost of building materials. The asphalt, fuel, as a result of the post-COVID and post-Ukraine crisis and Ukraine war period. We hope, however, that we will find a solution in order to be able to conclude this project within the time frame that we mentioned. Thank you very much. Mr. Adonakopoulos, I would like to start with a question on the essence of this panel. Viable and sustainable development in these works. Ionian Odos, what is the role of it in this so crucial development endeavor? Viable development in a highway. How do we achieve this? A viable development, sustainable development, means not to reduce, first of all, resources by depriving them from the people of tomorrow. We do it from starting from the roofs of our buildings. Then we proceed. After 2021, we concluded 4 units at Mesologi, solar power, that could cover for the lighting of 250 LED lamps. The largest photovoltaic hybrid station, which is placed in Sea Malakasas area at Sirios, the energy of which can charge electric vehicles. And talking about this, we can also remind you that we fully support electric vehicle. We've already had at all of our SEA chargers for electrical vehicles. One step further, we have already replaced our corporate fleet, 23%, with electrical and hybrid cars. We have at all of our facilities chargers, so as to boost and make sure that the corporate fleet will be able to charge there and make use of green energy. But it's not only that. Let's talk about sustainability in materials, which is achieved through recycling. In recycling, now those in 2018 started a pioneer program. We put recycling bins in all parkings and in all SEA in order to give everyone the possibility to recycle. We have achieved it. The results are astounding. We have recycled 110,000 tons of packaging, 13 tons of batteries, and many, many more. We are currently recycling organic waste. This is the case in Atalante SEA. All is put in a special composting bin, thus creating a compost that is used in agriculture. And since we're talking about that, during the last 2 years, we have planted over 150,000 new plants on the highway. In the last 4 years, we have reduced by 6% the consumption of electric energy. We have increased by 6% the energy that we produce from photovoltaic, and we have reduced our carbon footprint. Thank you very much. I think that, yes, this is a prerequisite. We must not be seeking this only in the construction part, but throughout the life of a work of infrastructure. Mr. Koutas, you have a long experience in infrastructures. You can talk to us about how we secure sustainable infrastructures. Look, I am loyal to what I was asked for the conference. Allow me to say that, and afterwards, I will be talking to you about what you're asking me. Indeed, I think that I tried to be in the core of this conference. First of all, thank you for the invitation. Investment in infrastructure works. These investments contribute to development, but the development of a country or an area means upgrading the financial, social, and environmental aspects. Infrastructure works contribute to development because they improve many financial indexes. By decreasing the commuting time, they provide people energy saving possibilities and give them more free time. And yes, you may continue. So investments may be private, public, or mixed. But what are the infrastructure projects that are needed in every area? This is decided by the local people, and also private bodies are in a position to undertake them, which means that in current situation, there is a golden medium where there is a public interest, where the private sector is willing to invest. Let us get an example, Western Messenia. So let us see how we could develop this area, Τσακώνα, Καλό Νερό, Κυπαρισία, Pylos, Methoni, Koroni, Messini, Τσακώνα. That is to say, Messinia, western of Mareas. For the development of the area, which is mainly agricultural and tourist, we need to have roadworks and waterworks. Τσακώνα Kalamata is already there. Kalamata, Rizomylos, Pylos, Methoni is to be ready by the end of the year. Τσακώνα Καλό Νερό, as part of Pyrgos Tsakonon, is interesting to finish by itself because Pyrgos Καλό Νερό, after the intervention of the State Council, cannot close very soon. It will take time, but it will go through Καλό Νερό, Kyparissia, maybe a tunnel will be needed, and then it will join all the seaside areas. So, if this is completed, we will have, in terms of road, access will be given to all monuments and tourist points of interest. Now, waterworks. Not only for settlements, but for catering for the high tourist consumption. There are 3 tankers where a dam will be constructed in order to utilize the 11 million cubic meters for watering. Triphylia area with a volume of 8 million, so the benefit will be over 9 million. And this is ready to be auctioned in order to water 30,000 stremas in Filiatra. It is very important because the investment was made years ago, 20 years ago. So we have to accelerate it. Then the third part, in the same area, Lagouvardos Dam of a capacity of 7,500 cubic meters. And the third valley is Meligalas, run through a smaller river. This is also a place of interest, and where water tanks should be catered for. Now, the stream of Kalamata and the port will be able to cater for all the activities, financial, agricultural, and tourist activities, along with tourist development, can be implemented. Let us not forget that the area can have a long tourist period. It has particularly a warm and pleasant climate. A place that is also loaded with a long tradition and very long history. Finally, all the above activities can be supported by small manufacturing units. And therefore, as we are organizing ourselves, investing in infrastructure means development. Public power cooperation means higher development, which means faster completion of the projects, and therefore this is a good and beneficiary financial cycle. with all the positive results it may have. We at Intercat have contributed with Moreas Dam, with Filitranos. Currently, we intend to participate in the dam of Minagiotikos, as well as the Tsakona-Kalonero Road network, as well as at any other part will be becoming mature in order to be implemented. We believe that this is by far the best looking piece of land of Greece. I will keep what you said about this
Θα περάσουμε τώρα στον...
these virtues and the virtues circle. Patras gives a unique project for natural gas. This will mean energy infrastructure of truly high importance. Dear sirs, I would like to thank you for the invitation to us to be here from VEDA and talking about developmental projects of Western Greece. When in 2020 I was here for the first time, I remember the chair of the technical chamber, who was among the first ones to be here, and when we talked about the projects, and they were saying that the natural gas should come to Western Greece, I very strongly doubt that there was anyone else except for me and one more person that the natural gas would come to Western Greece. 1 year later, the works would start. Currently, we're in a pleasant position to say that in a few days, the extension of natural gas works starts in Patras, Agrinio, and Pyrgos. Only thing pending is the approval of B and risk study for LNG. So this is going to be over 220 kilometers of ducts. I'll just mention a few things because it is a very specific project on which we worked very hard. We came across many difficulties. Natural gas will be here. It was something that everyone asked me. From Revithousa, with special tanks, it will be stored in the industrial area of Patras in order to provide it to the industrial zone. We want this material to be stored in the remotest possible area, although we strongly believe that it is far safer than any other fuel being stored. This is only for this specific region. The most significant part of our project is that apart from the impact it has in the construction business and the large companies that run our works throughout Greece, it has the positive side that much money goes around local societies, because our work means business for many other local, smaller business, local societies. And let us hope that not only Athenian companies will come here to work. Let us hope that locals will work here so that development will be achieved much sooner. Just 2 words for the overall project. We have started in 30 out of 35 towns. We are starting in Epirus very soon. We aim to construct 2,000 kilometers of ducts, an investment of about 1 billion euros. Final beneficiaries, 170,000 consumers in the time period to come. It's the largest infrastructure development of natural gas currently in Europe. And a particular feature is that this Patras project, that's to say, supply a town of the size of Patras with LNG, is the largest project in Europe after Barcelona. So it is a very, very interesting and innovative project having to do with Western Greece here. Thank you. I believe that natural gas has concerned us a lot, as much as the road railway network. We cannot possibly bring any trains here.
Minister, you touched upon 3 very important projects in the area, Patras-Pyrgos, Ambrakia, and the railway connection with Patras. What are the benefits for the local communities? Acton Ambrakia is a very, very dangerous road. We know that, but not just that. Allow me to mention one of the things Mr. Koutras said, and try to connect it with your question. The infrastructural projects, the 3 that you mentioned, are projects that will solve vital issues of the area, growth issues, safety issues, and real growth issues of this area, because this part of the Peloponnese has really exciting growth prospects. And to achieve them, we need infrastructural projects, and people and investors from all over the world come to us and ask us, what is our plan? What are our plans? And if we want to attract investors and create new jobs and to have big multinational groups in our country investing, we need to bridge all these gaps and solve all these issues. And though the road to Patras was completed, then there were other issues, and there is another. But there were other problems. There was a growth gap, a growth deficit that we had to solve, because I mean, we can't possibly go on stating that the previous government didn't succeed and we're going to succeed without doing anything else. There was a lot of suspicion in the area. There was a lot of mistrust. And, you know, people come to us and tell us, we have heard the story again and again, so unless we see construction sites, we won't believe you. Patras-Pyrgos will lead to the development of the coastal area of the Western Peloponnese, which presents very interesting prospects, tourism-wise and primary sector-wise. Then making the train underground. This is an important objective, and Mr. Karamanlis, the minister, said so. Our objective is, you know, something very simple, something that we should have done long ago, connect the railway with the harbor. We are a blessed country. We have lots of harbors. Patras is one of them. You can't possibly have, I mean, you need to have a connection with the train, and the connection with the train will produce multiple benefits for the port and for the broader area. And this will happen not with the plan that will cut the city in the middle and that will mutilate the beauty of the city, because when people see Patras, they understand that there is something wrong with the design, with the architecture, and we're going to correct this. We want to develop the city to help it grow, and we're going to do two things. We're going to connect the city, and we're going to connect Athens and Patras, reaching the harbor with the railway, and we're going to implement a project of revitalization, a revitalizing project. And then there is another issue, and people know about it, but we have been called upon to solve the problem. Action Ambrakia is a big issue. Patras Pyrgos was another issue. And when we would send certain papers and documents abroad, they would tell us, we're going to cut the funding. So we had to solve the problem of Pyrgos Ambrakias. And this will indeed be a project that will honor Western Greece and Aetolo-Akarnania. And soon we're going to talk about yet another project that will solve lots of irrigation problems and flooding problems, and the funds are guaranteed through the recovery fund. So we are trying to intervene in the area in a manner that will solve issues and problems that are chronic, that are of the past. Thank you very much. Mr. Papanikolas, let's go back to Patras Pyrgos. How will the hybrid kilometer charge operate? Olympiados fulfilled its promise and brought about a revolution in transportation through the hybrid system. It was the first to implement it in Greece. It is an investment that changes dramatically local transportation, making it simpler, safer, and less expensive. It is an innovative system and environmental friendly, and it also improves the road experience. It reduces CO2 emissions. And last year, when it was first implemented, we had 2 million passengers with hybrid, and the users would have paid 1,850,000 euros for a route that they wouldn't have driven. So the system will be ready when Patra Pyrgos will be ready. And this is very important. Patras Pyrgos will have 2 toll stations, one in Kato Chalya covering a zone of 6 kilometers for 3 years, and one in Chanakia near Pyrgos, 1.8 years for 28 approximately kilometers, 28.3. And then we're going to have 12 intermediate gates, hybrid gates, from Kato Chalya to Pyrgos. I'm going to give you 2 examples. When a driver will drive from Pyrgos to Amaliada, he will pay at the toll at Chanakia 1.8 euros, but he will see 1.1 euros in his bill, and he will have paid in the end 70 kilometers, 70 cents. And then a driver who will drive in the area of Livada will have driven 45 kilometers out of the 46 and will have a return of 70 cents from the 3 euros he will pay at the toll. So the driver will pay in the end for the kilometers that the driver will drive. Mr. Giannakopoulos, we have to take into account the climate as well, and the consequences and the effects, rather, on it. Do you have a plan for emergencies like climate emergencies or pandemics like the one we have experienced? Well, before 2020, before the pandemic, we decided and be certified for that. We were the first in Greece for a system of operational continuation. We changed a lot of things in the way we operate, and we prepared for a disaster, for a natural disaster, a calamity. And when we did that, we would have never expected that we would have had to implement it in like 3 months. And we implemented it because of the pandemic. It was implemented successfully. It worked. We learned a lot. Unfortunately, such systems need to exist in all companies because the climate issue is indeed of overriding importance. The natural phenomena are very intense, and we need to deal with it collectively, not just as a country, but collectively. Mr. Koutras, now, sustainable. Let me give you an example. We have the regional road of Egaleo, which has never reaches Piraeus. The ring road of Egaleo, which never reaches Piraeus. So it's like a blind road, a blind ring road. We stopped this project. We spent lots of money and the studies and the construction sites, and now we want to go back to it. This is not sustainable. And let me give you another example. Attiki Odos. Attiki Odos has paid its loans, has paid its investments, and there is only that 30% of participation. And we read a lot about it nowadays. This is an example of a sustainable infrastructural project. It was very successful. It gave added value to the users. This is growth. We're talking about a huge number, like 35% less nowadays. I mean, this is a very good example of sustainable infrastructural projects. Road safety is of paramount importance, and most drivers, all drivers, are happy when driving on the Attiki Odos. The benefits are measurable. How many did we pay? How many have we taken back? I mean, Attiki Odos pays its debts and its loans, and also brings about profits. That's a par excellence successful example. this is a successful project. Mr. Tsakas, Deda, is the first operator of natural gas in Greece that will give its infrastructure to create biomethane and hydrogen. What about your initiatives? Well, we haven't invented the wheel. We saw the northern countries where the production of biomethane has been there for years and years. In Greece, we even liked the legislative framework for the production of biomethane. And so we worked towards two directions. First, we worked with our own consultants to create a legislative framework which will be submitted in a complementary manner to our ministry. And then we studied the whole of Greece, all the areas where we operate, and we realized the wealth in both animal and plant production, which is a raw material for the production of biomethane. So biomethane is about many terawatt hours, and this whole natural wealth, which is also an excellent example of circular economy and regional growth, because many small units of 3 megawatt hours can be created, and they can distribute biomethane in our networks, thus producing wealth in many areas. So this raw material can be utilized, produce biomethane. We studied the area of Ceres, for example, and neighboring cities, and we can cover the need of all areas with biomethane. And therefore, we submitted the necessary papers to the RAI authority, and we hope that we will soon have biomethane in our networks, and then hydrogen as a mix, which is the initial stage of penetration of hydrogen, because this is the only way if we want to keep being funded and financed. The projects of natural gas will end at the end of 2023. So to further broaden the funding, we need to enter into greener areas. Okay, I'd like a quick comment from the Minister. Thank you very, very much for the invitation. This has been a very interesting debate. We've heard about issues of the broader area, which have added knowledge to what we already knew. It is very important that we know that concessions, that the political decision that we took for the area is recognized by everybody, and everybody recognizes that we will have a green and environment-friendly highway. Then you saw the plan of the government and the broader plan of the government for the works of the natural gas. This is what our country needs, because the funding will soon end, and it is important that we have managed to involve all the cities and that we have intervened in order to solve chronic problems. So these are issues that the citizens of Western Greece should know, and the citizens of the Peloponnese, and for them to realize that in a very difficult conjuncture, over the 2 years of the pandemic, and with the war in our neighborhood that has created a lot of uncertainty, and with all the problems out there, our country is trusted by international investors, and we all work on a daily basis in order to attract even more important investments in order to bring back all the important scientists who had to leave our country, for us to feel proud for their work. This is the coronation of this whole effort. This will be the coronation. And I think we need to see the positive aspects. The last 3 years of our country are 3 years over which we managed to surprise positively our citizens and the European Union.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Also for the presence of Mr. Agorastos. Thank you very much. I would like to thank everyone for being present here.
Καλησπέρα σας. Σας ευχαριστούμε πολύ για την παρουσία σας. Κύριε Περιφερειάρχε, σας ευχαριστούμε πολύ που αποδεχτήκατε την πρόσκληση. Ο κύριος Αγοραστός ταξίδεψε από τη Λάρισα, ο κύριος Νίκας ταξίδεψε από την Καλαμάτα, ο κύριος Πανός ταξίδεψε από τη Στερεά Ελλάδα, δεν ξέρω ποια πόλη ακριβώς ήταν πριν. Είναι πολύ μεγάλη μας τιμή που έχουμε εδώ 4 περιφερειάρχες και έχουμε...
It is indeed a great honor to be hosting 4 governors of regions, of Greek regions, and it is an honor to be hosting Mrs. Kratza as well online. So, in order to save some time, let us move to our debate directly, but let us first follow a video showing the main indices in our regions and
Περιφερειακής Ανάπτυξης, σε συνεργασία με το Ελληνικό Ίδρυμα Ευρωπαϊκής και Εξωτερικής Πολιτικής και την Data Consultants, παρουσιάζει την αναπτυξιακή εικόνα των ελληνικών περιφερειών. Μεταξύ 2011 και 2021, ο πληθυσμός της χώρας μειώθηκε κατά 4% περίπου. Σε περιφερειακό επίπεδο, η Δυτική Μακεδονία και η Αττική σημείωσαν μείωση άνω του 6%. Αύξηση του πληθυσμού σημειώθηκε στην Κρήτη, το Νότιο και το Βόρειο Αιγαίο. Ο πληθυσμός της Δυτικής Ελλάδας μειώθηκε κατά 6,4%. Με βάση τα στοιχεία της Eurostat, η κρίση δεν άφησε ανεπηρέαστη καμιά περιφέρεια της χώρας, οδηγώντας σε μείωση του ΑΕΠ όλων των περιφερειών. Μεταξύ του 2011 και 2020, μεγαλύτερη μείωση του περιφερειακού εισοδήματος επήλθε στη Δυτική Μακεδονία, ενώ μικρότερη στη Στερεά Ελλάδα. Το ΑΕΠ της Δυτικής Ελλάδας το 2020 ανήλθε σε 7,4 δις ευρώ, σημειώνοντας μείωση 21% σε σχέση με το 2011. Το 2019, το διαθέσιμο εισόδημα ανακάτοικο σε εθνικό επίπεδο ήταν 12,7 ευρώ, υστερώντας σημαντικά σε σχέση με αυτό σε ευρωπαϊκό επίπεδο, το οποίο ανήλθε σε 20.100 ευρώ. Στην περιφέρεια Νοτιού Αιγαίου ανήλθε σε 16.000 ευρώ περίπου, ενώ επίδοση υψηλότερου του εθνικού μέσου σημείωσαν επίσης τα Ιόνια νησιά και η Αττική. Στις υπόλοιπες περιφέρειες το διαθέσιμο εισόδημα ήταν χαμηλότερο, επιβεβαιώνοντας την ύπαρξη έντονων διαπεριφερειακών ανισοτήτων στη χώρα. Σύμφωνα με τα πιο πρόσφατα διαθέσιμα στοιχεία της Eurostat, οι επενδύσεις στην Πελοπόννησο και στη Στερεά Ελλάδα από το 2011 μέχρι το 2019 σημείωσαν πτώση άνω του 40%. Αποκαρδιωτική είναι η εικόνα και στις υπόλοιπες περιφέρειες, καθώς η μικρότερη πτώση καταγράφεται στην περιφέρεια Δυτικής Μακεδονίας, όπου οι επενδύσεις σημείωσαν συνολική πτώση περίπου 10%. Η εικόνα των περιφερειών ως προς την εξαγωγική τους δραστηριότητα είναι μεικτή και επιβεβαιώνει την ύπαρξη διαπεριφερειακών ανισοτήτων. Μεταξύ 2015 και 2019, οι εξαγωγές δείχνουν να έχουν εισέλθει σε φάση ανάκαμψης για 5 ελληνικές περιφέρειες. Οι εξαγωγές στις υπόλοιπες περιφέρειες, ωστόσο, σημείωσαν πτώση που στην περίπτωση των Ιωνίων νήσων ξεπέρασε το 33%. Η ανεργία επηρέασε σημαντικά τις περιφερειακές οικονομίες από το 2010 και έπειτα. Από το 2015 καταγράφεται εντυπωσιακή μείωση της ανεργίας, η οποία στην περίπτωση της Αττικής και της Δυτικής Ελλάδας ξεπέρασε τις 10 ποσοστιαίες μονάδες. Μοναδική εξαίρεση αποτελεί η περιφέρεια Νοτιού Αιγαίου, όπου η ανεργία σε σχέση με το 2015 αυξήθηκε κατά 4 περίπου μονάδες. Και στην περίπτωση της ανεργίας, λοιπόν, είναι έκδηλη η ύπαρξη διαπεριφερειακών ανισοτήτων. Η περιφέρεια Δυτικής Μακεδονίας καλείται μάλιστα να αντιμετωπίσει τριπλάσια σχεδόν επίπεδα ανεργίας σε σχέση με τον ευρωπαϊκό μέσο. Άνηση είναι η εικόνα μεταξύ των ελληνικών περιφερειών και στην περίπτωση του πληθυσμού που βρίσκεται αντιμέτωπος με κίνδυνο φτώχειας. Το ποσοστό σημειώνει μείωση στα Ιόνια νησιά, στην Αττική, στο Νότιο Αιγαίο και στην Κρήτη, περιφέρειες που σημειώνουν επίδοση καλύτερη του εθνικού μέσου. Αντίθετα, περισσότεροι από 1 στους 4 κατοίκους της Δυτικής Μακεδονίας, της Δυτικής Ελλάδας και της Ανατολικής Μακεδονίας και Θράκης αντιμετωπίζουν σοβαρό κίνδυνο φτώχειας. Η αύξηση των αποφύτων τριτοβάθμιας εκπαίδευσης και το υψηλό επίπεδο εξειδίκευσής τους ωφελούν τις περιφερειακές οικονομίες, ιδιαίτερα σε ό,τι αφορά την διασύνδεση της καινοτομίας με την παραγωγική δραστηριότητα. Στην Αττική, στην Δυτική Ελλάδα και στην Ήπειρο, περισσότερο από το 1,8% των εργαζομένων είναι ερευνητές. Οι περιφέρειες Νοτιού Αιγαίου, Στερεάς Ελλάδας και Πελοποννήσου, από την άλλη, εμφανίζουν πολύ μικρό αντίστοιχο ποσοστό, πιθανά λόγω μειωμένης παρουσίας ακαδημαϊκών και ερευνητικών ιδρυμάτων στην επικράτειά τους. Οι ελληνικές περιφέρειες δυσκολεύονται να απορροφήσουν τα κεφάλαια του ΕΣΠΑ ένα χρόνο μετά την τυπική ολοκλήρωση των επιχειρησιακών τους προγραμμάτων. Τον Δεκέμβριο του 2021, πρώτη σε απορροφητικότητα κεφαλαίων ήταν η περιφέρεια Νοτιού Αιγαίου και τελευταία η περιφέρεια Δυτικής Μακεδονίας. Οι ελληνικές περιφέρειες υστερούν σημαντικά έναντι άλλων ευρωπαϊκών περιφερειών ως προς την ανταγωνιστικότητα. Σύμφωνα με τον δείκτη περιφερειακής ανάπτυξης που εκδίδει η Eurostat, οι ελληνικές περιφέρειες κατατάσσονταν το 2019 στο τέλος της λίστας των 268 περιφερειών που αξιολογούνται. Χαμηλά κατατάσσεται ακόμη και η Αττική, επιτυγχάνοντας μόλις την 180η θέση. Από τον Φεβρουάριο του 2020, η Ελλάδα και ο κόσμος εισήλθε σε μια νέα πραγματικότητα, αυτή της πανδημίας κορονοϊού. Περισσότερο από 2 χρόνια μετά, η πανδημία φαίνεται να φθήνει. Το ΑΕΠ της χώρας και ο τουρισμός ανακάμπτουν, ενώ η χώρα έχει στην διάθεσή της πληθώρα χρηματοδοτικών εργαλείων της νέας προγραμματικής περίοδου, όπως το ΕΣΠΑ 2021-2027 και το Ταμείο Ανάκαμψης. Από την άλλη, η οικονομία σε παγκόσμιο, εθνικό και περιφερειακό επίπεδο επηρεάζεται σημαντικά από την πολεμική σύραξη στην Ουκρανία, η οποία έχει οδηγήσει σε αλματώδη αύξηση των τιμών ενέργειας. Αποτέλεσμα είναι τόσο η αύξηση του κόστους παραγωγής, όσο και η αύξηση του κόστους ζωής, λόγω πληθωριστικών πιέσεων, οδηγώντας πιθανά σε μείωση της κατανάλωσης και επιβράδυνση της οικονομικής ανάπτυξης. Οι ανισότητες δεν συνιστούν ελληνικό προνόμιο, αλλά ευρωπαϊκό, και θα πρέπει η αντιμετώπιση τους να διαπεράσει όλα τα επίπεδα άσκησης πολιτικής στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση και στα κράτη-μέλη. Η ανάπτυξη σε περιφερειακό επίπεδο θα ενισχυθεί, θεσπίζοντας πολιτικές για την αύξηση της παραγωγικότητας και την προσέλκυση επενδύσεων, ενισχύοντας και διευκολύνοντας το χρηματοοικονομικό περιβάλλον, ολοκληρώνοντας και αναπτύσσοντας βιώσιμες βασικές υποδομές, εφαρμόζοντας τις αρχές και τα εργαλεία της τέταρτης βιομηχανικής επανάστασης, παρέχοντας κίνητρα για την αύξηση της εξωστρέφειας των ελληνικών επιχειρήσεων, υλοποιώντας πολιτικές για την επίτευξη των στόχων βιώσιμης ανάπτυξης.
Ολοκληρώθηκε το βίντεο.
So the video that we present every year has been completed. We have given a complete report to the governors of the regions. I wanted to show you more data, but I'm not going to do that because it is important to talk with our governors of the regions. And we conducted a research in the whole of Greece, and that will be repeated on an annual basis, about the relationship between the state and the local government of first and second grade. There are two things that we need to say. Whereas in our country, in our state, over the past 2 years, also due to COVID and other reasons, we had an increase of digital services. So citizens have learned how to interact with the state digitally. But that doesn't apply to every sector, of course. Secondly, there is a lot, there is a huge problem in terms of the distribution of competences between the state and the first and the second grade of local administration. Well, that happens on purpose because when we want to know where to on whom to put the blame, you know, it's a bit of a tricky thing. Anyway. And thirdly, when it comes to communication with regions, there are huge complaints on behalf of the citizens. Citizens would like more communication, and my personal opinion is that when there is good communication between regions and citizens, things will improve and things will be better. Let me give the floor to the governor of Western Greece, Mr. Formakis. I think we need to start with our guests. And before we give the floor to our guests, because we're very hospitable in Western Greece, anyway, let me tell you that I'm very, very happy to have you all here, to have my dear colleagues here today. And it is indeed very, very useful to exchange opinions and to talk about problems and also successes and best practices. Well, Mr. Governor, if we want to be politically correct, we should start with Mrs. Kratza, who is the lady of our company.
Κυρία Κράτσα, δεν σας ακούμε. Λίγο να δούμε τον ήχο και θα... Θέλετε να προσπαθήσετε τώρα, κυρία Περιφερειάρχη? Ναι, σας ακούμε. Μάλιστα.
Ωραία. Λοιπόν, σας έλεγα κι εγώ...
Well, a warm welcome, a warm good evening. I'm very, very sorry I'm not there physically with you. It would have been both a pleasure and an honor, but I was in Strasbourg at the European Parliament for a very important meeting on the European policy for islands. And you do understand how important it is to participate in the debate for a new era of the European policy. Now, I feel very close to the area of Patras. I feel very connected with it. Now, talking about the issues that you have raised, let me say that the data are well known to all of us. The video helped us remember certain things, but the problem is visibility and clarity. I have felt this problem as a member of the European Parliament. People couldn't really realize what we do, and they μα μιλάνε ταυτόχρονα, κοίταξτε, και ακουγόμαστε. Could the speakers turn off the microphones, please? Because we keep having interferences. So citizens didn't really know what our role was. And you described it very, very well. So citizens can't pay attention and can't trust the regions, unfortunately, because they can't understand what their role is. Are we a bureaucratic mechanism? Are we a funding tool? Do we have a social face? Do we support the citizens in their daily lives? I mean, they don't really know what we do, and they are very, very confused. And I believe that the Union of Regions of Greece should launch a campaign also in view of the elections for the regions, it is very, very important to offer citizens this opportunity for dialogue about our role, about our objectives. Only if they know will they be able to judge us, to judge our work. And sometimes competencies are being confused because we want to avoid responsibilities and put the blame on the others. But I don't think that this happens with regions. They are very, very involved in the problems of the citizens, in the problems of civil protection. Yes, so this is an alarm for all of us, the data that you presented, because there needs to be a higher trust in the regions, because indeed they do lots of things for the citizens. Then there is another issue, the issue of inter-regional discrepancies and inequalities. And then there is an issue of regional inequalities within the same region, within one single region. We have islands which perform better in all sectors, and they have a higher per capita income and better prospects of growth. And then we have islands which face structural problems, huge structural problems. And we have to see how with the funding tools and the tools destined to our country, we will be able to and through the European funds and the Recovery Fund and other funds, how to move on and how to be able to face such issues which require a detailed analysis and a strategic objective. And I will stop here because I want to listen to my colleagues as well. The floor to Mr. Agorastos.
Thank you very much. I'll rise because there's also rain coming. Anyway, whether I'm standing or sitting, it's the same thing. It's a particular honor and happiness for me to be here with my colleagues. Listen, the best way to say something is to proceed and do it. This is why I believe that regions were very rightfully done. And it was indeed a truly good decision. The institution came upon the crisis period. Regions have proven that they can contribute to the resistance against the crisis. Their governors were really hardworking and resilient to crisis. Yes, they do have, people do have requirements and demands from regions. In Thessaly, we have done 249,000 works worth 6.5 billion euros. Schools, nursery schools, maternity, change of fuel in central heating, buses, transfer of people, who are needed. I hope we don't get any floods, by the way. Transfer of commodities. All towns should have biological treatment of waste. 120 million euros for technological equipment and buildings in hospitals and health centers. Help ECAV replace the ambulances, help the police and the army have new equipment. We need to be bigger and better. 82 public buildings and hospitals have changed because we've performed energy upgrading. We have decreased the consumption in their electricity well before the Ukrainian war. Water tanks that went underground, many public works, and all this going through the region. Civilization, cultural projects only started being boosted when regions came. And why is that? Because we think that we're not doing this out of obligation. We do it because we believe culture is a developmental tool for Greece. And culture helps and is a valuable weapon when people have access to it. About sports, although it's not within our competences, however, we have offered a lot. You therefore have to be really proud of yourselves because you have a sports center that is incomparable to any other in Europe, and you have a deep sports culture. I'm telling you this after having invested over 35,000 euros on sports facilities.
Σκοπευτήριο Ολυμπιακών Διαστάσεων, οτιδήποτε. Το πρέπει να είμαστε περήφανοι, είναι μοναδικό. Και είναι καινοτόμο και είναι για τον αθλητισμό.
Education. We have invested to over 250 education rooms, plus universities, plus whatever else may be needed. Competences are clear-cut. Because if this weren't the case, we would not be able to do our job. Of course, if it weren't clear that the municipality has to preserve and maintain the school, we wouldn't be able to do all this. Yes, of course, we want to do more. And of course, yes, we do more than what the law provides for. Because people come to us since they know they will find the possibility to be heard with respect and interest. And if you can, you will do it. Because, tell me, can we build up churches? Is it within our competences? No. Are we competent for natural disasters? No. But we're the first to act. We do not remain the last ones to. Competences are clear-cut, but we have to understand that Greece is too big to be governed only through a square around Syntagma Square. We have also submitted a bill of law for regional government. We're there 24/7. We know each other. We've been together for many, many years. We're asking for competences for local things. We're not looking for program agreements and contracts.
Ναι, και προσπαθούμε.
And we've always tried to do our best, and we will continue to do so. For social cohesion, for poverty, for civilization, for SDGs. And of course, we need better communication. We are not late. We're not lagging behind in terms of absorption of funds. We did not ask for 6 months extension in delivering the projects. Also, how are we going to pay out for the increase in price of materials so as to avoid losing employment posts?
Τελευταία επιθυμία με λοθάνατο είναι να μιλάω.
The people around the table are kindly requested to switch off their microphones because we can very clearly hear what they're saying in between them, and we have trouble making a distinction between them and the speaker. Thank you. Until now, the resources from regions are over 3 billion euros on the basis of the law. What does it suggest? 4.5% of VAT and the natural persons tax. Has this been rendered? No. However, if an anti-flood project hasn't been concluded, then the rector of the region is to be called. Thank you very much, dear friends. Mr. Spanos, shall I stand or keep sitting? You're different, so you choose. Okay, Agorastos School, so standing. Good evening. Thank you very much, and well done to the organization of this conference. Truly, this institution helps us all take some time out and get together and say what we do, what we don't. We explain one to another and go back to Chalkida, Larissa, Kalamata, Corfu, each and every one of us, Lamia, in our place, wiser and more productive. I will not spare a word for the defense of the institution of regions because I fully endorse at 110%. Just one phrase. When I undertook my responsibilities as a governor of a region, they were telling me that I was a small prime minister, but I'm sure I could see myself as a small plumber. Anyway, I'm so proud of what I do, not individually, but collectively. A while ago, we saw a series of important features having to do with the quality of our life. And this helps us so much because in many cases, if you will, also with the pressure of day-to-day life, what do? We run our actions, our projects, and many times we become self-referential. We talk about ourselves, our policies and stuff. But what do we lose? I try to talk to myself in the mirror first, and at the end of the day, we do not remember that each and every action of us should be closely related to a social goal. We cannot run projects for projects per se. We have shown, and I'm bringing the example of Sterea, suggesting that it's very low in terms of indexes of researchers compared to the general population. And there was some conjecture suggesting that there was no university. What does this mean? Does it is an internal Is it an internal need to say, I'm proud of being in charge of Sterea Ελλάδα? No, if we identify the problem, we can very soon find a solution to it. Even tourism, we're one of the rapidly developing areas. Every year we're running at a higher and higher percentage of development. This means that compared to other actions, we must put the accent on the fastest running horse in order to feed it and make it part of the positive results for our citizens. I can speak volumes about that, but I do not wish to tie you any longer. Just allow me to mention one more issue. We talk about administrative limits, competences, human legal constructions, helping us up to where we can act regarding geography, competences, knowing who does what and when. So it is absolutely necessary to have the framework. However, I think that if I were to describe in one word the worst regional director, regional governor of that would be the person who carefully reads Kallikratis stipulating the competences and doing exactly that. However, I do not know anyone who strictly and only does that. On the contrary, regional governors sit around a table and find solutions, try to find solutions. Let us not come into the position where we'll be talking about who was in charge of Mornos River flooding and who is to be blamed. So at the same time, what is crucial and significant, I'm not bringing anything new here, we need to consolidate all the social needs, priorities, because all this does not know any boundaries. We need to set targets and devotion to what we do. This is when the plumber we're talking about in the beginning of this session truly deserved the money he got. Thank you very much.
Mr. Nikas, the floor is yours. Good evening. Let me also stand to be kind. I'd like to say a few things and to be useful to all of you who will listen to me. And this is actually the result of a vast experience. I have been working in the field of local government for years, not as a politician, but I have also been the mayor of Kalamata for 13 years, and I am currently a governor of region. I'm moderately optimistic. I hope that students who study abroad will one day return to Greece, and I am moderately optimistic because I believe that as a country and as a region, as regions, as municipalities, we move on without a real strategy, without utilizing properly the few money at our disposal. And we are a country where, with a lot of corruption, we are a country without a public sector capable of supporting the private sector, and without a productive private sector, without a productive public sector, we can't have a productive private sector, unfortunately. And let me be more specific. I would like to talk about the strategy. I would like to talk about the funds. As you know, I work in Tripolis up to for like 10 to 12 hours per day. I live in Kalamata. I drove from Kalamata to come to Patras, and to come to Patras, I had to go through Corinth. And the same applies for those who took the road through Tripolis. And at the level of strategy, and I'm just giving you one example, we heard nothing about the completion of the axis, of the road axis, Pyrgos, Tsakona, because that will help tourists spread all over, up to Crete. And ships from Crete won't need to go through Piraeus. They will move along the specific axis. And do you want me to tell you what will happen with the horizontal axis from Tripoli to Pyrgos? We've been hearing about it for like years and years. Isn't it a big opportunity to connect Megalopoli? It is indeed a huge opportunity for Western Greece and for the Peloponnese. Then the second thing I would like to tell you, and this is something we can't be optimistic about, is the abandonment of the countryside. This is a problem that requires a national strategy and a national solution. There are no people in the countryside. Why aren't there people in the countryside? They are not supported. They are not supported. This is why there are not enough people in the countryside. And this is indeed a huge problem in our country. This is among the first problems we need to tackle. There are entire areas in the area of Arcadia, in the region of Arcadia where I live, entire villages that have been abandoned. And this is something we need to solve. We need to talk about it as a country at a national level, at a regional level, because there are solutions, there are tools, there are important issues of agricultural policy and rural policy. We need to go beyond elections and stop thinking about how many voters our actions will bring. We have to think beyond all such things. We have to think in a more serious manner. This is not the way to go forward. Another thing I'd like to say is that Megalopolis is a big opportunity. Coal is the main source of our problem, of our environmental problem. This is not a problem to solve as a region or as a country, but we need to be pioneers in this fight against climate change. So Megalopolis, which for years, for those of you who know the story, it has been one of the main cities of Greece, based on the wealth of the area. It can create lots of opportunities for Tripoli, for Kalamata, for Nafplion. There is a huge industrial area, a huge field that can host lots of different events and activities. There is an effort to create a second English-speaking university. But how can Ilia and Patras communicate with the specific area? What is the strategy of horizontal access to unite two neighboring areas, two sister areas such as the Peloponnese and Western Greece, with a common history, with common comparative edges? And I mean, how can we guarantee cooperation and connection without solving certain problems? We created the statue of Charilaos Trikoupis. I took this initiative because he was an important man, you know. We don't really honor the important men in our country. Anyway, this is a very important issue. The utilization and the valorization of the canal of Corinth, and we talk about the railway and the train. We give the money, we as a region, to create a connection between Corinth and Nafplion. And we have found ourselves in red tape, in a lot of red tape. This line, this connection connects famous archaeological sites, famous all over the world. And there is such a huge red tape. And the van of the Peloponnese and the van of Charilaos Trikoupis, the train which stopped due to the memoranda, the guidelines of the European Union, and the European Union paid 80 million euros for certain railway lines to operate again. Well, and what is the problem? The problem is red tape. Red tape is a huge obstacle. And with the archaeological, the problems with the archaeological services and the forestry services. Have you ever seen the governor of a region to beg an employee to solve an issue? Anyway, I think this is this is an irony. I have certain competencies which I try to serve and to fulfill. I know that when we have human beings, we can move on and we can progress and really grow. I try to utilize the money that is given to me in the best possible manner, but I have a state that doesn't help. I live in a state that doesn't help. 2 directors from the Authority of Transparency were arrested due to proof that they had been corrupted. And I arrested them, and I was given the order to bring them back until the trial ended. But, you know, they will keep being corrupted, but I'm not given the opportunity to remove them from their position. So the big problem of our country is public administration. Let me share a few more things, though we have to give the opportunity to the other speakers to take the floor. Okay, so I will end my speech here. Thank you very much, my intervention here. Thank you very much for your attention.
Mr. Farmakis, shall I stand or will you feel uncomfortably? It doesn't matter how tall you are, but how high you play. Okay. First of all, I would like to say that I'm very, very happy and thank you for being here because
και το να εκφράζουμε τα εσώψυχά μας δημοσία.
We cry our hearts out here, and it's got great value because before you, there are 3 different people, 3 different mentalities. 4, forgive me. There's also a lady coming from far. People who play the role that they have been assigned by the people to perform in the best possible way, each and every one of them, with a different way of running it. The football type guy, the empathetic guy, the more institutional type of guy, the more European type of guy. But these are people who serve the citizens. And an institution that is so closely related to what we talked about earlier. The institution that we serve was born as an elected region in 2010. Institutionally, it's still a baby, which in the conscious of people, this is where we have a lack of knowledge in terms of competences from the side of people, not our side, because we know all too well. So we're talking about an institution that we did not know about, and now it's something different, and which is many times confused with the prefecture institution. How do we serve that? By bringing forward what the region offers, and this is nothing more or less, without me wanting to be provocative. So through the resources that are managed by the regions, policies and actions and projects are run. And I'm really not overreacting. Will someone say, do you do everything, no matter what? No, this is where first and second degree of self-governance meet. I believe that our culture has led to really positive results. As a third and new observer, monitor, because I've come to this position for 2 years now. And I confess you are surprising me with your speed of reaction. Allow me to say that this culture of collaboration does not exist everywhere.
Εδώ, περιφέρεια και δήμοι είναι μαζί σε κάθε διεκδίκηση, σε κάθε σχεδιασμό.
Here, region and municipalities fight a lot, but we all have one goal: serve our citizens. There are many pathogenic traits as well. What are the indications? Unfortunately, the positions of our regions are not very well. We're lagging behind in the way we have been managing to absorb European funds, and not only.
And not only European funds, to be honest, even state funds, even the program of public investments. And we have to say, we have to admit that for years and years, many times, there are projects there have been projects which were not implemented the way they should have been implemented on the basis of, maturity. And we have projects of public investments with a horizon of like 5 years, and then after 7 years they haven't yet started. So in order to become better, in order to improve, we have to be open to criticism and criticize ourselves as well. I believe that we are witnessing rather a very interesting conjuncture, a very interesting period. Europe trusts us, and this is an indication, a proof of maturity. So entrusts us with higher funds. From 430 millions, we passed to 600 millions for the next programming period. And what does this mean? That Europe trusts us more, that our country trusts us more. So more trust for regions, because we have been efficient in the past. Yes, we have been efficient, and because the principle of proximity is a principle of substance, like a bottom-up approach, and the Western Greece was lucky because it has 271 millions within the framework of the program of public investment. It ranks second in terms of state funding. So this is yet another indication of trust from the state. So the challenge lays ahead, and the challenge is to support this trust and to honor this trust with speed, with speed, in order to bridge the gaps of the past. And the gaps do not only have to do with wrong policies or wrong people, because this applies to the whole country. So the gaps stemming from the problems of the past can only be covered with a change in the speed, and the change in the speed only comes through what Mr. Agorastos said at the beginning, through work. We're here to work, we're here to produce, and politics are judged on the basis of actions. Within 2.5 years, we implemented 141 projects, 480 million of euros. When are such projects going to be implemented? Well, they're going to be implemented very, very soon. Red tape is a peril, is indeed a danger. But I don't want to sound pessimistic. Let us reach the point where someone tells us, well, you don't have enough money to pay. I hope we won't get there, but let us be ready. Let us be ready and let us get there. This is the most important thing to me. So let us. Yeah, but you know, this is a very difficult period, and in such a difficult period, we need to bridge the gaps. We need to utilize all available tools and funds, and we do have the funds, both from the European Union and from the state. Yes, red tape is indeed a huge obstacle, but this can't make us passive, and it can't make us say that we can't do things. We can do lots of things. And we, as the region of Western Greece, we said that we're going to create the first photovoltaic park in Europe, a collective one, a cooperative one. Why? Why? In order to reduce the energy cost of our farmers who have to water their fields. And so all competent bodies will participate, and the local government bodies will participate. And what do? We create a huge energy alliance, which aims at relieving, at helping 140,000 citizens, our farmers, directly, and indirectly more than 300,000 people, half the region of Western Macedonia. And we are at the point of permits and licenses right now. Mr. Formakis, we need to conclude in a while. Okay, yes. And this is not the only thing. And I could tell you lots of things. I will conclude by saying that this is an opportunity we should not lose. The challenge is indeed huge. We are witnessing a period of fatigue. Our citizens, our society are tired after the financial crisis, after the pandemic, and now with the war in Ukraine and inflation and the major increases in prices. So we need to, we need to bear in mind? We need to bear in mind that only local government can provide the efficacy needed to solve problems in this particular period. And I'm very, very happy to be part of the local government. And this is what we need to bear in mind, that only through the first and the second level of local government will we be able to help each other and to move forward. Thank you very, very much for your attention. We have 39 seconds according to our schedule, according to the program, but this is our conference, and we can do anything we want. So let us give a couple of minutes to the participants in the panel, starting with Mrs. Kratza. Mrs. Kratza, we can't hear you. I'd like to tell you that I fully share all your thoughts and feelings and the ideas that you have advanced. And I'd like to point out that it is indeed really important to understand that there isn't only red tape. I mean, red tape is a necessary evil in a way, but we live in a non-productive public sector. That's the real problem, and there has to be a reform in order for all of us to be able to function better. And we have understaffed services. In insular areas, we suffer even more. But this is a problem of the whole country. So there are certain elements that, the state trusts us more and more, but there are certain elements that need to be corrected to have a better final result in terms of production, in terms of national income. The state has to help us solve these problems. We are expecting a better better staffed services and the upgrading of the public sector, because it's not just about bureaucracy. It's also about the slow pace and the slow speed and all the mistakes of the past, because the public sector has been underperforming for years and years and years. So this is something we need to take into account. And I also share all the challenges that have been mentioned for Greece, for the future of Greece, for each one of us. singularly, separately. We have to be in the position to fully utilize the tools at our disposal to cooperate successfully. But we need to know that we live in a country with many different regions. And let me come back to my region, the insular region. And for us, the challenges are even bigger. They're different to a certain extent, and they are smaller or bigger. And you know, sometimes I envy my colleagues because they have the opportunity to move easily from one place to the other, and you know, to meet, to have a meeting. It's for me, it is really difficult to move. It is even difficult to move within the boundaries of my own region. I do not have a way to go to certain minor islets of Corfu, for example. And these are all issues that are structural issues, of course, but we have to solve them. We don't have a boat to move around, and we have to use friends or other privates to go to conduct an audit in neighboring islands. And these are serious issues. And let me give you I mean, we as Ionian Islands, we're faced with major challenges. Green growth, digital growth are important to us, not just in terms of services offered to the citizens, but also in terms of collaborating with each other, in terms of interoperability, in terms of communication, and also in terms of tourism. We need green tourism. We need a sustainable tourism and a quality tourism. So we need to move forward on the basis of these directions. And we also need to diversify economy and our income. The rural sector is of paramount importance to us. Like Mr. Gikas said, because it will attract more tourists and it will help diversify our economy, because tourism is a dynamic financial activity, but it is also vulnerable during crisis. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to take the floor and to meet you all online. Mr. Agorastos, well, yes, Europe is productive and it creates a bureaucracy, but we believe in it. We need to speed up, to change speeds. Only speed will save us. Collaboration, synergy, simplification, and automation. One law. If in 30 days, within 30 days, I do not have the answer of the ministry for a permit, for example, imagine 4 years. There has been a delay of 4 years in some cases. Well, we can't go on like that. Secondly, I believe that we need to change the modus operandi and the forma mentis of our politicians. There is a yes and a no. You wear the masks, you don't wear the masks. You get vaccinated, you don't get vaccinated. Things have to be clear-cut. Then we have to fight against the state which keeps troubling the citizens, that keeps punishing the citizens, that keeps allowing certain things and then punishes about such things. You know, this chaos has to stop. And the state tells you, you go on, and then it tells you, you have to stop. It creates obstacles for you. And how does this end? Well, with local government, local governance. We live in an era when everything changes, and we need to change quickly. We need to speed up. Return to normality is something that does not exist, to my mind. A return to a better situation, yes, but a return to what normality? The normality that took us here, that brought us here? There is no such a thing. There is no normality. Remember the capital controls and resorting to Juncker, who wanted to help us and things like that. Anyway, we managed to solve certain things because we had Juncker and Kretsu, who liked Greece, and we lobbied a lot, and we solved the problem. And then we had the problem of the pandemic, and we had to invest lots of money to support our businesses and the hospitals, with 250 million euros to support the hospitals and the businesses of our area. We've gone through famine, we've gone through floods, we've gone through lots of different problems, and we're not the ones responsible for the situation, but we are the ones who try to solve the problems. We can't really abandon our citizens without trying to help them. And we've been through all such experiences and adventures because the past 10 years have been extremely difficult, extremely challenging. You're new in the local government. I have been in the local government for 25 years. We have young people who entered local government recently, and they have to know. We've lost 40% of our staff. We have lots of things to correct and lots of things to do. Thank you for being here to talk about such things. And give us double the time next year, please. Without the pressure of time, we feel oppressed. And congratulations on the organization. There is a big interest in the subjects we're touching upon. Mr. Spanos. Well, very correct things you said. I will only take a minute to thank you for your attention. And production has lots of expenses. So let me invite let me invite you to the region of Sterea Elada, of Thermopyles and Thermes, to the region where you can have fish in Agrafa at the lake of Kremaston, and goat in Skiros. It is a region with vast fields. It is a region, the region of Eubea, with the beautiful beaches, and the region of our hearts, to cut a long story short. So we will be most happy to welcome you in the region of the heart of Mr. Agorastos. Mr. Nikas, what about you? Yes, let me also take 2 minutes. to say that the fact that I have a different approach to certain things doesn't mean that I do not honor local government and that I haven't fought for years and years producing specific results over the, years of my operation. But there have been failures as well, of course. Greece is not a federation. It is not a federal country, and I don't think it should become a federal country because I see the tendency to increase tasks. I think we have to vote for a mayor and for a regional governor and for a state that will do specific things with a specific strategy, following specific rules. This is why whenever I hear regional government, I start feeling unwell. What is it exactly? What is regional governance exactly? And if it can't work in our regions, think about some other regions that are even more vulnerable and even more complicated. A month ago, I read an article on Vima newspaper, an article about our fragmented state, a state that does not cooperate, and so on and so forth. And the journalist wrote about the state prefect. There were some nice people in some areas, and they could have done lots of different things and lots of nice things. I'm not in favor of the state prefect, but that was real decentralization, and such people would control the forestry, the archaeological sites, the hospitals, everything. What do we do as governors of the region? When the state created the local government, regardless of the government and of the political party in charge, each single ministry would create regional structures, 2 or 3 services in the Ministry of Agriculture, in the Ministry of Education, and so on and so forth. And so what will the region do? What is there left for the region? So local government is a sport. We need to have cooperation. We have to have cooperation. And the state needs to decide the tasks for the municipalities, for the regions, and for the state. The state needs to have a say at all levels. It needs to be the one to decide to a certain extent. We have to have strategies to follow, specific strategies to follow. I will do whatever I can. We have managed to solve very important problems, like the problem with waste. I wish more things had been done at the level of infrastructure. It is not acceptable to have to travel 4 hours to come from Laconia to Patras. Patras is a point of reference. We come to Patras more often than we go to Tripolis. So we need to improve the infrastructures in the Peloponnese. Thank you very, very much. Mr. Farmakis, you will be the one to close our conversation. I will be brief. Let us please remember a few things. Firstly, to date, and this has to change, our country moves eastwise, and we have signed an agreement claiming the completion of the western axis connecting the whole western part, the entire western part of our country, up to almost Crete. So this is one thing. The second thing has to do with what is at stake here. And I will share a story. I had a meeting in my office with Mrs. Kaufman, representing DG Employment, and with Mr. Skalkos, the Secretary General of Public Investments and the NSRF. And the question that was posed to me by Mrs. Kaufman, and it shows a lot, really, about our country, and I will tell you in simple words. Are you allowed to shape your programs the way you want when you design, when you draft the NSRF? Do you have the opportunity to take initiatives, or is it the government that decides everything? And this has to do with the liberalization, with giving freedom to a sector, to our sector, to local government. There is a law that we have voted about it. There is a national legislation imposing full autonomy. We need to be the ones to decide about our things, firstly. And secondly, when we talk about regional governance, it's not just about funds, because people think that we keep asking for money. No, we want co-decision. We just don't want to. I mean, this is what we signed in Marseille. We want to be heard. We want to have a say. We want to co-decide. We want co-decision also in European institutions. We want to be able to co-decide. We are on the right track, but there is still a long way to go. This is the challenge. And if we achieve to co-decide, we will indeed be free to decide, and this will lead to true democracy. And Europe has known for years, but it hasn't done anything. We talk for the sake of talking. Thank you very, very much for your participation.
Και μεθαύριο στο συνέδριό μας συνεχίζουμε και τις 2 επόμενες μέρες.
Εγώ να πω ότι ξέρω, μόλις τελειώσει την καριέρα του ως Περιφερειάρχης ο Αγοραστός, ξέρω ότι έχει σπουδαία καριέρα στην τηλεόραση.
Πριν από μισό αιώνα, οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον, με ανθρώπους να ζουν σε βιώσιμες πόλεις και σε αρμονία με το φυσικό περιβάλλον. Με σύγχρονες υποδομές για καλύτερη καθημερινότητα, ποιότητα ζωής, πολιτισμό. Οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον και ανοίξαμε δρόμους για τις μικρές και μεγάλες διαδρομές που ενώνουν τις ζωές των ανθρώπων και κάνουν τα όνειρα να ζωντανεύουν. Πιστέψαμε στην επανάσταση της καθαρής ενέργειας και στη δύναμη της καινοτομίας και τολμήσαμε. Πιστέψαμε στους ανθρώπους μας και ταξιδέψαμε την Ελλάδα σε ολόκληρο τον κόσμο. Πιστέψαμε ότι κάθε τι καινούριο που κάνουμε πρέπει να γεννά ευκαιρίες και να φέρνει ευημερία σε όλους. Όμιλος Γεκτέρνα. Επενδύουμε στην Ελλάδα. Επενδύουμε στο μέλλον.
Με την πρωτοβουλία Vodafone Smart Forest δημιουργούμε το πρώτο έξυπνο δάσος στην Ελλάδα που εντοπίζει έγκαιρα τη φωτιά με τη δύναμη της τεχνολογίας και του Vodafone Green Network. Αγκαλιάζουμε πιλωτικά περισσότερα από 314.000 στρέμματα στην Πάρνηθα και δημιουργούμε το υπόδειγμα για να είναι πιο ασφαλή από πυρκαγιές τα δάση της χώρας μας. Γιατί όταν μπορούμε να προστατεύουμε το δάσος, μπορούμε να συμβάλλουμε σε ένα πιο βιώσιμο μέλλον για τις επόμενες γενιές. Together we can. Vodafone.